So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto left the leaf and became a godlike shinobi. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 3. Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 10 Part 2. Cleansing Flame. Renga forced a smile, hoping to mask his pain. Who the hell knew that old medical ninja could be so tough? That bloody crone of the seed had nearly killed him in seconds, shielding the daimyo the whole time. No matter how hard he tried, every technique was ineffective against her controller monster strength. Damn, if not for the impossibility of it all, the eldest Janin might have thought himself fighting Tsunade of the Sannin. Yeah, like that would happen. It was only thanks to a lucky poison kunai throw that he wasn't in the dirt right now. The crone had easily dodged the projectile, unaware it had been aimed to deflect off the ceiling and into the daimyo's shoulder. Realizing the severity of the wound, she had broken off her attack to treat the injury. However, that poison was among the most effective provided by grass country and nearly untreatable once in the bloodstream. She would have to be the legendary Slug Princess just to stabilize the injury, let alone save his life. The leadership of Vegetable was as good as his. Provided, of course, the crone didn't kill him first. Hence, Renga's rapid retreat towards the hidden hut. The only possible way to regain control of the situation was the judicious use of hostages. Besides, if that was ineffective, the Janin brothers had worked together for years and used team attacks that multiplied their potential effectiveness by a factor of 10. Hopefully, that combination of facts would lead to victory if the crone gave up on her patient and sought revenge. That was the plan, anyways, for all the good that did him. Giga and Ruga had been killed by a pair of little girls. The iron user had his heart liquefied, while the tonfa wielder lost sight of his target and was stabbed through the neck. Even with the little freaks, the name of the mighty Janin brothers would never live this humiliation down. Both brothers were lucky they were already dead, or he'd have killed them himself. Ah well, time to move on. The good news was that the effort had worn the opposition out. The shorter one he had stabbed with the kunai was on her last legs, nearly drained of chakra. The taller probable Jonin-level medical ninja had used most of her arsenal of weapons against Russia's water defense. Sure, he might have taken a couple of hits from that old bat, but he didn't have anyone to defend. Something that, judging from the brunettes' sudden aggression, was their true weakness. Sidestepping the precise attack, Renga jumped over the kunoichi, sighing. Medical ninja might be excellent dodgers, but each usually had a fairly limited set of offensive techniques. If this one was a weapon user, her ability to attack was cut in half without any tools. I mean, who the hell tries to do taijutsu in heels? Lashing out with his arm, the last Janin knocked her across the field, lying prone on her side. Looking at the shocked blonde, Renga had to guess that was the special patient they had heard about. He didn't seem very coordinated and had only one weapon, so the brat probably wasn't a fighter. Besides, what proper ninja would be caught dead in bright orange? Most likely, the kid was some noble's son in hiding or some such rubbish. Stalking forward, the evil man couldn't help but chuckle. This was almost too easy. At least his brother's pathetic end served some purpose. Cocking his head to the side, the ninja addressed his new prey. I hope you are ready to surrender. Your end doesn't have to be as unsightly as these losers, nah. Blinking, Renga narrowed his eyes in confusion and irritation. Did that little shit just growl at him? Frantically channeling chakra into her palms, Tsunade cursed her own arrogance. Missing that reflected attack was a beginner's mistake, and now one of her dearest friends was in danger. Widow's Blush was one of the nastiest poisons grass produced and way out of the budget for the average missing ninja. Using a weapon like that marked these Janin as major players and opponents which she should have known by heart. This was not the sort of mistake a Hokage could make. Controlling her breathing, the Slug Princess observed the stream of brackish blood seeping from the offending wound. Widow's Blush was very fast-acting, so the only way to safely deal with it was to remove the affected blood while isolating the bodily fluids around the injured area. The volume of control required for this maneuver was beyond most medical professionals, resulting in the poison's fearsome reputation. As it was, she practically had to induce a temporary coma to ensure the daimyo's survival. Luckily, due to her quick actions, the ruler of Vegetable would live. He wouldn't feel great for a few days, but he would live. Poisons were actually one of her specialties. During the Third Great Ninja War, Chiyoba-sama of the Sand had specialized in some of the nastiest concoctions known to man. It had been Tsunade's primary duty during the offensives against the Wind Country to counter the elder Suna Kunoichi's attempts at wiping out leaf ninja platoons with chemical and biological weaponry. Their constant scientific conflict led to some of the greatest advances in the field for the last 50 years and cost countless ninja on both sides their lives. In fact, due to her old nemesis's creativity, Tsunade had almost developed an instinctive ability to counter any poison with the slightest of preparations. Unfortunately, most poison extractions were done using a medium, usually hot water. Since she didn't have the time or resources to get such materials, pure chakra manipulation was the only thing keeping the daimyo alive. Not only did this take longer, but it was 4 times as draining. Unless she finished extracting the widow's blush soon, the great Sannin might just have to fall from chakra exhaustion. Based upon where Renga had ended up, she couldn't afford such an act. It was only on the tip of her senses, but her apprentices were clearly in danger. Shizune was stronger than Renga, but Tsunade could barely feel her first apprentice's chakra. That probably meant the little prick had friends who had already attacked the hideout. Hinata was coming along nicely, but she couldn't trust Naruto's survival on a hunch or a chance. God forbid the little hellion decided to get involved himself. However, Daimyo had been her friend for years, so it wasn't like she could abandon him. This was the sort of no-win situation that had made her hesitate in taking that stupid hat in the first place. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade stomped on the floor, jostling the sake bottle into the air. Taking a tiny amount of chakra, the legendary medic focused the energy into her hair, knocked loose in her rush to save the daimyo. The enhanced thread shattered the bottle, spraying its payload across the prone figures. Acting as quickly as she could, Tsunade gathered the precious liquid around her hands, creating a makeshift medium across the wound. It was crude, and they both smelled like a distillery now, but the process was sped up by a factor of 10. Just enough time to finally get ahead of the injury. Tripling her concentration, Tsunade prayed that Naruto's recently awakened intelligence would make him run from the bastard. In his current state, she would bet everything in their funds that he would be ripped to shreds in a real fight. However, with his help, she might be able to heal the daimyo faster and get down there to fight. After all, such a conflict was clearly suicide. Then remembering who she was talking about, Tsunade began to rush the extraction as much as she dared. Breathing heavily, Tenzu marshaled his remaining forces. The last batch of root ninja had all been much more talented than the previous attacks had indicated. Already, the entire clone vanguard had been shattered and 3 of his compatriots were left unmoving on the floor. The good news was that no other root members appeared to be coming, meaning this was the last line of defense. The bad news was the opposition were now fully aware of their numbers, abilities and held the home field advantage. While he had successfully infiltrated the base, Jiraiya-sama's summon had not discovered the numerous traps carefully hidden throughout the place. The Anbu squad had managed to bypass most of the outer defenses, but the last few hallways were full of panels of gas and weapons. In addition, numerous seals were hidden under the paint, ranging from barriers to the exploding variety. Although several of the Anbu were sealing masters, circumventing these last hurdles was a time-consuming process, time they really didn't have. The longer it took to contain their target, the greater chance for him to escape. The major concern was Danzu's possible final solution. As ruthless and creative as this man appeared to be, it wouldn't surprise him if the entire complex was lined up to implode on command. Given the size and positioning of the place, Konoha itself could be seriously damaged by such action. They had to stop this madman before the village suffered for his ambition. If he was willing to kill children to create his personal ninja army, who knew how far he would be willing to go. Luckily, most of the complex had already been contained and the root recruits immobilized. He hadn't been keeping track, but Tenzu wouldn't have been shocked if nearly 100 possible ninja candidates had been captured. If they could be deprogrammed, Konoha would have a significant boost to its forces. However, the last and most powerful members of Danzo's elite guard still had to be overcome before this could end. It was time to finish this. Signaling to Kat with a nod, Tenzu formed his hand signs to break the attack. Branches suddenly rushed forward, tripping the attacking root members and breaking their ninjutsu assault. Quick to capitalize upon their confusion, Kat drew her blade while following the wooden barrage. With a few quick slashes, the root soldiers were lying on the ground, bleeding, dead or both. Binding the injuries of the survivors as best as he could, Tenzu began to proceed into the final heart of the complex, Kat right on his tail. Comrades had fallen, innocents had died and minds had been scarred. He would be damned if that old bastard got away on top of everything else. Naruto could barely breathe in his rage. That utter bastard had hurt Hinata-chan and Shizune-chan. How dare he stand there, looking like he owned the place. This was the special home where they had lived and grown as ninjas and friends. Someone like that, who didn't even seem to care about his comrades' deaths, didn't deserve to be here. He would pay. The normally hyperactive ninja tried to restrain himself from knocking the bastard's block off. Right now, getting angry and flying off the handle wouldn't accomplish anything. Without his normal chakra abilities, shadow clones were out of the question, so a direct assault was not happening. Tsunade-chan hadn't had the time or inclination to improve his throwing abilities, so launching a kunai wouldn't accomplish anything. All he might be able to do in his current condition was act as a decoy to draw the jerk away from Hinata-chan, so Shizune-chan could try to heal her. Eyes focused on the last Janin brother, Naruto bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. He hated this man so much right now, but couldn't afford to lose control. If he tried to fight like he normally did, those precious to him would be hurt or killed. He might be a little naive and careless, but the blonde Jinchuriki hated seeing his friends injured. If they were going to survive, he had to act like a ninja for once, and not some little kid. Thank goodness he had finally managed to develop some minor amounts of patience. Then Renga crossed the line. Reaching over, the eldest Janin brother ripped the kunai from Hinata's back, causing a brief scream of pain. Naruto idly noted the area around the wound seemed almost charred and blackened, matching the descriptions of frostbite he had read about. Looking down at the little Hyuga, Renga smirked. Well, she might be a bit on the puny side, but Kumo just wants her for her eyes. Even if she can't fight, that won't matter if she's just pushing out kids, nah. After all, that's all such a weakling is good for. That was the point that Naruto snapped. Gritting his teeth, Naruto's fists tightened in rage. Even if he couldn't use chakra, throw correctly, or just put up much of a fight, it did not matter. He would rip that bastard's head off if it was the last thing that he ever did. Not realizing how much his anger was causing him to focus, Naruto began to pull at his chakra. For the first time in over a month, mind, body and soul were working as one for a single objective. This tattooed freak had hurt Hinata-chan and called her weak. He was a threat to not only himself, but those precious to him. That could not be allowed to continue. Not noticing the building blue aura surrounding him, Naruto began to step forward. He would end this Renga, save Hinata-chan, and protect everybody. He was Uzumaki Naruto, and he was no one's bitch. Now, just for a moment, let us review a few pertinent facts about our favorite blonde. Firstly, he is extremely protective about those he sees as friends. To prevent those he cared for from being injured, Naruto had taken hits that would kill a normal person. The safety of others was one of the driving forces of his personality. To ensure other people's happiness, Naruto would do anything, from facing Orochimaru to leaving his crush crying in his rival's arms. Therefore, if you were the person who hurt those precious to him, you should prepare for a slow death. Secondly, Naruto was blessed with an insane level of muscle memory. While barely able to read, he had reverse-engineered one of the most dangerous skills in the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing through sheer hard work and willpower. Once he learned something, his body would react by using the technique from pure instinct. While this made his re-education into jutsu somewhat difficult, it did permit him to retain what he learned without thinking about it. Finally, there is the fact that Naruto had an absurd amount of chakra. With the seals removed, years of stored potential were his for the taking. The only reason that most of his technique library didn't work was the fact that he couldn't really control his power yet. Honestly, with the values involved, using the substitution technique was similar to filling a tablespoon with a blasting fire hose. Until his control was improved, most of the basic techniques were lost to him, and the advanced ones had too much potential to damage the countryside. Now, Renga of the Janin has severely injured and insulted people important to him. Naruto had tons of power but very few ways of safely using it. However, out of pure instinct and rage, his body has previously performed one technique that could solve his problem in an instant. In fact, this one technique almost requires more power than he can possibly harness in his current condition. Consciously or not, he can tap into that power again when motivated, something that the last of the Janin just accomplished. Poor, idiotic Renga. Roaring with his entire soul, Naruto focused every thought of hate and rage at the arrogant missing ninja. Responding to his will, the blue aura surrounding him formed a single arm of pure power, launching Renga across the field into a tree. Gasping, Renga was almost knocked unconscious. The pressure the chakra was applying to his sides was monstrous and took everything he had just to retain his senses. Meeting Naruto's gaze, he whispered, "Just what are you?" Growling, Naruto didn't even bother to answer with words. Such scum didn't deserve that courtesy. Suddenly realizing that the technique was actually draining his energy, something that hadn't happened much since his rehabilitation had begun, Naruto knew he had to wrap things up. Still angered at Hinata's treatment, he decided to make the kill homage to her own actions. As the primary limb pinned his arms, two other smaller arms formed. One grabbed Renga's neck, while the other positioned itself over his chest. The eldest of the Janin died as both his heart was ripped from his chest and head torn from his neck at the same time. The shower of blood was so intense that it almost painted 15 feet of the flower field a deep crimson. The entire confrontation took a grand total of 3 minutes, and at no time during it did Naruto harness the strength of the Kyuubi chakra. Looking on clearly in massive shock was Shizune. Matching his gaze, she seemed to flinch before shaking her head and proceeding to Hinata's side. Feeling lightheaded after attacking Renga with the chakra cloak, Naruto hurried over as well. Hinata had done so much for him, and he would feel like an utter heel if he did nothing. Maybe all those bloody medical techniques that Tsunade Bachan had made him study would be good for something. However, upon reaching the side of the smaller Kunoichi, Naruto frowned. The injury did look like frostbite, but a really advanced case of it. Some of the pictures in his study materials described cases where limbs had to be removed before the putrid flesh damaged the rest of the biological systems. Based upon the injury's location and level of damage, Hinata might lose the use of her arm and shoulder. Hopefully, with Shizune Nichan there, something better could be done. Nothing in his training prepared the young Chunin for this sort of damage. However, as the young medical ninja's face began to fall after performing her scan, Naruto started to get worried. Shaking her head, Shizune sighed before meeting Naruto's gaze in defeat. "I don't know what I can do, Naruto-kun. This level of injury is very bad, and while I can heal it, I lack the needed chakra to finish the job. Something this severe usually requires at least 4 healers working in sync. Maybe when Tsunade-sama comes back, she can help her." Shaking his head in denial, Naruto nearly growled again. "No, Shizune Nichan. The longer that we leave this wound untreated, the more dangerous it is to Hinata-chan. There has got to be something we can do." Wincing at the volume, Shizune shook her head. "It's not about skill, but chakra. Those enemy ninja were very difficult to deal with, and defeating just one of them took nearly everything I had. The severity of the injury requires more chakra than I can generate, and without that extra power, the best I can do is stabilize her. Hopefully, if we stretch the treatments over a couple of months, she should be fine." However, Naruto was nothing if not quick-witted these days. "Then use my chakra. Tsunade taught me the chakra sharing technique right after testing my energy levels. I've got tons of the stuff, and if you can direct it, Hinata should be fine, right?" Blinking at the news, Shizune smiled. "She taught you the battery pulse technique? That is mostly theory at the moment." Shrugging in impatience, Naruto frowned. "Yeah, something about lacking the chakra control to heal people, so I might as well be useful. Now come on, Shizune. We have to hurry." Nodding her acceptance, the medic positioned her hands over the wound while Naruto performed the hand seals. Suddenly, a glowing band of blue chakra formed between his hands, radiating with almost painful intensity. Gathering the amplified energy, Shizune began the treatment. The chakra battery pulse, as Tsunade had explained it, forced the donor to concentrate their energy into a tight bandwidth between their hands. This free energy could then be used by a second trained medical ninja to heal wounds they couldn't manage independently. By taking the untyped energy into their own systems, the medical ninja could control it to form healing energy. While difficult to do in theory, the technique was nearly impossible to use in practice due to the amount of chakra the donor needed to make it effective. Anyone lower than a high jonin would pass out from chakra exhaustion before healing a paper cut with the technique. However, for a Jinchuriki with excessive amounts of personal energy, it was the perfect medical technique. Of course, Shizune was barely prepared for the experience. She had never attempted to channel this much power in her life. Even wasting nearly 30% of the effort through bleed-off almost fried her chakra pathways. However, the technique worked, allowing her to heal the damage within 20 minutes of starting. Ending the technique, Naruto flopped to the side, exhausted. Shizune only lasted long enough to ensure that Hinata was completely recovered before she too fell. It was all the two ninja could do not to pass out now that the stress and adrenaline had worn off. This heap of humanity was discovered by Tsunade when she finally returned to the house, a stabilized Aimyo over her shoulder. Gasping, Sakura tiredly held a kunai in position, ready to continue. Facing her from across the clearing, Kiba looked on, barely winded by the exercise. Viewing the energized dog ninja, Sakura began to appreciate Naruto's fight in the Chunin exams. Here she thought that Kiba was all talk and he goes and tears her apart for nearly half an hour. This was some of what Naruto was facing during his match. Just how much strength did her old teammate truly have? The only thing that had prevented her from falling was the newly acquired stamina and strength from all her recent training. If they had attempted this a month ago, Sakura was sure Kiba would have crushed her in seconds. Constantly sparring Kurenai-sensei and Shino had forced her situational awareness to improve drastically and built up her ability to dodge to a much greater degree. She might not have anything new yet, but like she showed in the Forest of Death, the basics can take you quite far if used properly. However, it was all the young Kunoichi could do to block the little voice in her head, stating that she had only lasted this long because of Kiba's normal reliance on an injured Akamaru. Snorting, Kiba looked down his nose at the prospective teammate. "Geez, Sakura, what have you been doing? These attacks are pathetic and way too easy to break. You trained under Kakashi, master of 1000, and don't have anything other than the basics Ri and academy-style Taijutsu. That's just weak." Gritting her teeth, Sakura couldn't help but agree with his assessment. She had been a genin for months, but no one besides Kurenai-sensei had even tried to build on her academy abilities. Skills that she needed to survive, and no one had been willing to teach her. Did she really lack that much potential? Then Kiba did something very stupid. "God, how did you survive this long? Oh yeah, you had the great and powerful Uchiha protecting you. Knowing him though, I bet it wasn't for free." Tell me Sakura, what did the Uchiha save you during missions for? Was it the bending over for sex or the willingness to wear a blonde wig during the act? Both thrown out there as a standard Inuzuka battle taunt, Kiba's offhand comment about the Uchiha was the absolutely worst thing he could have said. Just as Sakura had been impressed with Naruto after fighting his old opponent, Kiba was about to discover why Naruto needed demonic healing whenever Sakura got mad. Growling, Sakura found a new well of strength. This pervert was taunting her like trash. For all his faults, Sasuke had never tried to use her only for her body, despite what she might have wanted at the time. Now this little dog had the gall to think she wasn't even good enough herself without looking like Ino. Or worse yet, Naruto. At that thought, the little thread of a nice girl left in Sakura's mind snapped and she decided Kiba had to pay. Channeling chakra to her legs out of instinct, Sakura lunged forward, snarling. Sighing at her pathetic attack, Kiba stepped to the side, apparently deciding that the tree could take the assault with few problems. No one expected Sakura to lash out like that, and if Kurenai-sensei's disappointed look was any indication, it was a very bad idea. So when the tree shattered into little pieces, the only one not clearly surprised was Sakura. The shocked silence was as welcome as it was telling. Not letting up, Sakura attacked again and again, each strike seemingly weak. But every impact resulted in craters and area damage far greater than Kiba could manage himself. Reveling in the new sense of power, Sakura ignored the sudden tightening around her opponent's eyes. Smashing another tree, Sakura almost didn't see Kiba's jump through the dust. Consequently she couldn't avoid the strike to her neck, which ended the spar rather abruptly. Looking over the prone form of the crazy Kunoichi, Kiba gulped. You know. Maybe she can fight a little better than I thought. Hinata sure as hell never knocked over trees during a spar. Coming over to check on her injured student, Kurenai-sensei couldn't help but grin. With both you and Shino as tracking ninja, maybe Sakura can become a support fighter. It takes amazing control to demonstrate attacks like that, and once I teach her a few and build up her endurance, we might be able to handle some border patrols. Clearly remembering the feeling of terror as the little girl knocked over 50-year-old trees like dominoes, Kiba nodded in agreement. Gnashing his teeth in frustration, Danzo reached for a kunai. His perimeter had been breached and forces decimated. Currently, Rude has nearly 50 Chunin level and 12 Jonin level ninja, a veritable army. The old warhawk had never thought that any opponent would dare to use so many Anbu-level ninja to attack someone as well connected as him. Sarutobi had not done so, and Tsunade was too weak to try such an action. Apparently, Jiraiya was made of sterner stuff. This office was well protected, but lacked any hidden escape tunnels, which were too easy to circumvent by enemy forces. This was his safest bunker, but was going to become his grave. Such was the life of a true ninja. However, before he could end it, two Anbu broke through his door with weapons flying. The kunai was knocked from his grasp and both arms pinned. There would be no simple easy escape. Entering through the door with caution were two very important Anbu members. Tenzu was well known to those in power, his bloodline abilities a simple shadow of the Shodaime. However, with his great intelligence and flexible use of those special abilities from Orochimaru, the Anbu captain was a terror on the battlefield. The Cad Anbu, whose proper name was Yuzuki Uegao, was an up-and-coming sword mistress with significant potential. Those in the know thought she could become a captain within another 3 years at least. In fact, there was much speculation that she was one of the potential Kunoichi to be used for the Uchiha restoration project. Both were skilled, well-liked, and leaking a large amount of killing intent. Not a good combination for injured, plotting old men. Stepping forward, Tenzu stated the situation in a painfully clipped tone. Danzo of Konoha, you have been found guilty of sedition and treason. By order of Jiraiya, regent of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, you are to be either captured or executed based upon your next action. What will you do? Gathering his thoughts, the old warhawk plotted. All this raid had destroyed his immediate chances of building a power base to gain the Hokage title. The future was not written in stone. With the knowledge he retained about the various factions in power, it was possible to recover from this with a little power play here or there. Several of the current counselors to the Fire Daimyo were personal acquaintances of his, and the right word properly used could turn the tide of any battle. You simply had to be alive to say that word. Bowing his head in momentary defeat, Danzu sighed. Very well, I surrender. Bring me before the Hokage to receive judgment. Seeing his captors tense, the old man hid a smirk. Apparently the simple Anbu had been moved by something to make this personal. Too bad they would be denied the chance to act against him for the moment. However, as they exchanged a look, Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Tenzu leaving the room and resealing the door did nothing to hinder that emotion. Watching the Kunoichi remove another kunai from her storage pouch, Danzo finally snapped. What do you think you are doing? You are required to bind me for capture and take me to the Hokage at once. Cocking her head to the side, Kat's words chilled the once fearsome ninja to the bone. So sorry, Danzo-san. However, due to some unfortunate proximity to an exploding tag, I am unable to hear you. I can only conclude from your excessive movement and body language that you mean to resist. For that, the penalty is death. Pinned as he was, there was nothing that Danzo could do but sweat. Tenzu waited calmly outside Danzo's office for the next 30 minutes. The remnants of the Anbu squad waited with him, ignoring the cries of pain that had started about 5 minutes ago. Since they were clearly from a male, Cat didn't need any assistance. Although a few felt somewhat ashamed, taking only 25 minutes to crack under torture. This Danzo must have lost his touch. Observing the Cat Anbu exiting the room, covered in blood, Tenzu simply asked. Is it finished? Nodding in resignation, she held up 2 sealing scrolls. Yes, sir. Danzo and his severed head have been safely acquired. I would recommend that the sealing masters look over the security of the room before retrieving his files. We have no intelligence as to what sort of protections are in place. Gesturing to the ninja in question to begin, Tenzu addressed the rest of the force. Our mission is accomplished. Danzo is dead after resisting capture, and his base is now under our control. The next objective is to get the surviving root forces to T&I and the failed graduates to a secure medical facility. Let's go. Silent behind their masks, the Anbu moved as one. There was still so much left to be done. Counselor Daisuke smirked at the sight before him. The 3 Janin brothers had gathered the various officials from across the land of vegetables, using the official seal of the daimyo. Already, several people not involved in the plot were shifting, nervous about the missing leader and unknown figures on the dais. Finally, upon seeing the room was filled with all the summoned officials, Ringa stood. People of vegetable. We, the Janin brothers, do hereby decree our leadership of your land. Before we end things today, you will swear loyalty to your new masters or face destruction. Cries of outrage filled the room as 10 of the most loyal subordinates of the daimyo stood in protest. Daisuke smiled at the look on Counselor Hiro's face, a massive bloward who had blocked many of his subtle political maneuverings. What outrage is this? We are the loyal retainers of vegetable, recognized under the current legitimate daimyo. How dare you just waltz in here and claim authority over us? Once our leader hears about this, you will be wiped out. Chuckling darkly, Ruga twirled his tonfa idly. What are you talking about? You don't have a leader anymore, Big Brother wiped him out yesterday. All you have is some stuck-up princess who is trapped in a foreign country with 2 bodyguards. Nothing we have to worry about, nah. Besides, I don't think everybody here really minds us taking over that much, right? Seeing this as the perfect opportunity to prove his loyalty to the new regime, Daisuke stood and, to the shock of many present, bowed deeply. All hail the new leaders of vegetable. May your rule be grand and powerful. Spurned by his action, the other co-conspirators acted in concert, swearing their loyalty to the Janin without a thought. Spurned by the response and the hungry looks the 3 ninja gave them, many of the weaker-willed counselors joined the movement, swearing loyalty to the new rulers as well. In the end, the threats in Daisuke's demonstration gained the brothers the support of all but those 10 counselors led by Hiro. Stammering in rage, the elder statesman glared at the room. What you have all done is nothing less than treason. Even if Daimyo is really dead, we should support his daughter, not some upstart ninja. You will go to hell for this sin. Cracking his knuckles, Ringa smirked, well old man, you really want proof of our actions. I think that it's time to show you all the proof you will ever need. Gesturing to the door, a guard quickly opened the portal to reveal the healthy and very angry daimyo of vegetable, who just so happened to be surrounded by a score of loyal guards. Looking up in shock, Daisuke was treated to the sight of the Janin brothers transforming into 3 kunoichi. Meeting his look with a death glare, the blonde growled. Now that we have discovered the collaborators in this little plot, Daimyo-san, I think that some punishment is in order. Do you agree? Smirking in an uncharacteristically evil way, the daimyo of vegetables nodded firmly. Indeed, Tsunade-sama. Although the paperwork might get a little out of control with only 10 counselors left. But what are a few beheadings to ensure some loyalty? Realizing that the daimyo had not only called for their deaths but named the woman Tsunade and what exactly that entailed, Daisuke did the only thing he could. He fainted dead away. Pondering the barrier before it, the Kyuubi couldn't help but smile in anticipation. While the pressure on its mind was building again, a way out of this problem had presented itself. It was simple, elegant and just plain perfect. Plus, knowing it's his prison, the fox wouldn't have to wait very long to enact his plan. But this in mind, the giant fox spirit once again began to focus past the dangerous lassitude the seal induced. When that little meat puppet had overdone it with his reserves, the additional barriers around the cage had weakened. The blue barrier had nearly burned out while the supporting chains began to crack. Now, while his recovery was rebuilding these defenses, it was now apparent what could be done to take out the little rat. Wait until he gets into a particularly bad fight and flood its power past the barrier. Either it could kill the little punk or re-establish his control over the environment. It was a perfect solution. Unmindful of the stress its brain was under to constantly stay awake, the Kyuubi planned its self-destructive strategies. As soon as the barrier was weakened, it would establish dominance in the little bastard's soul and truly be reborn. With the container's luck, he would be fighting for his life in a matter of days. Once again, the Kyuubi would make its mark on the world, and no pathetic humans or deceitful uchihas would change that. True victory would be the Fox Lords. Chapter 12. Damage Control. Staring at the innocent little piece of paper, Jiraiya scowled in anger. What had the old man been thinking allowing that monster so much freedom? Surely he had to know that Danzu was a danger to the populace and the stability of Konoha. True, the Toad Sage had known that the old bastard was a menace, but the numbers in front of him were not just damning, they were horrifying. This was way beyond a simple mistake. The loss of 5 Anbu was a shame, but somewhat acceptable. However, the number of dead root candidates was obscene. How had that old bastard gotten nearly 200 children for his barbaric training? Could Konoha's infrastructure really not notice that many kids are missing or not care about the 147 dead possible ninja? All of that potential wasted by the manipulations of an obscenely old ninja with delusions of grandeur. Honestly, it was too bad that cat was unable to hear his pleas for clemency even after half an hour of torture. The remains the Anbu provided spoke of a very unpleasant experience. But Danzu wasn't the strongest person around and couldn't properly enjoy the treatment. Now if he had gotten his hooks into the dried up old mummy, Jiraiya would have ensured the death would have been properly slow and drawn out. While it was politically expedient to have him killed for resisting arrest, on a personal level Jiraiya couldn't help but be pissed. Sighing, the Toad Sage put down the mission report and began looking over the retrieved documentation from Root. While someone in Danzo's position wouldn't commit much to paper, a lot could be inferred just by reading between the lines. Even an Anbu commander couldn't keep track of every supply shipment or weapons requisition. Unfortunately, since most of it was in code and the cryptology department was still not fully cleared of enemy factions, Jiraiya had to read it piece by piece. Given the disorganized nature of the surviving files, the Sannin was equally likely to locate blackmail material on the head of the civilian supply depot to training schedules for the Root program. However, after nearly an hour of deciphering various forms, both mundane and not, he began to get an understanding of the situation. Right after the Kyuubi attack, Danzu submitted the proper paperwork to establish an orphanage through a series of proxies. Over the next 4 years, he used his remaining loyal forces to reopen sections of the Root headquarters and began vetting possible candidates from the children left in his care. With the disorganized chaos of the village after the attack, it was not surprising that few people were interested in some homeless kids. But the way things had been set up, Danzu practically had the beginnings of an army handed to him. What was worse was any time that a child with particularly strong potential was noticed, he or she was transferred to Danzu's orphanage. The other caretakers were less than interested in the welfare of their charges and appeared to let children go for a song sometimes. This pulled more powerful trainees into Root and further weakened the village's combat potential. No wonder the graduation level had dropped to 33%. With the dregs left for the academy, only children with ninja families or clans could really stand out enough to pass. The horrible part was Jiraiya's suspicion about Sandame's motivations. The only child, according to this paperwork, that Danzo could never get his clutches on was Naruto. 5 attempts had been made to transfer him into the Root orphanage, and each was blocked by the old monkey. While it was all well and good for him to try to protect the kid, it almost looked like he was compromising with Danzo. He was the Hokage. No matter how tired he was, Sarutobi-sensei should have put an end to this nonsense years ago. Shaking his head ruefully, Jiraiya restrained himself from smashing the desk in two. If these numbers were accurate, Danzu would have had a force capable of matching Anbu within 2 years and a superior force within 3. If not for his quick action, over 10 times the number of Anbu would have died to shut that lunatic down. No matter how much he respected his teacher, Jiraiya was almost tempted to use forbidden words to resurrect him so he could shake some sense into the bastard. They should have dragged Tsunade back years ago to be Hokage if this was the sort of problem Sarutobi was letting slip him by. The only good thing to come of this debacle was another 50 potential ninja to bolster Konoha's flagging ranks. Leaning back in the big comfy chair of doom, the Toad Sage began to review his next course of action. Covering this up would help Konoha as a whole save face, but that didn't really appeal to him. Too many people had been hiding too much these last few years, and such actions led to creatures like Danzu staying in power. However, if the old fossil's downfall was presented to the village as an example of why you didn't mess with the sitting Hokage, things might go a little easier for him in the near future. That, of course, led to his biggest headache in the form of the Advisors' Council. Both Hamura and Kaharu were the driving force that had removed Naruto in the first place. With Danzo gone, their ability to sneak around in the shadows was severely limited by the lack of Root resources. In fact, just from their association and recent actions, Jiraiya could theoretically put them down for treason without blinking an eye. He was not Sarutobi-sensei and had a much more pragmatic view about past accomplishments versus recent activities. However, unlike Danzo, the advisors' council had maintained their public image and connections. If both were suddenly killed, it would generate massive political headaches both in Konoha and internationally. They might be annoying old goats, but both had developed reputations that they had no problem using to their advantage. The backlash from the daimyo alone would be enough to tie him up for weeks. Honestly, killing them would generate nearly as many problems as keeping them alive. No, to deal with those old farts he needed them alive but neutralized. Not only would too many issues come up with just killing them, but Hamura and Kaharu would make obvious leaders of any anti-Hokage faction. This would make it easier for him to keep tabs on his opposition. The key thing though, was to keep them so occupied that they couldn't interfere with any of the day-to-day operations in the village. Now, what activity could take up an absurd amount of time, but still serve some legitimate purpose? Grinning, Jiraiya started rubbing his hands together in glee. This was going to beat that prank with the toad oil, swimsuit collection and hula dancers right out of the water. Keeping her face blank, Tsunade didn't even wince as the head hit the ground. The traitor who had been executed was one of the direct collaborators with the Janin. His selfish actions not only endangered the life of one of her oldest friends, but her team as well. If there was one lesson that the Slug Princess had learned from the great ninja wars, it was that those who threatened comrades could be shown no mercy. For a few lousy Ryo, priceless lives would have been lost, and if there was a message that she supported, it was the death of traitors. Being seen in public was nerve-wracking, but she had no choice. The public was shocked by the execution of over 3/4 of the country's leadership and needed all the stability it could get. By providing her support to the daimyo as Tsunade of the Sannin, people were less concerned about their future. Everyone knew the power that the legendary ninja possessed, and no one wanted to challenge one of her known allies. So while there was some grumbling about the speed of the deaths, no one was willing to question the daimyo too closely. Hopefully, this also meant that any new counselors would think twice before committing treason in the future. Although no one had directly linked her with the crone of the seed, Tsunade was resigned to the loss of her cover. Once things settled down, the correlation of both her and the crone's abilities would quickly be discovered. Honestly, she only had less than a week before things got even more complicated. Once people knew where to find the infamous Tsunade, all sorts of trouble would start to look for her. So, as comfortable as Vegetable Country might have been, it was time to move on. At least the daimyo wouldn't be lonely. The block of counselors who had supported her in his deportation as a hostage was firmly within the ranks of the traitors. Upon realizing this, Tsunade had encouraged him to recall his daughter, giving the excuse that she needed to be educated in the realities of vegetables culture and society to ensure their continued survival. The fact that her retainers were the last two ninja from Vegetable Country didn't hurt either. With Haruna safely home, the royal family could concentrate on re-establishing a secure and honest government once again. However, Tsunade was stumped as to where to go next. There were other friends that she could turn to, but with these new developments, she couldn't really depend on them. Normally, to blend into the population, she and Shizune would act as wandering healers. People were happy to see them come, but not involved enough to mind them going. But from the documents that the Janin had on their persons that would make them targets faster than Naruto could eat ramen. Thanks to Orochimaru, any healer would be snatched if skilled enough, and it went against the healer's code to let patients die just to maintain cover. So unless they knew exactly where they were going, random wandering would just paint a big target on their backs. Although, once things calmed down again, she really needed to train Hinata personally. Admittedly, Tsunade had been delegating most of the young Hyuga's training to Shizune to concentrate on Naruto's rehabilitation. Not only did this allow her to focus primarily on her favorite blonde brat, but also minimized her personal concerns about Hinata's loyalty. While the Hyuga heir's inclusion had been the Slug Sannin's idea, it was more a political statement than anything else. However, the poor girl had really proven herself and deserved to be rewarded for her efforts. Clearly, this was more intense than some silly crush. Hinata practically worshipped the ground Naruto walked on. That sort of devotion should be encouraged, and she had just the technique to do it. Sighing, Tsunade followed the daimyo to his personal quarters to discuss her thoughts on leaving. As much as it pained her to admit it, Naruto and Hinata needed additional training to ensure their survival. Medical techniques were very useful, but with Naruto's control and Hinata's chakra reserves, she needed some variety. High-powered offensive jutsus were not really her forte, but if another attack like the Janin occurred, they had to be prepared. Luckily, she had thought about this eventuality and even planned for it. It was just awkward teaching something you yourself only learned hours before your students. Later that evening, Hinata found herself gazing at the moon in exhaustion. After the attack, the clearing was deemed unsafe for further habitation until the security features could be fixed. Therefore, the daimyo had moved them to the castle for mutual protection, which equated in larger rooms and greater privacy. In her mind, the shy Hyuga grimaced in sorrow. She would have gladly stayed in the hut if only for some company right now. The sad fact was that she couldn't sleep. Every time she tired, Jiga's empty gaze would wake her up in minutes. His was the first life she had ever taken, and that knowledge weighed down on her more every day. It wasn't the fact that she was killed, of course. That was considered par for the course in ninja life. No, the thing that scared Hinata was the sheer brutality of her actions and what that said about who she really was. Ryuken was a precision art designed to efficiently capture and kill opponents. However, since Hyuga tended to simply target points, most of their battles were relatively clean. A true Hyuga could kill 100 enemies without leaving more than a bruise on their opponents. Given the Hyuga's disdain for conventional weaponry, spilling much if any blood during a battle was extremely rare. That was one of the principles of their style. However, she had used the Juken to literally liquefy Jiga's heart. Her strikes had not targeted specific, but shattered whole sections of the chakra pathways around the organ. Then the final strike had blasted the whole mess out of his back like a volcano. As far as she knew, none of the Hyuga had ever attempted to use a Juken strike in such a manner. Did that make her a freak or monster? Was she really nice, or was it all a facade to gain acceptance? How much did she really know about herself? Maybe Hyuga Hinata was really a demon, acting like a nice girl. Nice girls didn't revel in the deaths of their enemies. Looking at her hands, Hinata was shocked to see them shaking. Perhaps she could have made the kill cleaner. Even with Jiga's metallic skin technique, Juken strikes were effective and his vital organs could have been shut down. A strike to the brain or lungs could have incapacitated or killed him easier and put her at less risk for the follow-up attack. If she had simply thought things through, maybe Naruto wouldn't have had to fight at all. She could have kept the Byakugan active and noticed the third enemy ninja without any problems. Even when she tried to do the right thing, she failed. Drawing her legs under her, Hinata began to wish that Kurenai-sensei had come with them. Shizune-senpai and Tsunade-sama had both been working with her to improve, but neither knew her like the red-eyed jonin. With both dealing with the aftermath of the attack, no one had been there to talk to her about the death. It wasn't really their fault, teammate had killed before, and they probably assumed that she had partaken in their more direct efforts. In truth, she had always messed up before she could help in the battles, and most of their kills were either Kurenai-sensei's or Shino's. No one could really figure this out from just their mission reports, so the two healers probably assumed that she had already been blooded. It was another failure to reflect on. Before anything else, she knew she was a ninja. Ninja could control their emotions and deal with trouble on their own. Hinata wouldn't allow herself to become a burden and couldn't allow anyone to realize her weakness. They might send her back to Konoha if she failed like that. No, these feelings would be controlled and suppressed and no one would know about them. That was the safest path to follow. Trying to gather a shaky breath, Hinata felt the pain and sorrow overwhelm her defenses again. Before she could stop herself, tears started to spill out in rivers down her cheeks. Resigning herself to a small cry, Hinata tried to let go of her dark feelings with each sob. She could cry today and tomorrow night if necessary, as long as no one knew. She would not allow others to see her as a weakling. This was too important to her. Hinata-chan. Looking up reflexively, the shy girl was mortified to discover Naruto in the doorway, a concerned look on his face. Naruto had been trying to sleep for hours, but couldn't quite manage it. Ever since the attack, more dreams had been driving him nuts and there wasn't anything he could do about it. With all the craziness since those stupid Janin brothers attacked, his rehabilitation and training had been suspended to give Shizune-chan and Tsunade-chan time to deal with things. Even in the palace, he had to keep a low profile so their enemies wouldn't get another clue to their location. With all of the additional stress and energy, the hyperactive blonde just couldn't rest properly. Tired of flopping around his futon helplessly, Naruto had decided to get something to drink. But on his way back, a sound had caught his attention. It sounded like someone was crying, but that was crazy. They had the entire floor to themselves, and Shizune-chan and Tsunade-chan were both staying with the daimyo tonight to act as bodyguards. The only one who could be here was Hinata-chan. Why would she be crying? Going to her room, Naruto cracked the door to glance in. Shockingly, Hinata was curled in a little ball next to the window, clearly sobbing. Feeling an odd sense of deja vu, he tried to figure out where he had seen this sort of thing before. Realizing Hinata, the strong kunoichi who had fought to protect him to the point of near death, crying like he did on his 6th birthday, brought a frown to his face. Hinata was a great person and shouldn't be feeling like that. He couldn't allow it. Hinata-chan. Seeing his friend's head jerk up at his voice, Naruto winced. That had to cause some whiplash. Nah. Naruto-kun. What are you doing here? Closing the door behind him, Naruto joined Hinata on the floor. I couldn't sleep, so I just got something to drink. Then I heard you and came to see what was wrong. Touching her shoulder, he pinned her with concerned eyes. Why are you crying, Hinata-chan? Seeing the emotions in the blonde's gaze, Hinata couldn't find the strength to deny him. Naruto was the one person she would do anything for, no matter how small. I was just thinking about the battle. Scrunching his face in confusion, Naruto looked at her through narrowed eyes. The battle. But you did a great Hinata-chan. Why would that make you cry? Looking down at her knees, the shy little Hyuga mumbled. But Naruto-kun, I've never killed anyone before. Feeling like he had been slapped, Naruto looked at her in shock. She had never killed anyone. She had to kill someone because he was so weak. That was horrible. I'm so sorry Hinata-chan. I didn't know. You shouldn't have had to kill someone just to protect me, and I promise I'll get strong enough to protect you from now on, okay? He was shocked not only at her sudden stiffening, but the sudden glare she fixed him with. You weren't weak Naruto-kun. I am a ninja and am prepared to kill if I need to. But I will never regret killing Jiga if it ensures your safety. You're worth it. I just wish. There wasn't so much blood. Neither said anything for a minute. Naruto was shocked that Hinata was willing to kill him. He had seen it in her eyes after the battle, but had begun to think she had second thoughts. But now she tells him he was worth it. No one had ever defended him like this before or told him his life had this much meaning. It was terrifying and humbling at the same time. Clearly agitated by the silence, Hinata suddenly spoke up. And Naruto-kun. Have you ever killed anyone before now? Blinking at the directness, Naruto let out a tired sigh. Yes, I've had to kill before. It doesn't come up very often, and Kakashi-sensei usually did it when it came up, but it has happened. Reaching for his hand, Hinata squeezed in desperation for comfort. How do you kill Naruto-kun? I keep remembering all the blood and the pain, and I wonder if I should have done things differently or tried to knock him out, or… Seeing the poor girl begin to break down, Naruto grabbed her shoulders. Stop it, Hinata-chan. You did what you had to do at the time. You are a very good person, and I am very proud to know you. So relax and stop beating yourself up. Seeing her shocked gaze, Naruto sighed. All of this thinking was beginning to give him a headache. When I found out about the Kyuubi, I began to wonder if I was a monster. If Iruka-sensei hadn't defended me that night, I might have become the thing that the villagers thought I was. Every time that I kill, I wonder if it's just another step towards becoming that stupid fox. Then I remembered something. Grabbing her face, he ground each word out forcefully, emphasizing the lesson to the best of his ability. I remember one of my first friends and how he defended his precious people. He died so a bad man would live, but he did so because he had someone to protect. As long as you kill or hurt others to defend those important to you, you can never be a monster. That boy was the purest soul I have ever met, and he killed hundreds of enemies. He wasn't a monster, and neither are you. You are Hyuga Hinata, a Konoha ninja, and one of those precious to me. If you really defended me because I was important to you, then you can never be a bad person. Remember that. Seeing the honesty in his eyes, hearing his determination, Hinata's resolve visibly weakened. Gasping in release, she grabbed Naruto with all of her strength and began to sob uncontrollably into his nightshirt. With every tear, it seemed like days of pain and self-recrimination were washed away. Looking over his friend, Naruto remembered the countless nights, previously forgotten or suppressed, where he would cry until there were no more tears. Thinking of the one thing he needed but never received back then, he acted with all of the unpredictably he was known for. He gathered Hinata into a hug, rubbing her back and whispering soothing words into her ear. For once, Hinata was able to manage physical contact from her crush without fainting. It would mark the turning point for both of them. Gazing at the young upstart, Hamura clenched his teeth in anger. While he had originally thought that Jiraiya would make a fine fifth Hokage, the treatment since his placement had soured him on the concept. He and Kaharu constituted more respect than a 20-minute time limit after a summons. While no one could challenge Jiraiya in ninja ability, it was clear that he needed some major work on his diplomatic skills. As much as it irritated him, supporting Danzo to take over the position seemed the only possible path for future stability now. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya seemed to decide it was time to begin. Honorable advisors, I am saddened to share some dire news with you. Danzo, former Anbu commander of Konoha, has been found guilty of treason and forming an independent force outside the control of the Hokage's office. Shocked, Hamura tried to gather his thoughts. While Root was technically outside the purview of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi had given Danzo his freedom to ensure the political stability of the village. If Jiraiya shut the old mummy down, not only would he and Kaharu lose access to his resources, but the political backlash would be tremendous. Stiffening his spine, Hamura decided that putting this child in his place was the only option. What proof do you have of such allegations, Jiraiya? Danzo has been a loyal Konoha ninja before your birth. Such claims cannot be made without significant support. Nodding in agreement, Kaharu put her 2 cents in. I agree, undue action against Danzo without significant proof could have serious consequences. We really must insist that no action be taken unless it is cleared with both Tsunade and the daimyo. After all, despite your bluster, you are still just a regent at the moment Jiraiya. Smirking in the 2 old ninjas' faces, the Toad Sage countered. Actually, Kaharu, by the definition of my regency, the only things that I am limited in are assigning A to S rank missions and making deals with foreign powers. Like any good Hokage, issues of internal security are completely within my rights and responsibilities. That's especially true when old farts start forming secret armies and secure facilities outside of the proper channels. As to that proof, well, teams of Anbu have already acted to discover all the proof necessary. Sweating slightly, Hamura prayed this wasn't as bad as it sounded. Some of the things en route could turn the average ninja's stomach. Worried about the consequences, he asked as calmly as he dared. What proof has this Anbu squad discovered that could support such an outlandish theory? Shuffling some paperwork, Jiraiya answered offhandedly, "Oh, the deaths of 147 potential ninjas, a group of about 50 trained ninjas, and numerous pieces of documentation within his main office." Sadly, Danzu resisted capture and was put down in the field. I plan on releasing this information to the village to prevent any copycats. Such treason should be discouraged, don't you agree? Ninja do not live for decades without some serious physical and mental skills, and Hamura was no exception. Jiraiya knew that he and Kaharu had been involved with Danzo, either through rumor or retrieved documentation from the bastard himself. If the boy was going to act against them though, he would have arrested them as co-conspirators and had them executed or imprisoned. So, this was simply going to be a warning not to act against him or his position. An unrealistic request, but one they could abide by for the moment. Jiraiya was obviously underestimating their resources if he thought such threats would hold them for long. Danzo might have worked in the shadows, but he and Kaharu would be able to rally support through several favors still owed them. With their respective connections, the daimyo would be kept apprised of the situation and act on the proper advice. Jiraiya was too soft at times, but that didn't mean they couldn't take advantage of the situation. He would pay for this outrage. Leaning back, Jiraiya pinned them with a look. Out of curiosity, have you succeeded in securing the civilian candidates for the Uchiha project? Sighing, Kaharu replied, "Well, the response has been slightly underwhelming, we have managed to get numerous possibilities. However, there are still a few that we wish to approach within the next day or two. The complete listing of their backgrounds and status will be ready by the end of the week." Nodding in thanks, Jiraiya smirked. "Excellent work, both of you. I guess that means that my plan can go forward faster than anticipated." Blinking in confusion, Hamura raised an eyebrow. "What plan could that be, Jiraiya?" Standing, Jiraiya turned to face the village. "It has come to my attention that, despite our significant losses during the Sound invasion, several potential resources have been neglected in the protection of the village. I plan on imposing a reactivation of restricted or retired ninjas to temporarily reinforce our forces. In addition, based upon the ability shown by some of the ninjas during the invasion, a more comprehensive evaluation of the current ranks needs to be implemented. Of course, they will be given a physical evaluation of at least a month before being put on active duty. Otherwise, we might end up killing someone by accident." Frowning, Kaharu tried to rally her anger. "What are you talking about, Jiraiya? We have been activating retired ninja for weeks, shuffling our forces to the best of our abilities. Who has been ignored that is not dead, crippled or insane?" Matching her glare with barely a thought, the Toad Sage replied carelessly, "Oh, a couple of clan heads, some administrators, and you of course." Continuing without pause, Jiraiya watched their respective sputtering with obvious amusement. "After all, honorable advisors, you are both Jonin ranked and thus under my command. Yet, you simply sit in meetings that can be handled by any administrator while valuable Jonin level missions go undone. Naturally, if you feel like fulfilling your obligations to the village is beyond you, there is always the option of retiring your rank. Of course, if you did that, I could no longer allow you to represent Konoha in any official capacity. Too much sensitive information could be compromised after all." Left gaping, Hamura could barely comprehend what he was hearing. Ninjas were never asked to retire their ranks unless they were no longer worthy of them. It was considered the gravest of dishonors, and those who did so usually didn't survive within the village for very long. By making this ludicrous declaration, Jiraiya could tie them up with trivialities for months before they could alert the daimyo. If it wasn't an act against him, the old ninja could almost admire the tenacity of the boy. Thinking of numerous paths to revenge, he threw a quick look at Kaharu. While it was clear that she wanted to do nothing more than tear the little upstart into pieces, the elder Kunoichi kept her cool. There would be a chance for retribution later, but for now they would play along. A smart ninja knew enough to keep their options open. Attacking the bastard would not gain anything except their deaths. Seeing their acceptance, Jiraiya grinned. "Glad to see you're being so reasonable. Until you successfully complete your re-evaluation, your ranks will be temporarily suspended. Once you complete the required tasks, you will be reinstated and provided with the duties and obligations of the rank. We will begin next week once the paperwork for the Uchiha breeding project is turned in. That is all." Taking a deep breath, Hamura asked the one safe question of the moment. "Out of curiosity, what will our re-evaluation consist of?" Leaning back, Jiraiya's grin turned vicious. Well, let's leave that as a surprise, nah. But I guess I can give you some free advice. Leaning forward, the mighty Toad Sage whispered like a mischievous child, you might want to bring some catnip. For some reason, that warning sent a deathly chill down both advisors' spines. Replacing the paintbrush, Ino hummed a little tune of contentment. She had taken up residence in Naruto's apartment 3 days ago with barely a word to her parents, simply stating she had a mission. Given their last conversation, the two elder Yamanaka decided not to pry. On the face of it, this was a dream job, getting paid to house sit while showing the village what she thought of child-abusing heroes. The idea of living on her own was an exciting adventure, and the loud Yamanaka was thrilled by the trust and independence that the appointment represented. Honestly, this was going to be so much fun. Of course, the reality was much less pleasant. Upon arriving at the rundown firetrap, she was shocked by the state of the place. The lock was broken, walls were coated in graffiti, windows were shattered, and many of the appliances were trashed. Either the previous Genin teams had lied about finishing the mission or someone with a lot of free time on their hands really hated Naruto. However, while she might miss some creature comforts, Ino was still a kunoichi. With all the D-rank missions that Asuma-sensei had dragged her on, fixing such little problems was actually no big deal. Now, after 3 days of constant effort, the apartment was livable once again. Hopefully Naruto wouldn't mind the yellow paint job, but it made the place so much more cheerful. Now, she could crash here with no qualms and maybe figure out what made the kid tick. That comment about weird chakra that Sakura had made was still rattling around in her brain and she wanted in on the secret. If there was one thing that her father had always told her, it was that living in a person's shoes would always tell you more than snooping in their heads. Thinking about her father caused the blonde to wince. Given the way they had left things, it was doubtful anyone even knew where she was at the moment. Between all the cleaning and her training, no one had actually connected her to Naruto's apartment yet. Admittedly, this whole idea would make less of an impact if her parents were not aware of the situation. But the idea of dealing with an angry Yamanaka patriarch sent chills up her spine. Hopefully the rumor mill would start soon and she would be spared the embarrassment of an actual confrontation. However, such thoughts only encouraged Ino to find out more about Naruto, if only to distract herself. The few personal items left untouched by the attack were hard to find, surprisingly enough. Whatever wasn't trashed in the apartment proper was put out of sight. Naruto apparently liked to hide his important stuff under a loose floorboard. Most of it was photos and scrolls, but there were the occasional surprises. Who knew that Naruto had a stuffed frog for a pet? That bit of blackmail alone was worth the 4 hours it took to find the hiding spot in the first place. She could almost see her own pack mule army of shadow clones on a special shopping trip. Wiping the small bit of drool the thought encouraged, Ino checked the refurbished clock in amazement. It had gotten kind of late, hadn't it? Replacing the treasures to their original positions, Ino began to look for something to eat. However, after discovering her personal rations were gone and all Naruto had were 200 packages of instant ramen, she had to pout. No one would deliver around here, so she would have to go food shopping. That wasn't any fun. Sighing, Ino set up traps around the windows and entrance, praying the place would stay in one piece. She really didn't want to spend another 3 days cleaning up after some stupid vandals. Getting her purse, she set out, smirking. Some might think it was the thought of acting like a housewife to Uzumaki Naruto, dead last of the academy, that amused her. Honestly, it was the idea that she was acting like a true adult at the age of 12. Yet all of this was possible because of the most irresponsible knucklehead to ever come out of the village. However, in her bemused state, Ino missed the numerous people noticing where she was coming from. Drawing several conclusions, these unnamed watchers decided that the village must know about the newest outrage. The Yamanaka heiress was protecting the demon breast's place. She must be a demon lover. They would have to educate her on the realities of life. Sighing, Tsunade looked out at the private gardens of the palace in depression. No matter what she tried to come up with, no one place really stood out as a good hiding place. With the craziness of the executions finally calming down, people had begun to talk about the national heroine, the crone of the seed. It hadn't taken Nara to figure out the similarities between the crone and the visiting slug princess. Therefore, leaving vegetable country has become a priority. Problem was, she couldn't figure out where to go. While she had a few more friends who could help her out, Tsunade was hesitant to approach them. Not only would it endanger most of the choices, but several of them happened to be Yakuza bosses. While they were rather dependable, having a bounty from Orochimaru available would be too much of a temptation for their underlings. Without a specific destination in mind, she was hesitant to leave their current position of safety. However, sneaking away in the middle of the night was becoming more and more attractive by the minute. The longer they stayed, the more endangered everyone could become. Tsunade-sama, Daimyo-sama has a message for you. Looking up, Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the nervous servant girl. Yes, what is it? Gulping, the girl tried to keep her cool, failing horribly. There is a messenger here for the Crown of the Seed. Daimyo-sama said that you should come and meet with him. Nodding in thanks, Tsunade almost missed the girl's frantic running. Apparently, Naruto had been telling horror stories about her again. Applying a quick transformation, Tsunade hurried to meet with this messenger. The daimyo was aware of her issues concerning relocation, so if he thought that this was worth their time, it was probably important. Hopefully, the fact that the message was for the Crown of the Seed meant that no one was aware of their presence here outside of the country. Thank goodness for small favors. Entering the meeting hall, she was treated to the sight of a mild-looking young man. He was attractive, in a slightly bookish way, with brown hair, simple glasses and an earnest face. Upon seeing her, however, he bowed low with no hesitation. "Forgive me, madam, but are you the wondrous healer known only as the Crown of the Seed?" Smiling at the young man, she nodded. "Yes, child, some call me that name." Looking up from his bow, Tsunade was shocked by the tears in his eyes. "Good lady, I am known as Hashirama. I have been sent here on a matter of the gravest of urgencies. Our beloved daimyo of Bird is taken ill and needs your help. Once word reached us of your healing powers, I left immediately on the request of his children. They beg for your aid, Crown-sama. Will you hear their pleas?" While his demands were heartfelt, Tsunade had other things to be concerned about. Bird Country was a small, isolated location with few major imports or exports. They were out of the way, peaceful, and most importantly quiet. If they could get sanctuary there for a bit, Naruto probably could be trained up enough to actually qualify for Chunin again. His only problem at the moment was a lack of chakra control, but they had made huge strides since beginning his rehabilitation. He almost had the level of control he started out with at this point, something that would only be improved upon with time. Also, this could be the start of a very useful trend. Vegetable Country already owed them for dealing with the Janin. But if she could save Bird Country's daimyo, that would be another political power that could offer support. The Fire daimyo might want to support the Advisors Council now, but if numerous foreign powers started bidding for her services, that might just change his tune. It was something to consider for the future anyways. "Alright then, Chishima, I'll make arrangements to come with you to Bird Country. However, there will be a few conditions." Smiling brightly, the eager young man beamed in gratitude. "Thank you, great Crown of the Seed. I will do my best to meet your needs. Simply name them, and it shall be done." Dispelling the transformation technique, Tsunade grinned. "Well, first of all, let's drop the crone business, nah." Gritting her teeth, it was all Ino could do not to scream in rage. This was absurd, outrageous, and pathetic, all wrapped into one. If she wasn't a ninja in good standing, these sleazeballs would be screaming, their minds ripped into little pieces in her rage. Unfortunately, all the genin could do was walk quickly, hoping for success in her next attempt. The evil smirk she saw from the corner of her eyes were not helping matters in the least. Upon entering the market district, Ino was rudely surprised by her reception. Over the years, she had managed to develop a reputation as quite the power shopper. Whenever she had an unusual amount of time or money, the young Yamanaka could spend hours looking over bargains, haggling, and striving to find the best deals. Therefore, she had created relationships with several prominent merchants in the market and expected a certain level of professional conduct when going there, conduct that was blatantly absent today. 4 times that she attempted to browse, normally mild-mannered shopkeepers jazzed her out in a rage. 3 times that she attempted to buy supplies had resulted in sneers, lower quality produce, and inflated prices. Every time she had attempted to protest, however, had resulted in 2 general responses. Either they would glare before yelling something like "you can always go somewhere else, uzumaki whore." Or, they would shake their heads in mock sorrow, bemoaning how the Yamanaka clan was cursed with such an inconsiderate child. Then they would throw her out without another word. Clearly, someone had finally realized that she supported Naruto over the official clan story. However, the response was absurd. Why did the civilian population think that it was alright to treat someone like this just because they were friends with Naruto? Despite his antics at times, Naruto was a good ninja and always worked to protect the village. Yet, the respect that many ninja gained from the position was completely absent. You would think that some of the other ninjas would have stepped in to deal with such actions against one of their own. Swallowing, Ino frowned in concern. If it was this bad for her, what did Naruto deal with every day? Was he sold decaying produce and expired milk at triple their normal prices? How much abuse was there on a day-to-day basis, and why did these bastards get away with it so easily? Was this why the village loved the Yamanaka clan right now? Because they had performed abuse on a level others couldn't or wouldn't dare to match. Feeling her stomach growl, Ino started towards the dango stand in a huff. Obviously, cooking proper food was out, so she'd just have to eat takeout for the moment. After that, she could go and buy some ration bars to tide her over until she could decide on what to do. With the way things were, it's not like she could eat over at Choji's or Shika's. But with Naruto's current reputation in the ninja community, it's not like the suppliers would overcharge her, right? On second thought, maybe Sakura would be willing to have her over for dinner to break things up. Betting a table, Ino was relieved that the staff didn't seem to have an issue with her presence. The wait staff was nice and professional, and the service was quick. Although her diet was going to hate her, hours of repair work and wasted shopping trips had left her ravenous. Soon she was ordering another batch of dango, unmindful of the impact on her waistline. If the response of the village was any indication, she'd be burning plenty of energy in the months to come. The blonde was so engrossed in her meal that the person stalking up behind her didn't even register until it was too late. Cracking his neck, Naruto smiled. After over a month of waiting, he could try out ninjutsu again. Tsunade Bachan had finally cleared him to try out the shadow clone, thinking that there was no reason to hold back anymore. They would be leaving the country soon, and their cover was pretty much blown anyway. Hopefully, the intense training sessions of the last few weeks would allow him to begin to remaster his power. He couldn't wait to see what he could do. Remembering the clarity of focus he had gained during the fight with the Janin, Naruto concentrated while forming his signature sign. Focusing his power with his entire heart and soul, the hyperactive blonde could feel the energy gathering from every pore. No way was he going to be a burden anymore. You'd better watch out world, because Uzumaki Naruto is back. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, a familiar field of orange covered the field, stretching as far as the eye could see. Instead of a sickly and unbalanced series of clones, Naruto had managed to create nearly 700 clones without fainting. In fact, he still felt like he was bursting with energy. It was awesome. Not a bad kid, not bad at all. Come on, I want to check out where your clones are in terms of power. Nodding to the healer, Naruto directed one of his clones to a suddenly cleared space where they could conduct the test. Running through the same set of seals as she had done previously, Tsunade directed the duplicate Naruto to focus its chakra. Unlike the last time, though, the response time was only about 30 seconds, and the first level of shielding didn't even buckle, although it did turn a deep navy blue. Nodding, Tsunade smiled, well brat, it looks like each clone has about 10 times the amount of chakra that an average chunin does. Of course, with your current level of control, I'd say with waste it's closer to 10 times the amount of the average genin. I think that we can finally begin to properly train you in chakra control now. Cocking his head in confusion, Naruto stared at his fellow blonde. Bachan, how's regaining the shadow clone going to impact my training chakra control? Looking surprised at his question, Tsunade smacked her face while mumbling something about lazy perverts. Taking a random clone, Naruto watched in further confusion as his Hokage dragged the duplicate behind a tree. Seconds later, though, his face scrunched in anger. Seeing the slug princess haughtily return, Naruto pointed at her face in anger. Hey, I am not a moron. What are you talking about, Bachan? Making a long-suffering sigh, Tsunade simply fixed her patient with a look. Naruto, how did you know what I just said? I told the clone, not you. Blinking at the very good question, the normally hyperactive ninja's eyes widened. Wait, you mean that I learn everything that my clones learn? Smiling at his confusion, Tsunade nodded. I cannot believe Kakashi didn't give you that tip. If you had started training with shadow clones at the beginning, you would have been a lot better than you ended up as. I swear that I will have words with that man one of these days. Smiling at the possibilities, Naruto ordered his clones to disperse, only to collapse in pain. Feeling a cool palm stroking his head, he heard a few concerned words before collapsing. Well, it's not perfect, but we can work around it. Don't worry Naruto, this will put you right on track to being the greatest Hokage in history. But those words following him to slumber, the blonde couldn't help but grin. Hidaka had lived in Konoha for nearly 50 years, 30 of those as a merchant. Providing food and supplies to honorable ninjas of Konoha had been his only ambition. Unlike other hidden villages, Konoha didn't encourage its forces to inspire fear in the populace, so the merchant had actually befriended several ninjas over the years. It was a quiet life, and one that he enjoyed immensely. Then the Kyuubi came. Hundreds of ninja had died that night, and while Konoha itself hadn't fallen, many of Hidaka's precious customers had. When word got around about the Yondame's final sacrifice, a deep pit of sorrow embraced many of the village, both ninja and civilian alike. If not for the comforting presence of the Sandame, most of Konoha might have fallen to suicide. But when the method of containment was known, a new emotion was inspired in the population. A searing, burning hatred for all that Uzumaki Naruto was and stood for. That was when Hidaka joined many others in a new ambition. While the work of the Yondaime was amazing, the Kyuubi's evil could literally be felt for miles. Therefore, how beyond the realms of possibility was it for Uzumaki to simply be the Kyuubi reborn? He was a new shell for the monster, biding its time before striking. What was a mere human lifetime to an immortal demon? It had to be stopped. So whenever Uzumaki went shopping, Hidaka was among the first to throw him out or claim he was a thief. Many of the shops refused service outright, hoping to retard his development or health. Others attempted to poison him with rotten and overpriced goods, praying that he would finally die before becoming a threat. In fact, if not for those traitorous Ichiraku ramen people, the little bastard would probably be dead from scurvy. As it was, he clearly suffered from the treatment and the constant lack of funds it caused. Each moment of torment the demon underwent made parts of Hidaka's soul lighten, as if his lost friends were smiling on him in the afterlife. However, now the little bastard had done the unthinkable. He was corrupting others of the village with his taint. First Uchiha-sama had fallen to the might of the creature, being stripped of his rightful position without proper recourse. Then, Yamanaka-sen had been seduced to become his watchdog while away. She was always such a nice girl before, but now she had decided to throw away her clan on his command. As painful as it was, she had to be taught a lesson for such actions. One day she would understand, but for now he would withhold services until she came to her senses. Breaking out of his contemplation, Hidaka felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he was treated to the terrifying sight of Mitarashi Anko, the snake bitch of Konoha, smirking in his direction. "Evening Hidaka-kun. I'm here after getting information that you might be trying to poison ninjas through tainted supplies. I'm afraid that we'll have to head to the interrogation department to evaluate your recent activities and discover any knowledge of possible co-conspirators. Won't that be so much fun?" Seeing the grin become slightly psychotic, the bigoted merchant could barely find the energy to whimper. Chapter 13. The Shifting Tides. There was a power within Konoha greater than any. The populace would fear its coming more than an angry Byakugan fighter, a psychotic Sharingan user, or a mythical Rinnegan bear. The advanced ninjutsu schools and specialized techniques of any ninja clan, be they Genin, Chunin or Jonin, were useless to contain it. In fact, some whispered that even the Sandaime, among the greatest and most knowledgeable of Hokages, had been helpless against this horrible combination of elements. Truly, no one was left in the village who could safely handle such a fearsome opponent. Raising his hand in anger, the danger began to stir. "That is it. I have had it with all this bad-mouthing of the boss. We cannot take this lying down anymore." Beyond doubt, an angry and bored Konohamaru was among the most devilish elements within the village. Ever since taking Naruto on as his unofficial master and idol, the honorable grandson had changed his ways from simple cries for attention to constructive and complex pranking. Seeing the hyperactive blonde as a mentor in all that he did, the Ninja Academy was shaken by his newly unrivaled creativity in the realms of pranking and joking. It was said that every instructor was contemplating reassignment other than Iruka, and that was only because of his own background in the field. While Naruto could calm the kid down with a few games of ninja, paper kunai and all, the blonde had been gone for practically a month and a half by now. Plus, after hearing rumors and stories about his idol's treatment within the village, the pint-sized academy student was seeing red. He had managed to get a mostly unedited version of the events right from his uncle, and every word made him more and more enraged. The boss was his hero, and hearing about such horrible things being done to him was unbearable. Hence, the Yamanaka clan was surprised by a series of leggings on all major properties, and the Hyuga had a sudden infestation of termites. Unfortunately for the village, that was far from the extent of his abilities or creativity. The same could be said for his allies. Rubbing his nose, Yuden sniffed in agreement. "Yeah, I agree, Konohamaru. Half the civilian district is celebrating the boss getting hurt. We can't let such lowlifes get away with that kind of talk. But what should we do?" Getting into her special cute Kunoichi thinking pose, Mogi smiled. "Why don't we spread counter-rumors? I bet that I could shut down half the stalls in the market with a story about roaches in the food or something. Oh, or we could spike their tea with alcohol and watch everyone get roaring drunk." Shaking his head in disappointment, Konohamaru addressed his subordinate with disgust. "No way, Mogi. We cannot let this slander of the boss be countered by indirect methods. We need to send a message to those who would belittle Naruto and show how cool he really is at the same time." Huffing, the Carrot Top threw her hands up in exasperation. "How the hell are we supposed to do that, Konohamaru-kun?" Scratching his chin, Yuden threw in his own 2 cents. "Well, what does the boss know that would leave an impression like that? It's not like any of us can do shadow clones yet, and we already do pranks, so that's no good. What else could we do that would really fit the boss's style?" Joining in a group thinking pose, the Konohamaru Corps began to contemplate what to do. The message had to be forceful, unique and clear. But what more could a mere group of academy students do that would pay homage to the brilliance of the boss? What signature technique could possibly be enough to take the village down a peg or 3? Wait a moment. Eyes widening, Konohamaru jumped up in joy. "I've got it. The ultimate cage-killing technique that can take down anyone. It's the perfect way to start things off and will honor the boss at the same time." Seeing the confused looks on his friends' faces, the boy began to outline his plan. For some odd reason, about a third of the village's population began to shiver uncontrollably. They really had no idea what they were in for. The group gathered on the edge of Vegetable Country's northern border, ready to move. All of their things had been carefully repacked and Tsunade was itching to get on the road. They probably would be halfway to bird country by now if Shishima wasn't coming with them. But with the specific requests that she had made to ensure their privacy, his presence was absolutely necessary to smooth things over. Unfortunately, it would complicate their travel arrangements dramatically, so everyone had to get moving as soon as possible. However, that didn't mean that security could be ignored. Ideally, the only one who would actually know their location would be the daimyo, and he could be trusted. No one else actually knew where Tsushima was from or that they had decided to take his case. But since they lived in reality, planning for the worst was an absolute must. Luckily, after a month of mental training and meditation, Naruto was in the unique position of killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he cover for their escape, but the blonde would be able to gain some massive chakra control training at the same time. Therefore, it was time to break out an old favorite, safely tested the day before. Okay Naruto, I want you to make about 500 clones. You think that you can manage that? Smirking at her question, the energetic blonde made his favorite hand seal. With 3 simple words, the entire border was covered in orange. Forming a personal shadow clone, the resulting copy led nearly 400 clones into their hidden flower field. Excellent. But the information retention that you gain from your technique, the shadow clones can relearn tree walking and water walking while we move. Plus, since each clone has only a fraction of your total reserves, the exercises should go a lot more smoothly than if you tried them in your current state. Now, let's see what happens when you try the other technique. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto signaled his clones. Making a familiar seal, the remaining 100 clones separated into groups of 20. 3 groups transformed into replicas of Hinata, Shizune, and Tsunade respectively. Another 20, however, changed into different girls of all shapes and sizes. The remaining group was simply a bunch of Naruto's looking bored. Going up to a duplicate, Tsunade poked it in the forehead before smiling at the contact. You know Naruto, once we have some time, you and I are going to have a long talk about how you can create actual gender transformations that are this accurate. But with the circumstances being what they are, I won't complain. Now, I want groups of 5 formed up and dispersed to the 4 corners of the map. If you can, stay out of any trouble and go as far as possible. Also, I want at least 5 teams to head into Rice Country. Since Orochimaru was nice enough to give us such a lovely bounty, let's try to distract him a bit. Go. Nodding, each group began to run across the ground at high speeds. Until the training clones completed their tasks, every group would be unable to run through the trees, making them all the more visible. Nodding to Shizune, Tsunade ignored Tsushima's cry of surprise as the slight brunette picked him up like a sack of rice. While we are traveling to bird country, our pace is going to be slowed somewhat with a non-ninja accompanying us. However, without him there to set up our arrangements, going there would be pointless. So Shizune will carry our client for the duration, while I carry Naruto until his tree climbing skills are sufficient to move independently. Is everyone clear? Seeing the firm nods of acceptance and ignoring Naruto's slight blush at the contact, Tsunade picked the blonde up and began to leap through the trees. There would be time for teasing later and they needed to remain focused. Staying out of sight was essential to the success of their diversionary force, and the sooner they reached bird country, the better. Naruto had come so far, but there was still much to do. Besides, it wasn't like a bunch of missing ninjas would attack this country as well, right? Leaning back in his chair, the Raikage idly pumped his arm weight while reading the intelligence report. Tsunade and her mystery group had finally come out of hiding, only to disappear after providing the daimyo of vegetables some public support. Apparently, the poor bastard had been attacked by a group of missing ninja with collaborators within the government, and it was only the Sanin's timely intervention that ensured the ruler's continued survival. Already, minor reports were coming in about the timid new cabinet that feared the wrath of the dangerously stacked blonde. Truly, it was always nice to have friends in high places. However, some of the wording in the report was troubling, while at the same time intriguing. Tsunade had made a point of granting her public protection as Tsunade of the Sanin, not Tsunade the Goddam. This could potentially mean one of 2 things. Firstly, Tsunade could have abdicated the throne of Konoha for some reason and was attempting to find a new home. While Vegetable was not a large country, its location was tactically sound and the leadership owed her. Honestly, it was an interesting idea but could become a logistic nightmare to prove. The intelligence office had no direct members within Konoha, so any information about the inner workings of the village was purely speculative. The other possibility was that Tsunade was actually a missing ninja now and was advertising her services. Orochimaru had done similar things upon his initial escape from Konoha, and the results were enough to give him shivers. That madman was ruthless, amoral and completely self-serving. If that odd shadow group hadn't picked him up, Kumo might have tried to get his allegiance. Now they just had to deal with another crazy minor hidden village. Tsunade's movement seemed to suggest an opportunity to the cage. If the slug princess was looking for fresh accommodations, there might be a place in Kumo for her. Having the Hyuga heiress as a citizen would simply be the icing on the cake. But if Tsunade was just advertising her abilities, there were several problems that he wouldn't mind freelancing to her group. At the very least, establishing a better medical program for the ninja forces would be welcome. Either way, his village stood to benefit greatly. Straightening his back, the muscular leader turned to address his visitor. "Report Samui, is your team ready to depart?" Standing at attention, the beautiful Jonin coolly replied. "Amoy and Kari are both set to travel. Sensei and Yujito are also awaiting your orders. What is your command, Reikage-sama?" Standing, he nodded firmly. "Samui, I want you, Amoy and Kari to depart to Vegetable Country with Yujito. This is strictly a reconnaissance mission, so my stupid brother can stay at home this time. Your objective is to evaluate the actions and motivations of Tsunade of the Sannin and, after coming to your conclusion, inform me about the possibility of recruitment or collaboration. Tsunade is a bit more stable than Orochimaru, and if this is a chance to gain the strength of a Sannin, we cannot waste it. However, if you believe that this is simply a special mission, your job is to track them to discover her true objective and act accordingly for the good of Kumo. Do you have any questions?" Saluting, Samui met her superior's gaze without fear. "No, Reikage-sama." Smiling at her confidence, the leader turned abruptly. "Then go and complete your mission." But the flicker of lighting, the Reikage was once again left to his thoughts. Jumping to the next branch on instinct, Shizune struggled to focus on traveling with the unfamiliar cargo. The fight with the Janin and resulting stress of Hinata's emergency healing had thrown her out of whack, and the result was a loss of control and composure. As a kunoichi, she could not allow either to impact her during a mission and ruthlessly clamped down on her unease. However, all it took was an idle glance on Tsunade-sama and her own passenger to cause an involuntary shiver. What had she allowed to happen? Looking back on the confrontation before the fight, the medical ninja was beginning to doubt her decision. Of course Naruto was injured at the time, and keeping him safe was of the highest priority, but forcing the decision so abruptly might have been a bad idea. Disrupting his nervous system for his own good put him in further danger and accomplished nothing in the end. There were a number of arguments that she might have been able to use to change his mind, such as emphasizing the importance of Tsunade joining them for protection. Instead, he had called up a chakra technique tied to the Kyuubi in order to save their lives. Discovering that the only time that he had ever used the chakra claw trick was the battle to bring back Sasuke was terrifying. During that fight, no matter how tired she was, the Kyuubi chakra should have glowed like a beacon. The fact that it did not seem to indicate that his normal chakra network was adapting to mimic the power sealed within him. Although Tsunade couldn't find anything wrong with him after a thorough examination, Shizune still worried. The stress on his alone should be crippling. Yet here he was, once again healthy after doing the impossible. Just what else would change about the blonde? Shizune was a trained medical ninja, which meant that she understood the realities and possibilities of human development better than most of the planet. Physical adaptation like Naruto was exhibiting could be very traumatic, resulting from anything from additional appendages to self-destructive organs. In fact, some of the documented experiments had the subjects regress from human to fish by messing with the DNA. Each change that Naruto had to make to accommodate the fox and his own unsealed power was just as likely to cause a self-mutilation as it was to ensure his survival. But the galling thing was that her lack of faith and abrupt decision had helped to accelerate the problem. However, more important than any physical damage was the loss of trust. Ever since they healed Hinata, Naruto was going out of his way to avoid her. The hurt in his eyes felt almost like a physical wound every time they interacted. Luckily, with their emergency care of the daimyo taking priority, these instances were few and far between. Unfortunately, it was clear that if she wanted to have a proper working relationship with the boy anytime soon, they would have to clear the air, for her peace of mind if nothing else. Frowning, Shizune remembered their other teammate. Hinata's contribution to the fight could not be overlooked either. The young Chunin had swiftly and brutally put down an enemy combatant to ensure her teammate's survival. Such an action could be very traumatic, and if not for the stress of running around trying to find the next hiding spot, she would have sat the girl down for a heart-to-heart before now. Another thing to deal with before Bird Country, that sort of pressure could seriously affect a young ninja's mind and needed to be addressed. Sighing, she focused on simply putting one foot in front of the other. The trip would take about a week at their current rate of speed and would have several moments where these issues could be addressed. However, in the meantime, they needed to concentrate on progressing to Bird Country with all possible speed. There were a lot of possible enemies that needed to be avoided, and the sooner they were out of the limelight, the better. Nearly tripping, Shizune returned her full attention to traveling. Whatever was screwing with her control was beginning to get annoying. As soon as she could, the brunette medic swore she would go through a series of control exercises to get a handle on the problem. Who knew what would happen if she attempted to heal someone in this sort of condition? It might make Hinata's Juken strike look like a tap on the shoulder. Making sure that Shizune had their guest distracted, Tsunade approached her other apprentices. While her focus had been on Naruto, she had to admit that Hinata was an excellent student. The level of knowledge and technique they had demonstrated so far was several times faster than average. In fact, this sort of growth was almost reminiscent of Shizune when they had first begun training. Each had shown impressive development, but if they were going to survive the near future, things would have to change. The discussion was just going to be a little awkward. Now, I am happy to say that you are both coming along well. Hinata, your control and knowledge are both well above average, and I expect great things from you in the future. Blushing from the praise, the shy girl bowed her head in embarrassment. Naruto, while your control is still nothing to write home about, I have to say it is worlds ahead of where you were when we began. Congratulations, you now have the chakra control of a normal genin. Eyebrows twitching, Naruto ground out between clenched teeth. What do you mean that I have the chakra control of an average genin? Didn't all those exercises you had me do accomplish anything? Smirking, Tsunade waved his complaints off without a care in the world. Of course they did. Before we began, you had the chakra control of a first-year academy student. It's not quite enough to climb trees without issue yet, but once your clones start dispersing that should be adjusted a bit. Sighing at his appeased expression, the Hokage almost felt bad about her next statement. Unfortunately, until your control improves dramatically, I won't be able to teach you any more medical ninjutsu than what you currently know. Anticipating the upcoming explosion, Tsunade had the forethought to put up a silencing barrier. What? Bachan. You said you were going to train me. You're not going back on your word, are you? Seeing the look of betrayal, Tsunade sighed. If any of the Yamanaka could have been trusted to be impartial, she would have dragged one of them along to provide mental therapy while she healed his body. Regrettably, that was neither here nor there. No, Naruto, I am still going to be training you. Just not in medical techniques for a bit. Most of your training will be high-end ninjutsu that can take advantage of that absurd chakra capacity you have. You will still need to learn anatomy and non-chakra methods of healing, but proper medical techniques are far beyond you right now. Seeing his slightly mollified expression, she decided it was safe to continue. The attack in vegetable convinced me that it would be a good idea to supplement your standard techniques with offensive ninjutsu. However, I am far from an expert in that field and will be taking that training slowly. I did have the forethought to bring along some reading material though. Reaching into her pack, Tsunade retrieved the Hokage's hat. To the surprise of both Chunin, she managed to summon an oversized scroll from a tiny imprint in the item's brim. The Hokage's hat happens to have a number of highly secure seals woven into its structure to ensure the safety of village treasures. As irritating as it is to carry around like this, with the seals I was able to drag along nearly the entire village ninjutsu library. Also Naruto, if the report I read was accurate, you should recognize just what this is. Pointing a shaking digit at the scroll, Naruto had gone an interesting shade of white. That's the forbidden scroll. You mean that was with our stuff the whole time? If the Janin had gotten through us, then the village would have lost one of its biggest secrets. Blinking at the declaration, Tsunade paled a bit as well. Since he had started using his brain, Naruto was beginning to get a little scary. Well, they would have had to decode the seal release first, but yes actually, that might have happened. Fortunately, you both exceeded my expectations and successfully defeated the threat. So no worries, okay? Seeing both Chunin release a relieved breath, Tsunade felt the sweat drop trail down unnoticed. She was going to have to be more careful, wasn't she? Shaking off the feeling of impending doom, she decided to get back on track. Alright, now that we are heading towards a fairly safe location, I will try to pick up your training. Naruto, you will be given the next safe within the scroll, on top of any physical and chakra development training that we do. Hinata, I'm going to give you the first technique in the scroll and use that as a measure of your progress. But be warned, I don't plan on giving these techniques out for free. You will not only have to fully master their usage before progressing, but maintain your studies of medical techniques before another one will be released. Do you both understand? Clearly happy at the idea of new techniques, both Chunin saluted smartly. Hi, Hokage-sama. Smirking at their politeness, Tsunade resealed the scroll before forming a series of hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Before her students, a slightly distended slug appeared before presenting an ornate blue scroll. Now, as my students, you are both entitled to sign the slug summoning contract. Lucky for you, Naruto, multiple summonings are possible, as long as the different summoned creatures are not in conflict with one another. Most ninja just don't have the reserves to make multiple contracts practical and are unwilling to share with others. Now Naruto, please demonstrate the proper method of accepting a contract to Hinata please. Smiling at the thought of more instant friends, Naruto bit his thumb before writing his name and blood right behind Shizune's place on the contract. Removing a kunai from her side pouch, Hinata followed the same procedure. Clapping her hands, Tsunade addressed the Hyuga. Now, to summon I want you to concentrate on your target summoned creature, apply a bit of blood, and form these hand seals. Then, you will release enough chakra to summon a suitable companion. Keep in mind that the more chakra you use, the larger the summoning is, okay? Nodding, Hinata used her still bleeding finger to form the appropriate hand signs. Focusing as much chakra as she dared into her palm, she yelled, summoning jutsu. The cloud of smoke was impressive, but the tiny slug was slightly underwhelming. Patting his friend on the back, Naruto grinned. That was great, Hinata-chan. I didn't even get a fully formed toad until the third week under Iro Sennin. Noting the rising temperature of the young Kunoichi, Tsunade barely stopped from releasing a shit-eating grin. Kids really were too cute. Seeing Naruto bite his finger again to give it a try, Tsunade stopped him with a word. Not right now, Naruto. With your current chakra capacity and control, you might summon anything from a baby slug to the slug queen. We cannot risk being exposed or your entire diversion back there would have been rendered useless. You'll get to attempt it later when we have a bit more room. Besides, I have something special just for you. Come over here for a minute. Removing another, smaller scroll, Tsunade had him sign it as well. This is a copy of the monkey summoning contract that I found in Sarutobi-sensei's files. With them on your side, you won't have to summon a boss that takes up so much space and can still fight. Sign it and try to call forth the strongest representative you can, alright. Nodding in agreement, Naruto bit his hand again to gain enough blood and then sealed the deal. The only thing left to do was to test it. With Naruto's level of chakra control, Tsunade was half expecting Naruto to summon one of the baby apes. So despite her own warnings, the blonde almost jumped out of her skin when Monkey King Enma appeared before them. Gulping, she couldn't help but wonder if the ancient monkey remembered the time her genin team had played that little prank with the tar, honey and bananas. Seeing his sudden gimlet eye at her presence, Tsunade had this disturbing feeling that he did. Perhaps she could blame it all on Jiraiya. Raising an eyebrow at his new summoner, Enma sighed. So I see that the little princess still thinks herself above her station. Was not the slug contract enough for your tastes, girl? You have not defeated my primary summoner in battle, nor have you sought my permission before signing the little fox child to me. Why, pray tell, should I allow this self-righteous act to stand? It is well within my power to negate this bind, and such an act sorely tempts me. Preparing her argument, Tsunade was horrified when Naruto stood up to the Monkey King without fear. This decision could not go well. Hey, listen up, you withered coot. Bach-an says that you were the old man's personal summon, right? Well, you're looking at Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage, and what's good enough for one Hokage is surely good enough for another. Besides, Boss Gamabunta is way cooler than you. Bach-an just thought you'd make a good backup summoning, or something. Noting the old king's flaring nostrils, Tsunade prayed that they could explain before the foolish boy was ripped limb from limb. However, the look in the king's eyes stopped her cold. You think that you could become Hokage, child? That's the most preposterous claim I have yet to hear. I have known every Hokage to this date, and you are nothing like them. Tell me what makes you think that you are worthy of holding the title. What gives you the right to claim such a position? Puffing out his cheeks, the boy stared down the summon without fear. Because I never go back on my word and that is my ninja way. I will become Hokage and protect everyone, no matter what they did in the past. Otherwise, I'd become the monster they thought I was and those precious to me might die. So bring on your test or challenge an old monkey and I'll show you what I can do. Hoping to nip that in the bud, Tsunade interjected. Actually, Enma-sama, I was hoping we could forego that for the moment. Naruto is recovering from a long-term injury and is nowhere near his full potential. If you could give me some more time, I might be able to bring him up to an acceptable level for your trial. Cocking an eyebrow, Enma focused his full attention on the slug princess. What injury could possibly put this child down? Sarutobi would talk of him at times, and his extraordinary health was a topic of much debate. Did that old fool miss more than the signs of Orochimaru's evil? Looking over at the suddenly downtrodden Naruto, Tsunade explained the situation. As expected, when the seals were mentioned the poor boy began to withdraw into his thoughts. Surprisingly enough, Hinata kept her cool while offering some comfort. If things continued in that vein, she might just have to arrange their first date before too much longer. However, the killing intent that the summon produced broke up any thoughts of romantic advice. Enma was clearly ready to wipe out the village himself. Those fools. They would do such an act, almost invalidating Yondame's sacrifice. I told Sarutobi he was too trusting. If the Shinigami hadn't consumed his soul, I would beat him within an inch of his life for such an oversight. Looking at the young blonde, Enma frowned before sighing. Fine child, I will acknowledge a debt is owed to you, and the Monkey Clan are not above admitting its existence. While our primary summoner tried to help you, it is clear to me that he failed a significant portion of his duties in regards to your upbringing. Therefore, my trial is a simple one. Once you return to Konoha, you are to seek out Sarutobi's grandson and return this scroll to him. It is technically a family version of the main scroll and not meant for outsiders. Therefore, until this task is done, you may draw on my strength. Afterwards, your name will be added to the main scroll with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. However, before that comes to pass, no one else may sign this scroll or face my wrath. Is that understood? Shaking his head in acceptance, Naruto pulled himself out of his funk long enough for a sloppy salute. You've got it, Monkey King. I'll make sure that Konohamaru gets that scroll as soon as possible once we get back to Konoha. Smiling at child antics, Enma nodded his acceptance. Very well, just make sure that Asuma doesn't get his little hands on it. He lost the chance to gain the clan summons once he left Konoha to serve the daimyo directly. Farewell for now. The smoke from the release was enormous. Sighing, Tsunade gave a rueful chuckle. She should have realized that Naruto would have conquered the issue of the Monkey King the same way he beat her. He might not be a genius just yet, but he could be the most stubborn creature in the world when he wanted something. Although, before he tried to put the hat on, she was giving him some diplomacy and social training. Now they just had to explain the noises and special effects that escaped her perimeter, silencing Tsushima. Hopefully they could do this without Naruto spilling the details in his excitement about returning the scroll to Konohamaru. Much later, Tsunade would curse her lack of observational skills. In all the excitement of signing the contracts, she failed to notice the rather accelerated speed in which Hinata's cut finger healed, a fact that would come back to bite her. Ikane Moana had been a genin at the time of the Kyuubi attack. His skills were mediocre at best, and his contribution to the battle was herding civilians to the shelters for safety. It was only after the battle and the casualties had been calculated that the young boy had discovered the death of his Jonin sensei. For days after the funeral, he had mourned his surrogate father figure, wallowing in his own helplessness. Some would have been inspired by the selfless actions the dead ninja had taken to become stronger or protect his remaining loved ones. Ikane Moana decided to hate the Kyuubi with his entire soul before moving on to the next best thing. Lucky for Naruto, Ikane wasn't a man of action. It took him nearly 4 tries to get Chunin rank, and chances were he would never progress higher in the food chain. However, that did not prevent him from bad-mouthing the blonde brat at every opportunity, usually while drunk. If not for the fact that 20 witnesses had seen him lose his eye on a B-rank guarding mission, the Chunin might have blamed the maiming on the kid as well. However, with the departure of the Godame and the strong emotions building over the Jinchuriki's treatment, Iwana felt like venting. Every Friday night since Tsunade's escape, he had gone to his favorite bar, loudly complaining about the demon brat and wishing they had killed him when they had the chance. These statements would find some sympathy, and he usually wouldn't get thrown out until 1 in the morning because others would get sick of it. That night, though, a couple of Anbu involved in the Danzo incident had gotten involved. As a result, the poor Chunin was left high and dry hours earlier than normal. That would be his undoing. Mumbling obscenities about evil little blonde children, the one-eyed Chunin staggered along the village streets. Unmindful of the disapproving looks his appearance was gaining, Iwana began thinking on bars that might welcome his business that time of day. He was seriously contemplating a dive 20 minutes away when he heard it. A soft, feminine crying that just screamed civilians in danger was through the alley to his left. This was just the sort of thing that drunken ninja got quick and easy thank you sex over. Entering the alley, he was treated to a sight out of Icha. A short, helpless brunette with an amazing body was just lying there, crying. Hearing him approach, the shy little thing looked up in fear, with the widest eyes he had ever seen. Suddenly, it was all he could do to breathe. Never had such a vision of loveliness focused her attention on him. It was a dream come to life. You're not going to hurt me, are you? The voice, soft and sweet on the breeze, sent his heart aflutter. Shaking his head stupidly, the Chunin was almost blinded by the purity of her smile. Surely this was a spirit sent to him as a reward for his bravery. All they had to do was leave this dirty alley, get to his apartment, and things could progress as fate had decreed. Clapping her hands in sudden excitement, the angel seemed to have been struck by a revelation. Oh, wonderful. Then you can help me and my friends. Come out you two, he won't hurt us. Iwana felt dizzy at the sight of the 2 friends, each bustier and more heavenly than the last. He was in heaven, pure and simple. The one on the left began to laugh, an experience so pure it moved him to tears. The one on the right pushed her small glasses back, framing pretty eyes on a heart-shaped face. The dumbstruck Chunin didn't know who to ogle first. Reaching towards her shoulder, the glasses-wearing beauty almost whispered, you know, there are a lot of things we need help with. With our special teamwork, I'm sure you would enjoy the experience. Seeing the other 2 begin to strip with inch after inch of wondrous flesh being revealed was simply too much. Ikane Moana, a 32-year-old Chunin of the Leaf, was blown unconscious by his nosebleed. Standing up, the center girl formed a hand seal, reforming into Konohamaru. Well, it's about time. I have to wonder about this guy. I mean, a normal dude would have passed out when he realized there were 3 of us. Dispersing her own technique, Mogi giggled at the stupid expression on Chunon's face. Yeah, but the boss's technique worked like a charm. One defeated enemy ninja and we're not even out of the academy yet. He really is a genius. Sniffing, Yuden began to strip the ninja of his gear after waving a sleeping herb under his nose. So what should we do with the jerk, Konohamaru? Reaching behind an adjacent dumpster, Konohamaru pulled out a pack, some ninja wire, and a strip of orange cloth. We might not be strong enough to teach this guy some respect, but I know a group that can. Come and help me get him changed. This bastard won't know what hit him. Nodding their agreement, the Konohamaru Corps began to prepare the first victim of their campaign to teach Konoha a lesson they would never forget. Taharu began to focus her chakra as the sun set. She had been an active ninja for decades and had developed a level of control and technique that outshone Kunoichi half her age. Each movement was simple, elegant and efficient, allowing maximum effect with minimum effort. With such a level of ability, there was no way she could allow herself to lose this challenge. The enemy was going down, no question asked. Said vicious enemy darted between the elderly Kunoichi's legs before they could take effect. Homura darted down from the tree line, hoping to intercept the speedy projectile. However, years of administrative work had caused his physical skills to wither somewhat. Therefore, he zigged when he should have zagged, allowing their enemy to counterattack. His cries of pain were daggers in his old friend's chest. Quickly forming another, Kahara managed to entrap the enemy, if barely. Suddenly viewing itself pinned with a series of swords, the quick and agile beast was forced into immobility. No matter how much it struggled, they held, ending the mission. Exhausted, Kaharu fell to the ground gasping. She was going to find that stupid woman and give her a tongue lashing. No normal cat should be this hard to catch or run at full tilt for 2 hours. Besides securing Tora the demon cat, Jiraiya had the advisors council doing various D-rank missions all day long. If they were not digging up potatoes from the dirt, the elderly ninjas were chaperoning birthday parties. Not only was their payment being withheld to cover the cost of the supposed retraining, but that ungrateful toad brat wouldn't even see them again until 100 such missions were completed. When they tried to question his sanity, he asked them if their skills were seriously behind a bunch of freshly graduated academy brats. After all, such weak ninjas really had no place in Konoha's forces. The two had learned to keep their mouths shut after that. However, the stress of capturing Tora was more than they bargained for. Putting down the evil feline, Kaharu and Homura collapsed by the side of the road, for once unmindful of appearances. Just getting the damn thing was draining enough, but delivering it was far beyond their abilities at the moment. Thankfully, their distressed state had clearly attracted the attention of one of the sympathetic civilians, who began to approach to offer some aid. Unfortunately, this late in the day, both advisors were well aware as to what would happen. Blocking the civilian's approach, Anbu Tenzu calmly recited the same statement they had learned to loathe all day. Advisors Homura and Kaharu are currently undertaking an evaluation of their skills established by the Regent Hokage Jiraiya. Any interference by outside elements could invalidate the nature of the exercise and require them to start over. While I am sure that they appreciate your concern, I am afraid that you must continue on. Obviously confused, the civilian left the two exhausted ninja on the street before Tenzu disappeared. All day, a different Anbu would shadow them by the hour, ensuring that they wouldn't cheat by conscripting outside help. The agents answered no questions, offered no assistance, and gave the impression of laughing at their misfortune. The only talkative one had been Yugao, and that was to inform the two the Anbu were for their protection and had all volunteered their time for the endeavor. That didn't fool the advisors for a second. They had been put into protective custody, and there wasn't a bloody thing they could do about it. Forcing herself to stand, Kaharu made a silent vow. She didn't care how long it took or how many favors she would need to call in. Tsunade and Jiraiya had put them through the deepest levels of hell, so she would reciprocate. As soon as such action wouldn't harm Konoha, she would wring their pathetic spoiled necks. That was her promise of a lifetime. Shizune was a ninja of significant power, but even she had a breaking point. 3 days after leaving the land of vegetables, her relations with Naruto had not improved at all. Her attempts to begin conversations fell flat, inquiries were barely acknowledged, and every try to isolate him for a chat were thwarted by either his stubbornness or Hinata's timely intervention. No matter how resolute Shizune tried to be or how subtle her methods were, Naruto would slip through her grasp every time. Well, enough was enough. After finishing dinner, the young healer did something so unexpected that the wily blonde had no counter prepared. She simply walked up to the studying Chunin and grabbed him by the back of the coat. Ignoring his angry shouting, Hinata's gasp of surprise, and Tsunade's chuckles, Shizune dragged the boy into the forest. The air was going to be cleared, even if she had to break every bone in his little body to do it. So she would swear on her uncle's grave. Staring into his eyes, Shizune decided that subtlety was getting her nowhere. Naruto, I know that you are still pissed at me. However, if we are going to work together, this silent treatment has to stop. Now we are going to talk about this like ninjas and come to an understanding, okay? Otherwise, I might let you deal with Tsunade the next time she finds too much sake. Gulping, Naruto nodded his head in acceptance. Assured that he would not try to bolt at the first sign of trouble, Shizune sat down. Naruto, I know that you weren't happy with the orders that I gave you. But please understand it from my point of view. You are still somewhat injured, and as the highest-ranking ninja on site, it was my job to ensure your survival. Despite the massive progress you have made, your practical skills still need significant work. With your current level of physical and chakra control, I would be surprised if you could take on an elite genin right now, let alone a jonin. I simply acted with the information I had to ensure the best chance of success. Maybe using that technique on you was wrong, but I was out of time. Please, believe me when I say that I never wanted to hurt you. Looking her in the eyes, Naruto seemed to be in pain. Don't worry, Shizune-chan. I know that you only did what you thought was best. It's not like I wanted to get in the way. Looking into the lively blonde's face, the Medican Shizune was struck by a sense of wrongness. After dealing with Naruto so personally for the last few weeks, Shizune had begun to understand the truth lying behind Naruto's smiles. Some were so happy and innocent, like his numerous conversations with Hinata, and others were rueful, such as his constant defeats in Chinese checkers. However, the smile before her was neither of those. It simply made her want to cry, and that was something that she wouldn't allow. Before the boy could move, Shizune had grabbed him in a hug. You are not useless or in the way or any of that tripe. Naruto, I have seen the potential that you possess, and it has nothing to do with that stupid fox. You are kind, considerate, and inspire others to do their best. Moving to look the shocked child in the eye, Shizune tried to force him to understand. I spent years trying to get Tsunade to recover from the loss of her precious people, something that you managed in a little over a week. I've seen you fight impossible odds and come out on top, so don't you ever think that I doubt your strength. But Naruto, you're important to all of us, so sometimes we will try to work to protect you. I didn't order you to leave because of what was important to the mission. I ordered you to leave to keep you safe. Gulping, Naruto suddenly looked extremely fragile and open. Belatedly, Shizune could not help but wonder if those words were really that unusual. From what she had observed, Naruto had a lot of important people in his life. Surely he had to believe that they would protect him just like he protected them, right? Wiping his eyes, Naruto gave her the first honest smile of the evening. Alright, Shizune-chan. I'll try to be careful. But remember, as the future Hokage, I am going to protect everyone here. I give you my word, and I never take that back. You got it. Smiling, Shizune kissed him on the forehead. Oh, I've got Naruto-kun. Now let's get you back to Hinata-chan getting worried, okay? I think that she and I are overdue for a chat. Nodding dumbly, the blushing blonde followed her back to the camp. Neither would realize it, but that brief encounter would be telling in the future. Many things would go into making Naruto the kind of ninja he needed to be, but it would be that moment that changed his ideas more than any other. Never again would the blonde view becoming the Hokage as simply a way to protect his friends. Instead, it would be an opportunity to work with his loved ones to ensure each other's happiness. It was a subtle difference, but the elemental countries would be all the better for it. Humming lightly, Sakura headed for the bathhouse for a long soak. Ever since Jiraiya had been installed as regent, more and more Kunoichi had come to appreciate the sanctuary of the hot springs. Apparently, the theory was that he was so busy dealing with the workings of Konoha that the old lech wouldn't bother their realization. They could only hope that those rumors were accurate. After today, she could use some peace and quiet. Akamaru had been released early into Kiba's care that morning, and the bloody mud had been insufferable as a result. Kurenai-sensei had spent 2 hours working on team drills that would incorporate the ninja dog skill set effectively. She had nearly tripped on the poor little guy for the first 5 drills before they had worked out a stable pattern. Luckily, Akamaru wasn't quite as upset as his owner about Hinata's promotion. As long as he had a girl to pet him and a few treats, his tail couldn't wag fast enough. After their team drills had been solidified, Kurenai had split them up for specialized training. Kiba had bolted with Akamaru for coordination drills, which looked kind of similar to walking the dog. Shino had begun to search the forest for new insects, using the exercise as a form of meditation. However, with her 2 teammates already set in their patterns, Sakura finally got personalized training in the one field Kurenai was known for. The experience was nothing like she expected. Ninjutsu not only required impressive chakra control, but creativity. Fooling a single sense like sight or hearing was relatively simple. However, masters like Kurenai could manipulate every sense at once, creating entirely new realities for their victims. While Sakura had the chakra control and precision to master forms, that was not enough. Kurenai explained that, during their time together, the goal was to make the weaker Kunoichi into someone who could use a softer touch to accomplish more than the strongest strike. She then spent 4 hours learning how to make a bird call that wasn't there. According to Sensei, most ninja would expect illusions to change their viewpoint. However, by messing with sound, a user could send false signals or spring traps. Sakura was shocked at how easy it was, but nothing she accomplished impressed Kurenai in the slightest. Every facet of the technique was dissected, altered, and refined until she could produce anything from the cry of a hawk to beating hummingbird wings. Surprisingly, despite the difficulty of the technique and the chakra exhaustion afterwards, Sakura had a ball. Every exercise up to this point had been draining and unfamiliar to the point of frustration. However, with Genjutsu, she could develop her talent through pure mental effort. Also, with it she could actually fulfill a useful position within the team that neither Shino or Kiba had already mastered. This could be her way of demonstrating her potential that no one else had managed. Apparently, regardless of her constant criticism of Sakura's attempts, something in the practice must have impressed Kurenai. Therefore, at the end of the session she informed everybody that they would be attempting a D-rank mission the next day to get used to working together. Sakura knew that even with her issues with Kiba, they could manage a simple D-ranked mission. This was her chance to move forward and show everybody that she had changed. Tomorrow was going to be a great day. Humming as she prepared for the bath, Sakura eagerly opened the door to the springs. Much to her surprise, they were already occupied by the squirming form of Wanake Moana. The fact that he was tied up with wire, gagged, and only wearing an orange diaper didn't even register. Months of dealing with Naruto's attention came to the forefront. While she didn't blame the boy like she once did, the Chunin in front of her had no such protection. The pin cat had just found her new perverted practice dummy. Iwana's screams echoed throughout Konoha, a grim reminder as to what was to come. Kakashi sighed as he looked into the depths of the fire. Konoha was only a few days away, but he felt like his bones were on fire. After finally getting started on his S-rank mission, the copycat had needed to run for nearly a week just to catch up. His target was originally supposed to be caught on his way to an official function in grass country. However, by the time he had found them the function was over and the target was back in his base, a base that was surrounded by nearly 300 soldiers and 20 A-rank ninja. Infiltration of the base took days, and escaping without issue after the deed took nearly twice as long. However, without the threat of imminent death, Kakashi was forced to consider what to do when he returned to Konoha. Hopefully, Tsunade would have calmed down enough to order Sasuke's chakra to be unsealed, so at the most he should be in prison. Once they could talk about the situation like reasonable adults, he would have to come up with a punishment strong enough to show his own displeasure. The boy had not been taught the Chidori to use on his teammates and would have to be educated on the realities of such a choice. Then there was Naruto. Poor boy probably snarked off something fierce about having his sensei's signature technique used against him. As tricky as it could be, he would simply have to settle for teaching him a new move. Being a perfectionist, Kakashi disliked teaching something new to someone who didn't have the basics down. However, Naruto had earned a small break and at least a B-rank ninjutsu. They could concentrate more on his accuracy and control later. At least he didn't have to worry about the kid dying. With his rate of recovery and over a month of the personal care of Tsunade, there was no way Naruto was still injured. Sasuke might be in the worst shape all things considered. That battle had been fierce and some of the attacks thrown around had shifted the countryside. Maybe he should hold off on any training until the entire team was back on their feet. Going over his entire ninjutsu library, Kakashi began to consider which technique to teach the blonde. Since his rival was focused primarily upon fire ninjutsu, perhaps a water technique would be best. Heck, Zabuza had provided a couple of moves that would greatly improve Naruto's style. The hidden mist would increase his stealth greatly, hiding that atrocious orange he insisted on wearing. On the other hand, that water prison thing wouldn't be too hard to set up with some shadow clones. Anyways, no matter what happened he would come up with something to distract him. Just mentioning a new technique would probably make Naruto jump around like a happy idiot for days. Lightly dozing, the copycat ninja couldn't help but think that he was forgetting something. Ah, man am I tired. Chapter 14. Bumps in the road. Looking out the window, Haruna couldn't help but sigh. She had only returned to the land of vegetables 4 days ago and already felt like pulling her hair out. If a courier wasn't trying to suck up, her father was attempting to arrange an audience. Although the princess had been born here, vegetables still felt like a foreign land. Instead of being a valued hostage, she had to adjust to the life of a princess once again. The transition was anything but smooth. With the bloody purge of traitors from the court, Haruna had suddenly become the hope for the country's future. While still loved, the current daimyo had still tarnished his image with such a thorough purge of the opposition. Many were hopeful that she could recapture the kindness that had marked the ruling family for generations. Be it moral superiority or self-righteous hypocrisy, no one in the land wished to be seen as militaristic. Of course, if that led to young girls being shipped off as bargaining chips, then it was simply the price of doing business. While she was mindful of the realities of the world, the princess simply could not decide how to treat the source of her conflict. The daimyo might be her father, but he had always led the country first and foremost. While he had hosted a welcome home dinner in her honor, the two hadn't really spoken since her return. He couldn't seem to find the right words to reach her, and Haruna didn't have the energy to care. How was she supposed to relate to a man who threw a young child to the wolves like that? She hadn't been mistreated or harmed during her stay as a hostage, but Haruna still felt like something was missing. What was so important about this country that it ranked above her life? Being in such a high-pressure position for years had led Haruna to have a very elevated opinion of her importance. It wasn't so much a measure of vanity but indoctrination. Every day growing up, her hosts had made a point of mentioning how her behavior affected hundreds of thousands of people. While this was a mixture of intimidation tactics and an attempt to impress the seriousness of the situation on her, Haruna simply took it as fact. She was more important than those below her, and their lives were nothing compared to her own. She wasn't petty or cruel, just lacking perspective. Those closest to her had no way of changing such ideals. While in captivity, she had not been given the option of interacting with others. Haruna was not the only hostage taken to ensure peace, and there was always the fear that these little children would grow up as allies joined by hatred. Thus, the only people the princess dealt with directly were her personal guards, who were charged with her safety first and foremost. Arguing morals with her was not something the two ninja were really capable of. Frustrated by the situation, Haruna stood. While there were few things that she really recalled about her country, the princess did have an idea to alleviate her boredom. Before leaving, she had discovered a protected grove that was used to contain potential political allies during negotiation. While it was small, the field of flowers there could grow to be quite beautiful and might calm her down. Remembering the things she enjoyed about vegetables would probably make ruling the country all the more bearable. Heading out, she only just noted the presence of her bodyguards. While some would be annoyed by the constant observation, Haruna had been dealing with it her whole life. At this point, Kakunaju and Urinaju were more fixtures than people. They would never betray her and existed only to ensure her safety. Some would call such people friends, but all Haruna saw were personal weapons. Such was the life of a ninja. No one impeded them, and the distance was not far. It had been years, but Haruna surprised herself with a very good memory. The walk was pleasant, and she couldn't help but relax at the sight of such beauty and peace. While she might not agree with some of her father's methodology, the princess had to admit that vegetables was a beautiful if diminutive country. Everything here would be hers someday, so she might as well learn to enjoy it. However, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a sudden cry. Curious, Haruna hurried forward, ignoring the calls of her bodyguards. Breaking through the tree line, the princess was shocked by the sight before her. The beautiful flower field had been shredded, with deep brown scars marring the surface. The surrounding trees were broken and splintered into kindling, while the lake was a muddy silted mess, so much for her relaxing hidden sanctuary. But the source of the damage was an outrageous thing. There had to be 50 orange-covered ninja running around like hyperactive bunnies. A fairly large group was clawing up the trees, bark shattering under their feet with each step. Others would jump up and down on the water's surface, performing jumping jacks, tumbles, and cartwheels. Those that remained appeared to be practicing some basic techniques, including replacement, transformation and clones. Somehow, since her departure from the country, Vegetable had acquired a crazy infestation of blondes. Mindful of the protection of her guards, Haruna decided to put an end to this vandalism. In the name of my father, Daimyo of Vegetables, I command you to stop. What do you idiots think you're doing? Do you have any idea how hard it will be to repair all of this? Suddenly, every single blonde stopped to look at her. One of the ninja took a quick glance at the field and winced. Scratching his head, the rumpled figure gave the angry princess a sheepish look. Ah, oops. Reaching the border of the land of birds, Tsunade gave Jashima a look. Now, remember our deal. You are to go directly to the daimyo's children and explain our demands. They and they alone are to know about our presence in the country until I get a feel for this Masu guy. Once you have explained the situation, come back here to retrieve us and I'll heal your leader if it is at all possible. Sighing unhappily, the young man nodded his acceptance before heading down the road as quickly as he could manage. Sitting down, she idly noted the others establishing a small perimeter. While Tsunade didn't think that they would have much trouble in a country like Bird, she didn't want to take any chances. Besides, they had been going for nearly a week straight and should probably rest while they could. Naruto had regained the ability to tree walk nearly 3 days ago, but the required focus left him exhausted. Poor boy looked so worn out that he didn't even respond when Hinata sat next to him for company. Looking around, the slug princess smiled at the serene atmosphere. The area was a little foggy for her taste, but it was peaceful and quiet. Hopefully, after healing the daimyo, she could set them up in a little valley somewhere and get to serious training. Both Hinata and Naruto had reached the point in their training that space was going to be an issue. If she was going to teach the blonde forbidden ninjutsu, he was going to need some major legroom to work in. Of course, Hinata's training also required a lot of room. Dodging explosives shouldn't be done without enough area after all. Hopefully before relocating, both Chunin would be in a much better position to defend themselves. If all went according to plan, Naruto would know 5 techniques from the Forbidden Scroll and regain the full use of his motion. Once they found a new base, she could start teaching him to dodge on instinct, improving his taijutsu from simply running full tilt at an enemy. Hinata on the other hand needed to begin work on her herb lore and diagnosis. With her control, she should be able to heal a fish within the month. Both were Chunin now, but with a little more work, each could become a low Jonin level ninja in terms of power. Settling in, Tsunade called her compatriots over for a game of cards to pass the time. However, as the sun started to set, Tsunade felt nervous. The land of birds was not a large country and Tsushima had been moving fairly quickly. By all rights he should have reached the palace hours ago. If the situation was as dire as he described, the boys should have started running back to their position by now. What could possibly be taking so long? Finally as the dusk settled in, Tsushima approached their camp slowly. Straightening his back, he approached Tsunade much more stiff than before. I have secured you an audience with the prince, but I am afraid that it might be too little too late. Frowning, the blonde quirked an eyebrow in confusion. What, does he not trust me to treat his father? Eyes shining, Tsushima surprised her with a large dramatic sniff. No Tsunade-sama. However, we were too late. Daimyo passed away 3 days after I left the land of birds. Flinching at the sorrow in his tone, Tsunade couldn't help but wonder what they should do now. Looking over his desk, Jiraiya tried not to show his nervousness. Being the Hokage regent hadn't been tough so far. Sure, he had sent some people to their deaths and played his own games with the elders, but nothing done up to this point had been much of a challenge. However, the group before him represented so much potential destruction that he couldn't even enjoy looking at the exotic blonde. If he was reading the signs right, that dope Shikamaru was going to become one lucky bastard when he got older. Meeting his gaze without fear, Gaara stated their objective without inflection. Jiraiya-sama, my team wishes to return to Suna. We have been here for nearly 2 months and believe that our village would be better served with our homecoming. Nodding his agreement, Jiraiya attempted to maintain his normal bravado. Well, the situation that originally brought you here has been resolved, so I guess it's alright. Just out of curiosity, though, what's the rush? By that reasoning, you should have left weeks ago. Is there something wrong with our hospitality? Snorting, Kankuro visibly compassed himself. Believe it or not, your citizenship has a bunch of big mouths. We've been hearing complaints about that Uzumaki brat for weeks now and are getting kind of sick of it. If we don't leave soon, Gaara might not be able to contain himself for much longer. Besides, with everything we've learned about your academy, we're more than ready to start rebuilding Suna's forces. Noting the anger building in the Riti's eyes, Jiraiya tried to hold back a shiver. He had heard rumors about Gaara's sealing matrix, and if even one of the stories were true, he wanted to run for the high hills. What sort of idiot allowed such a weak seal to be used on a Biju? Smiling nervously, the great toad sage gestured towards the door. Well, I thank you for your efforts. If Suna ever needs any help, just send us a messenger bird and we'll do what we can, okay? Have a pleasant trip home. Nodding, Temari and Kankuro turned towards the door, only to be shot by their younger sibling. If you hear from Tsunade-sama, please tell her to visit Suna if they have the time. Blinking, Jiraiya focused upon the unstable Jinchuriki. What would they want in Suna? Frowning, Gaara almost appeared to be surrounded by an outline of ferocious brown chakra for a moment. I was most displeased that I could not talk with Uzumaki before he left. I would simply like to speak with him, as friends. Eyes widening at the show of power, Jiraiya nodded rapidly. Of course, I apologize for the difficulty. As soon as I hear from them, I'll try to send the group your way, okay? Nodding, Gaara turned to join his siblings in departure. Wiping his forehead, Jiraiya began to wonder how to contact Tsunade with this little tidbit. He had heard that Naruto was the one to defeat Gaara during the invasion, but the little blonde somehow managed to inspire friendship at the same time. Really now, it only led to more questions than he knew how to deal with. One thing was for sure, he needed to discover the kid's secret. If a bottle of hair dye managed to generate friends like that, it would be well worth the expense. Taking the crystal ball out for some recreation, Jiraiya was startled by a rapid pounding on the door. Cursing, he replaced the artifact before calling out. The sight of an angry Marino Ibiki was just the sort of mood killer that forced him to focus. Whatever the issue was, it had better be important. Jiraiya-sama, we have a serious problem. I need you to come with me to the holding cells. The root agents are going to be trickier than I thought. Following Tsushima down the hidden passage, Tsunade couldn't help the feelings of frustration battering her mind. All of her careful planning was ruined by a disease that couldn't wait for a few days. Now they would probably have to leave within the week and find accommodations elsewhere. In fact, the grieving siblings might just inform their enemies about their presence as a petty act of revenge. During her career as a medic, she had seen the levels of stupidity that mourning family members could accomplish. If this meeting didn't go well, who knew what would happen? Turning down a corridor, Kushina explained more details in a subdued tone. When the previous lord passed, there was some conflict about who should take over the country. The Prince Agidono was set to take over the position, but several of the advisors questioned his ability. They thought that he was too young for the responsibility, and a regent should be appointed for a few years to give him time to adjust. Thankfully, with the help of my master, he managed to convince the majority of the leadership to trust him. However, Sagidono has only been at the daimyo for a few days and is still adjusting to the experience. Please don't put too much pressure on him in this trying time. Tsunade was about to reply when a scream cut through the silent hallway. Instincts honed in decades of battle came to the foreground as the blonde rushed forward to address the threat. Bursting through the door, Tsunade found a young man collapsed in the arms of a young brunette girl. Wasting no time, she forced the two apart to begin an analysis of the injured. Shizune. Find me some water now. We need to extract the contaminant immediately. Feeling the presence of her trusted student, the medic wasted no time getting to work. Shaking herself, the brunette from earlier suddenly started to react. Who are you people? What are you doing to my brother? Get away from him. Ignoring Chishima's pleas, the girl grabbed a ceremonial sword from the wall, clearly intending to attack them. Luckily, the two medics were spared from the distraction by an unlikely source. Hey lady. Don't swing that. They're trying to help him and you'll only get in the way. Grabbing her arm, Naruto managed to remove the sword and sit the princess down. Hurrying over, Chishima knelt before the woman. Please, Toki Dono. This is Tsunade of the Sannin, the best medical ninja alive today. I had hoped that she would be able to help your father, but we were delayed. However, if there is anyone who can help your brother, it is this woman. Sniffing, the princess made no move to acknowledge his words, but didn't try to attack them again. Frowning, Tsunade called out, Hinata. Scan the palace and see if someone is trying to leave. Nodding, the Hyuga activated her Byakugan to her maximum range. However, after nearly 5 minutes of searching, she shook her head. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sensei. However, there is no one in the immediate vicinity that stands out. Most of the palace staff is in the kitchens, and no one is acting suspicious within the range of my sight. Cursing, Tsunade focused all of her attention on the young daimyo. Whatever this stuff was, it was crude but effective. The poor kid was no ninja, and his constitution was not fighting with any enhanced ability. This was supposed to be a simple mission, with a chance for solitude and sanctuary. Now it seemed like they were stuck in the middle of a plot to take over the country. Was this just her bad luck or Naruto's karma catching up with them? Ignoring the large groups of clones, Haruna sat with one of the odd children by the lake. After hearing about his identity, she had realized that her father had given his sensei the use of the land as she saw fit. As much as it pained her, even as the princess she couldn't simply order him to stop his training. Besides, she had been bored in the palace, and quite frankly, this kid's attitude was a breath of fresh air. Nah, Haruna. I'm really sorry for trashing the field like this. But with everything that happened with those Janin jerks, I didn't get to finish my training. Bachan said that using shadow clones would help me get my chakra control back, so I've been working non-stop since she left. I guess I just sort of lost track of what I was doing. Normally, the princess would have been angered by his casual form of address, but she had been dealing with suck-ups for days. A little break from Haim-sama wouldn't kill her, and it was only a clone of the kid anyways. However, Kakunaju decided to get angry with her. Show some respect, child. Besides, how could you have set up shadow clones to train for nearly a week without supervision? There is no way that you maintained all of these clones for that long without any dispersing. Glaring at the man who called him a liar, Naruto suddenly smirked. Some did disperse. This is all that is left after nearly 500 clones. Tsunade Bachan's clone broke after the second day, so we've just been doing the basic exercises she showed us. Gaping, the flower ninja both seemed to stiffen. While not trained in ninja techniques, Haruna gathered enough to assume that the feat the child described was nothing short of miraculous. Tilting his head, the blonde eyed the princess with open curiosity. Why are you here anyways? No one else has shown up and I've been at this for days. I'd have thought that if everyone was making too much noise, someone from the palace would have complained before now. Grunting in irritation, Haruna eyed the little ninja before nodding her head. If you must know, I used to come here as a child when things become difficult. With all of the containment and security techniques used to conceal this location, it was considered the most secure place to play in the country. Since I only got back about 3 days ago, this is the first time I have had a chance to come here to relax. For all the good that ended up doing me. Raising an eyebrow, the clone turned back to view the waning training. What do you have to be worried about? You're rich, highly placed, and are reunited with a father who loves you. I'd have thought that you would be celebrating being back here. Snorting, Haruna turned away angrily. What's to celebrate? Instead of the life I have known for years, I'm stuck protecting a bunch of people who threw me away to save their own hides. Not because they came to their senses or my father was too lonely without me, but because it was convenient. Why should I care about such people or what they believe? What's the point of celebrating such a pathetic reunion? The boy grew to be quiet and Haruna suddenly felt ashamed. Why should she unload her frustration on this kid? Even if he was just some sort of ninja clone, it wasn't like he could understand these sorts of things. It was just so hard to keep her resentment at bay, and the blonde made such an opportune target, she couldn't resist. Hopefully, he wouldn't hold the little burst of temper against her. He might be an annoying little boy, but the report said that he also killed one of the Janin. It would be the worst sort of manners to talk down to someone instrumental in her father's continued survival. However, Naruto was not known as the #1 unpredictable ninja for nothing. So Haruna was treated with the sudden appearance of a serious Naruto, something that was happening more frequently since his unsealing. You know, I think I can understand where you're coming from. It's hard, knowing that someone you care for puts others before you, isn't it? But making that sort of choice separates the good leaders from the bad ones. Leaning back, the clone almost seemed lost in thought. His voice was soothing, and Haruna found herself being lulled into a sense of relaxed attention. When I was really small, something did bad things to the village. I was part of the solution to the problem, but that meant that the hatred towards the true culprit was concentrated on me. Growing up, there were maybe 3 or 4 people who seemed to care for me, including the 3rd Hokage. If I had to think about it, I guess part of me saw him as a grandfather. He always seemed to be there for me and was one of the few who understood I didn't do anything to get hated for. When I saw what sorts of stuff he did for the village and how people loved him, I decided I'd become Hokage and follow in his footsteps. Sighing, Naruto turned a sad gaze on the princess and she found herself almost tearing up. For such a loudmouth, this kid had very expressive eyes. But he was still the Hokage and had to protect the village first and foremost. I guess he could have tried to protect me from the people who tried to hurt me or get revenge. But then they would have wondered if the old man was still up for being Hokage and might have tried to depose him. Then where would the village have been? So, I'm pretty sure he turned a blind eye to some of the worst stuff just to keep everybody satisfied. Sitting up, he treated the surprised princess with a grin. However, I've got to believe he was doing what he thought was best for the village. That's what a leader does, you know. He protects his people like family and keeps as many happy as possible. Oh sure, the leader might do stuff that others don't like or punish you. But the best leaders try to ensure the happiness of the land and improve it so that the future generations don't have to make the same bad choices. Or at least, make fewer bad choices than the ones before. Blinking, Naruto snapped his fingers with a real smile. That's it. Your father trusts you with his job because he knows you look after the people like they are your own. If those Janin had gotten control of the country, who knows what would have happened to everyone here. Now that you're back, he can show you how to love and protect them to ensure their happiness. That way, you can be happy too. Shaking her head in bemusement, Haruna poked the clone in the side. You know brat, for such a little shrimp you've got some good advice. Pouting, Naruto looked down at the ground in irritation. I guess that all that reading the old hag has had me doing lately is beginning to rub off or something. Oh, and I am not a shrimp. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage. Smiling in bemusement, Haruna held out hand. Well then future Hokage, I am Haruna Vegetables. Next time, we should do this in person, don't you think? Grinning, the clone jumped to his feet. Sure thing Haruna-chan. Oh, but I'd better break them. Everyone here is almost out of chakra and it hurts if too many disperse at once. See you soon. Much to the princess's private amusement and her bodyguard's irritation, the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke. Suddenly feeling much lighter, Haruna decided to return to the palace. She couldn't start to lead her people from the middle of a flower patch after all. Wiping her forehead in exhaustion, Tsunade turned to address the fidgeting princess. Well Toki Dono, we've managed to get His Highness's condition under control. However, your brother was very badly hurt and won't be able to leave this coma for about a week. With the right treatment and plenty of bed rest though, Daimyo-sama should be back on his feet in a little over a month after that. Subdued, Toki bowed to the slug Sannin. Thank you Tsunade-sama, we are in your debt. What malady has struck my brother down and should we be concerned with contamination? Shaking her head, Tsunade sighed. There was no disease. Someone managed to poison him with a fairly heavy-duty metal-based substance. It doesn't leave much in the way of immediate symptoms, but the resulting shock is unmistakable. I'm afraid that this was a murder attempt. Noting the shocked looks on both the princess's and Shishima's faces, Tsunade snorted. No reason to be so surprised. His appointment wasn't completely supported by what Shishima said, and there is also the matter of your father's death. I wouldn't be surprised if an examination of his corpse didn't have the same traces. Someone wants control of your country and is not squeamish about killing to get it. Gulping, the studious boy looked around nervously, as if a horde of assassins would descend upon them any minute. But who could do such a thing? The royal family is loved and trusted in this land. No one would want a change of administration at this point in time. Shrugging, Tsunade shook her head. I have no idea. We only came here today and have very little understanding of the situation. In fact, if you want we could leave. I'm sure that you have enough on your plate without putting our group up as well. Frowning, Chishima attempted to look intimidating. But who could tend the daimyo but you, Tsunade-sama? If you leave and his condition worsens, all could be lost. Narrowing her eyes, Toki began to view the ninja with open suspicion. You know, this is awfully convenient. You arrived too late to save my father and my brother suddenly become sick. Now, we have to keep you around or he could die. Isn't that a useful coincidence? Snorting, Naruto glared at the paranoid princess. Please, we only heard about the daimyo dying when Shishima told us. There is no way we could coordinate something like this with only a few hours of warning and no intelligence about the palace. Are you on drugs or just that slow? Idly whacking her student over the head, Tsunade smirked. He's got a mouth on him, but Naruto's got a point. Why would we arrange for your brother's death and more importantly, why would we do something so stupid? Even if we saved his life, this is not some sort of official mission or obligation. Once I heard about your father's death, I was planning on leaving and keeping my nose out of it. Now I can't leave this situation unresolved, can I? As the two princesses began to glare at one another, Hinata spoke up. Who would really benefit from Daimyo's death though? Even with him gone, there is still Toki Dono to contend with. You were the next logical person to take the position, right? Snorting, Toki shook her head. Hardly, even as the next in line with royal blood, there were a lot of people questioning the wisdom of appointing my brother. No one would be interested in supporting my bid for the throne. Most likely, someone else in power would take the position and marry me off to another country. Of course, the only ones who could currently get away with it are either the chief strategist Kame or the chief advisor Masu. Both have strong bases of support and were powerful candidates after their father died. Sitting up straighter, Chishima shook his head in frustration. Masu-sama would never do something like this. He has always supported the royal family and never sought more power than he was granted. Wincing at the volume, Shizune interjected. However, that could have been a cover to throw off suspicion. Until more information is gathered, we cannot make any decisions. What we need most at the moment is time and solitude. Daimyo Sagi needs to be kept safe and we have to investigate who was in the best position to poison him in the first place. Unfortunately, once the local authorities get involved, we will lose the element of surprise and control of the situation. Confronted with the real difficulties of the moment, the group fell silent. How were they going to solve this without alerting the enemy or compromising their identities? Even if they left, the healer's code wouldn't be satisfied with a halfway solution. Surely there was a way to limit interference in the situation. Sighing, Toki raised her head. I do believe that I have an idea if you are willing to listen. Jiraiya carefully pulled the tongue from the subject's mouth. While the root ninja tried to struggle, the Nara keeping him captive prevented anything dramatic from happening. Of course, after seeing the careful tattoo on the pinkish surface, Jiraiya almost wished the kid would try something. This sort of stress was just the sort of thing that he didn't need right now. Frowning at the seal matrix, Ibiki was practically growling. We have been attempting to break these robots for days, but nothing worked. Every time that we inquired about root activities or that bastard Danzu, the subject would freeze up and refuse to speak further. However, one of the more alert interrogators noticed the odd facial twitching and pried his subject's mouth open. That's when we discovered the seal. Is there anything that you can do with Jiraiya-sama? Shaking his head in frustration, the toad sage sighed. This is a fairly crude design, but effective for what its purpose is. I'm guessing that any time you pressure a root ninja for information, they will be forced into silence by losing control of their vocal cords to temporary paralysis. Coupled with the resistance training, acquiring information by force becomes practically impossible. We might try Yamanaka, but I would like to study the matrix first before doing anything drastic. Danzo was a paranoid jackass, so who knows what sort of surprises are stuck in that thing. Gesturing to his subordinate, Ibiki had the root ninja removed to his cell. What's the name Jiraiya-sama? Until that seal is broken, further interrogation of the root detainees is useless. We've already checked and every single ninja has it. That old bastard really screwed us with this. We don't even know if all the root ninja are accounted for yet. Rubbing his eyes, Jiraiya nodded in resignation. Well, I guess there's no help for it. Remove one of the tongues from the corpses we found and preserve it for study. I'll start work on breaking the matrix as soon as I make more headway with the destruction of the caged bird seal. Frowning, the toad sage began to head back to the Hokage's office. With everything that had happened lately, progress on dealing with the Hyuga seal issue had taken a back burner to internal security. But with this additional control seal coming out of the woodwork, it was his obligation to push the project forward. With some focused work he might even have a prototype ready for Niji in a few weeks. Of course, there was no way to test it without pissing off Yashi, but they would do as much as possible. Honestly, why had he ever wanted this job? Between the long hours, massive piles of paperwork and dirty politics, it was all he could do to sleep. Now he had to decode 2 fairly advanced seals in order to bring peace and stability to a bunch of people he was still pissed at. But the most tragic victim of his position could not be born. What would happen when his fan base discovered the new novel was going to be postponed for another 6 months due to a lack of time to research? Millions of poor souls would be deprived of his genius, bringing sorrow to the land. Such an action was just inhumane. The royal court of the land of birds was confused. Nearly an hour ago, every member of the hierarchy had been summoned to appear at the castle for an important announcement by their daimyo. However, upon arriving, the various chancellors and advisors were directed to the front lawn of the residence. There was no place to rest and no one to greet them, making the entire group rather nervous. What reason could Sagi have for denying them access to the main palace? Suddenly, Sagi appeared in full regalia. However, instead of the normally elegant robes of state the officials were used to seeing, the daimyo was clothed in a fine black kimono with gold obi. His face seemed worn, but the expression was pure royalty. "Honored counselors, I thank you for your presence. I wish that my summons was of a positive nature, but alas, that is not meant to be. You see, I have called the royal court to make a horrible announcement. My sister, Princess Toki, passed away this morning." Shocked muttering broke out among the group. The death of the previous daimyo had been seen as unfortunate, but nothing particularly noteworthy otherwise. However, the death of the young princess could almost be taken as an omen. For all they knew, the royal family had offended the spirits and fallen from favor. Perhaps Sagi's promotion was premature after all. Ignoring the mutterings, Sagi tried to keep his face impassive, although the strain was obvious. Fortunately, a pair of healers acquired by Tsushima arrived soon after her passing. They identified the malady and believed that it has been contained. However, to ensure the safety of the country, I will be going into seclusion for a time until we can ensure the disease will not spread. I will remain in contact through messages that have been carefully disinfected. I ask at your return here and present any business for review. In addition, until they fully map out the nature of the ailment, my sister's remains will not be interred at the family shrine. Bowing his head towards the court, Sagi suddenly seemed less the respectful daimyo and more a humbled friend. I know that this will be a difficult time, but I trust you all with my life. All I ask is that we ensure the prosperity of our country and that you bear with me. I promise you all that this is strictly temporary and that as soon as the healers are assured with our safety, I shall rejoin the court full time. Now, unless you wish to offer your prayers for my sister, I must ask you to withdraw. There should be no issue with airborne contaminants, but better safe than sorry." The officials bowed their acceptance and prepared to disperse. However, a large number of courtiers made a point to offer incense to the departed soul of their princess. Not only was it the political thing to do, but many of the court had liked the young woman. Princess Toki was kind, gentle, and refined, earning her many admirers within the court. Omens and political ripples aside, the loss of such a lovely woman would be cruelly felt. Oddly enough, the last courtiers to offer incense were Chief Advisor Masu and Chief Strategist Kame. Neither looked thrilled about the situation at all. Leaning back, Naruto grumbled under his breath. If it wasn't for the blonde's heroic morals, he would have been yelling at the top of his lungs. First they get there too late to save the daimyo, and then they get stuck under the palace for over a month. Bachan just couldn't leave the patient like Sagi high and dry, so now the whole group is stuck in the land of birds to help with an investigation into who was trying to take over the country. While noble, it was going to set him so far behind. It wasn't that Naruto didn't sympathize with Toki and Tsushima. Normally, he was all about saving the day and protecting the helpless. However, that was before he was informed that Bachan couldn't train him in any ninjutsu while they were hiding out. She had set up a basic barrier, but between his power level, the threat of enemy ninja, and the lack of space, practicing anything but some taijutsu was out of the question. Instead of sparring and spitting out fireballs, he was going to be stuck studying and playing board games for weeks. It just wasn't fair. When was he going to learn something powerful enough to feel useful in a fight again? Now the whole group was stuck in the hidden passageways underneath the palace until they figured out who was trying to kill the royal family. From the way Bachan was describing things, she, Hinata and Shizune would be working on the investigation. Tsushima would be staying here to ensure an unbiased examination of Masu and to keep Toki and Sagi company. On the other hand, Naruto was going to be staying put in the passages reading and learning theories until his eyes bled. For a ninja of action, this whole situation was nothing but trouble. As far as he was concerned, there just wasn't a single good thing about staying in the land of birds. Suddenly, the wall swung open, allowing the robed figure of the daimyo to appear. Well, I think that will take care of any difficulty from the court for a while. Hold on for a minute, Naruto, and I'll join you. Heading into a room to the side, Sagi quickly changed before re-emerging as Toki with a new haircut. Ah, that's better. Sitting in front of the sulking Jinchuriki, Toki smiled. You know, in all the confusion, I don't believe that I have had a chance to show my gratitude to you yet, Naruto-kun. If you hadn't interfered, I might have stopped Tsunade from healing my brother. Thank you for your quick thinking. Turning red from the attractive woman's compliment, Naruto felt his resentment dwindle rapidly. Ah, it was no problem for Toki Haim. I know you were just confused and it all worked out in the end. Sighing, the princess shook her head. Still, I feel a bit bad. Thanks to our troubles, your training has to be put on hold. I know that you have no obligation to help us and just want you to know that I appreciate your sacrifice. Is there anything that I can do to make it up to you? Blushing at the pictures that her comments summoned, Naruto gulped. Well, there is one thing that might be helpful. Raising an eyebrow, Toki gestured carelessly. While our current circumstances are somewhat cramped, I will do my best to accommodate your requests. What do you need? Scratching his head, he gave the brunette a sheepish grin. You wouldn't know how to play Go, do you? I might as well get some strategy training in, and I am really getting sick of Chinese checkers. Looking over the scroll before him, Jiraiya bit his lip. When he actually listed all of the things that needed to be done as soon as possible, it got to be a little intimidating. While he might be willing to put in the work, stuff like this didn't get you praise or recognition. What babe would be impressed with the cracking of a 4-pronged control seal? If this was the sort of crap Naruto wanted the Hokage position for, maybe he should have double-checked for more limiter seals. First, he had to break the Hyuga seal. The clan was currently in decline within the village, and there would never be a better time to free the Hyuga branch house. Not only would the split of the clan weaken their position, it would leave the Hyuga elders without protection. Honestly, in his opinion the world would be a much nicer place without those bigots. But more importantly, their deaths could pave the way for proper reforms. Next, he needed to fix this problem with the root members. Danzo was no seal master, but one of subordinates was fairly skilled to come up with their design. The tricky part was the numerous dead man switches that seemed to be hardwired into the seal's structure. Danzo's documents gave generalities, but if Konoha was ever going to fully discover that old bastard's crimes, they needed the root ninja to talk. Perhaps after some deprogramming, they could try out careers as proper ninja of the leaf. If that wasn't dramatic enough, the subjects of the Uchiha breeding project were getting antsy. While the Toad Sage would have preferred more Kunoichi volunteers, enough civilian families were interested to warrant starting. However, with Orochimaru desperate to acquire Uchiha genetic samples, he would have to map out a series of security measures to ensure the safety of the offspring. In all honesty, he might just have to set up some decoy pregnancies to ensure the safety of the rebuilt clan. At least he still could have his fun with the advisors' council. Between painting fences, digging for potatoes, babysitting, and hunting for Tora, Himura and Kaharu were both getting worn to the bone. If they kept this up, he would have to evaluate their ability within the week. However, both were getting so exhausted that the thought of sneaking a message to the daimyo was probably nowhere in their minds. It might only be a temporary tactic, but he had to admit the evaluation was becoming a lot of fun. The perverted sage's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden poof of smoke. Blinking, he beheld the tall form of Kakashi, Jonin of Konoha. Between his disheveled hair to his perverted reading material, Kakashi was the picture of relaxation and indifference. Also, his sensing skills were as sharp as ever. If the copycat ninja ever tried to read Icha in front of Tsunade, she probably would remove his Sharingan through his asshole. Idly turning a page, the silver-haired ninja commented lazily. You know Jiraiya, if Tsunade catches you in her chair, she might just kill you this time. Smirking, the Toad Sage shook his head. No matter how much of a genius this kid was, he could never seem to learn when to shut up. Yeah, Kakashi, you might want to sit down for a bit. You are a lot later than normal, and I think you need to get caught up. Quirking an eyebrow, the copycat sat for his debriefing. An experience that would emotionally scar him more than the Third Great Ninja War and Team 7 combined. Chapter 15. Swirling Blossoms. Keeping her activated, Hinata silently crept towards the tomb of the former daimyo Washi. With a number of forces protecting the palace during the infection, she had to be very careful not to be seen. If even one soldier recognized her features, Bird Country might try to cause problems with Konoha. That was not the sort of situation that anybody needed right now, so she had to ensure her mission went off without a hitch. Otherwise, they might have to leave Tsushima, Toki and Sagi to this den of vipers. Luckily, one of the previous daimyo had been fairly paranoid about assassination. Underneath the palace were a large number of tunnels, carefully positioned to allow escape up to 100 meters outside the residence's walls. Using these pathways, Hinata had been able to sneak out to check the deceased daimyo's body with little fanfare. When questioned about allowing them so much access, Toki had shrugged helplessly. What is the point of maintaining the secret if it gets my family killed? I can simply have them filled interchanged when this is all over. It's nothing personal, but I have to keep some secret or you might try to take over next. Positioning herself in a grove of trees 50 meters from the structure, the shy Hyuga sighed in relief. Compared to watching a hyperactive Naruto, looking over the tomb was a simple process. Besides, why would any faction waste the time or resources to guard a corpse? As far as everyone was concerned, Daimyo Iwashi's death was a simple tragedy. Examining the body would only stir up chaos with rumors and speculation. Focusing her sight on the interior of the tomb, Hinata frowned. The body was fairly well preserved, but around the chest area was a discolored section focused within the heart. Although significantly more advanced, this was the same sort of injury that Sagi had possessed before Tsunade-sensei had healed him. As unfortunate as it was, Iwashi had definitely been murdered by the same assailant as the one who targeted his son. That most likely meant enemy ninja and another plot to take over the country. Really now, did all the missing ninja subscribe to the same magazines or something? It was almost like they were recycling each other's material. Taking one more look at the surroundings, Hinata blinked in confusion. Well, the pathways that Toki had indicated appeared as clear as day before her sight, a number of alternate rooms and hidden passages also seemed to be present. Some simply appeared to be abandoned, but several had people housed within them. Judging from their chakra networks, a lot of these forces were ninjas. Although no significant signatures were apparent, these sorts of numbers could easily become a problem. Withdrawing from her position, Hinata thought rapidly. Someone was clearly amassing ninja within the country. Now while this could all be a misunderstanding, she would better first kiss with Naruto that whoever controlled the ninja had also been behind the poisoning attempt. Hinata knew she had to tell Tsunade-sensei right away. There was no way they could plan a defense without more information. Leaning back, Jiraiya smirked at the younger ninja. Really Kakashi, I thought you would be happy for me. Your favorite author is moving up in the world. Due to Tsunade's official decree, I have been named as regent and Rakudame after 6 months of service. Noting the stiffening in Kakashi's shoulders, the Toad Sage didn't even bother to suppress his smile. The little prick had been a jerk under Minato and now was suffering a heart attack before 50. Ah, karma was such a beautiful thing. Putting his book away, Kakashi sat down heavily without invitation. Well, we knew that Tsunade was a little stressed out, but we really should have had someone other than Shizune do her yearly physical. When it comes to the little things, she tends to be a bit negligent. Smile falling from his face, Jiraiya felt his eyebrow twitch. If it wasn't so much fun setting the advisors' council on Tora, Kakashi would have gotten a new lifelong assignment for that little stunt. Well, not that you would be interested, but Tsunade needed a lot of time to correct the damage done to Naruto. Given the nature of his injuries, she determined that treatment within the village would be counterproductive, so she is taking a sabbatical to deal with the problem. Rubbing his temples, the Toad Sage sighed. He had so wanted to take the little brat on as his own apprentice, and this complication ruined that. Maybe Tsunade-chan would be willing to share when she got back. Blinking, Kakashi eyed Jiraiya oddly. I don't know exactly what you have heard of Jiraiya, but I was just as upset when I heard that Sasuke had attacked Naruto with a Chidori. Given that they would be kept separate during Naruto's recovery and Sasuke's punishment, you don't possibly think that I would attack him, do you? Thinking over how the last statement might have sounded, Jiraiya winced. But ninjas tended to become unusually paranoid, and despite his flaws, Kakashi was a good ninja. Shaking his head in resignation, Jiraiya began to explain the injuries, the seals, and the reactions of the population. Naruto's life was complicated enough without having to deal with all that shit while healing. So you see Kakashi, she was simply thinking of the boy's welfare. Naruto was the one who convinced her to come back to Konoha, and this sort of abuse really pissed her off. So, removing him from the village to prevent any accidents was simply seen as the best available option. Making him an apprentice was just another way to offer more protection and a bit of icing on the cake. Looking somewhat shaken, Kakashi palmed his face in apparent frustration. What were those fools thinking? Sensei's seal was among the most complex and brilliant in history. Doing anything that could potentially damage it could have been suicide. We were lucky that he was such a genius or the village could have been flattened. Sighing, the silver-haired ninja smiled wearily. At least it was Naruto, so everything should be alright. Shocked, Jiraiya slammed his hand into the desk. Kakashi. I can't believe you. This is your student here, and you are brushing off some very serious injuries. I thought that with all your talk of teamwork and loyalty, you'd care more that Naruto was nearly crippled over this. Meeting the Toad Sage's glare with apparent calm, Kakashi smirked. Now, Jiraiya calmed down. I have seen just what Naruto is capable of, which is why I am not worried in the slightest. Sure, this is bad news, but nothing keeps that kid down for long. Compound that with the fact that the best medical ninja in the world are personally attending to his needs, and I bet he'll be fully recovered in 2 or 3 months. Growling at his apparent arrogance, Jiraiya fumed. That might normally be the case, but I don't know if you properly appreciate just what was done to the kid. Kakashi, every single bit of his muscle memory has to be rewritten from scratch. His chakra control is probably at the level of a baby, while his reserves match those of any 3 cages. Whole muscle groups will have to be broken down past the level of his natural regeneration and reshaped into proper alignment. Damn it man, you were his sensei. If anyone should know the trouble he is going to be dealing with, it should be you. Blinking at the boldly listed amount of damage, Kakashi leaned forward. You are telling me that Naruto was that limited during our training? Seeing the angry nod, the copycat closed his eyes in apparent resignation. I knew that Naruto was having trouble, but simply thought that some of his instructors had sabotaged his basics in the academy. I had hoped that constant experience would help fill in the gaps a bit before teaching him anything that could potentially damage himself or his teammates. Perhaps I should have given him more than I did, but I didn't want to throw off the team dynamic. Snorting, Jiraiya looked at the ceiling in irritation. You mean, show him anything that would have pissed the Uchiha off, don't you? Predictably, Kakashi didn't appear to have a response to that one. Stretching out after his training, Naruto admitted he was bored. All that Tsunade Bachan would let him do right now was taijutsu forms and sparring. However, with the Slug Sannin and Shizune Nichan working on the Prince and Hinata off on recon, practicing forms for the 50th time got old. Unfortunately, that limited who he could hang out with. Kashima was off reading at the moment, pouting that they still suspected Mausu of treason. That left Toki Haim, who was reviewing the latest batch of issues to be presented to the court. Judging from the damage to the walls, it was less than fun. Hi Toki Haim. What are you up to? Gulping, Naruto stepped back from the glare leveled at him. He had not gotten such a crappy reception since dumping laxatives in the Jonin Lounge's coffee pot. Hey, what did I do? I've been training for the last few hours and thought I would see what you were up to. That's no reason to get so mad at me. Sighing, Toki rubbed her temples in apparent frustration. Sorry Naruto, it's nothing personal. I've just been trying to deliberate these petitions for a while now. I had no idea that Sagi had to deal with such troublesome issues all day. Thank the heavens that he's taking this job back once Tsunade is done healing him. Blinking, Naruto looked over her shoulder only to get a headache from the tiny print. What the hell is this all about? I can't make heads or tails of it. Smiling, Toki looked over the archaic script with practiced ease. Well, in this petition 2 of the nobles are arguing about a plot of land. One of the nobles offered to purchase the land from the other with a payment that included some valuable jewelry. However, after finalizing the sale, the noble had the jewelry appraised and discovered a few of the pieces were fakes. They want royal intervention to determine who was in the wrong and what reparations should be made. Blinking, Naruto grinned, that's easy. The guy who bought the land with fake gems should give the land back and publicly apologize. Shaking her head, Toki rebutted, unfortunately, he is claiming that he was unaware that the pieces were fakes. Although there is evidence that he is lying, the man is too well connected to simply call him on it. Scratching his head, Naruto thought about it. Well, what if he simply pays the guy the proper value of the land he should have if the gems were real? That way, he saves face and everybody gets what they bargained for. Rolling her eyes, Toki sighed, that might work if the noble wasn't claiming that the switch from real to fakes occurred after the deal was finalized. Not only is he calling the receiving noble a liar, but any direct refuting of his statement could spark a minor civil war between the two groups. Frowning, Naruto felt a headache coming on. This was a lot harder than he thought. Okay, well they think you're the daimyo, right? Why don't you just retake the land and distribute it between the two based upon the value of the money versus the gems? Leaning back, Toki deeply sighed, inadvertently distracting the blonde. If the royal family was seen as taking such a strong-arm approach to politics, it could cause destability within the court. Our position has already been compromised by our father's death. Taking too many liberties could cost us valuable support in an already difficult time. The debate went on almost forever, with Naruto making suggestion after suggestion that were all rejected. Finally, after a heated 20-minute debate, they agreed that the official response would be that the deal was finalized and nothing could be done. However, the cheating noble would then be forced to repair a damaged perimeter wall at his own expense. It would improve his publicity, but drain any profit he acquired from the swindle. Thus, everyone would get what they wanted more or less. Falling backwards, Naruto felt like he had run a marathon. Man, Toki home was a tough one. Do you really have to do this every day? Smiling at his help, as crude as it had been, Toki stretched her sore muscles. Well, not all decisions are quite that thorny. However, as leader of the country for the moment, it is my responsibility to ensure that my decisions protect the people. Every choice could be the difference between peace and discord or simply an inconvenience. However, that is what my father always thought, and that is what both myself and Sagi were taught growing up. We have to work for the good of the whole after all. Frowning, Naruto wondered what would happen when he became Hokage. Would he have to make compromises like that to ensure the peace of the village? Or could he find a better way? Heading down the street, Kurenai sighed at the sight of her new teammate. Each walked towards the Hokage's tower in silence, apparently lost in their thoughts. There was no hostility, but she sensed no affability either. Shino was staring at an insect, Sakura was keeping her head down, and Kiba was scratching Akamaru's ears. However, no one would look a teammate in the eye. This would be the 4th D-ranked mission that they would take since Kiba rejoined the team. Surprisingly, the number of lower-ranked missions had dropped significantly, so they had resolved to take them on alternating days when not training. Each had been a success on paper, but none had accomplished her objective. The team still would not work together in a cohesive unit. Every time that they set out to accomplish their mission, Shino would direct his teammates to finish their goals with a minimum of interest. Then the genin would separate into different directions, not saying a word to one another. Despite the efficiency of the strategy, none of the kids seemed interested in any bonding during the mission. However, once the day's activities ended, Shino and Kiba would leave together, ignoring Sakura. Although the pink-haired Kunoichi had proved her strength, the others didn't seem interested in friendship. No matter what the Genjutsu mistress tried, she couldn't manage to improve the group's dynamic. The boys would make a focused effort to ignore their fellow female genin members. Shino did it out of loyalty to Kiba, Kiba did it out of residual anger, and Sakura complied to avoid confrontation. Organized trips were circumvented with family plans, team-building exercises were done without comment, and confrontations both as a group and individually accomplished nothing. The sad fact was, while her team members trusted Sakura's potential, they refused to fully trust her. If it continued for much longer, Kurenai would pull her hair out. The worst thing to see was the way that Sakura was withdrawing into herself. She had always seemed a fairly happy girl whenever Kurenai had seen her around town. However, ever since teammate had begun to really work together, Sakura had stopped opening up around them. It was subtle, but Sakura seemed unnerved by the animosity and unable to deal with it. While she might miss Hinata, the Genjutsu mistress had no desire to quash Sakura's potential out of spite. Unfortunately, the same apparently could not be said about her team. This separation had to be stopped if anything constructive was going to be accomplished. Evaluating the group, she came to a decision. Since we have successfully taken 4 D-rank missions, I think that this group could use a bit of a challenge. If everyone performs adequately on the upcoming assignment, I will consider applying for a C-rank mission next week. Does anyone have an issue with this idea? Judging from the feral smile on Kiba's face, she might as well have done a striptease for the boy. Alright, we finally got a good mission. We are going to kick so much ass that Jiraiya-sama won't know what to do with us. Right, guys. Shino sighed in apparent agreement and Sakura nodded nervously. Very well then, let's hurry up. You know how competitive it's been lately to pick up a D rank, so we had better pick up the pace to get a good one. Increasing their speed, teammate began to power walk down the street. However, if she had known what was waiting for them at the end of that road, Kurenai might have delayed a bit. While helpful in the long term, the following events would prove traumatic in a way that no teacher enjoys. After all, broken trust is one of the hardest lessons to learn if the easiest to teach. Frowning, Shizune pulled her cloak closer around her face. The groups of ninja that Hinata had described were not particularly well hidden. However, with the local forces being what they were, it was easy to see how they could be overlooked. Most of the local military were conscripts with basic training, or militia a step above that. Any beginning ninja worth their salt could avoid an army with this level of skill in their sleep. Upon further analysis, however, it was clear that the two groups knew of one another. Their interaction was fleeting, but when it occurred, the tension could be cut with a knife. While the ninja were not what she would consider skilled, they were still several levels above the power of the normal soldiers. However, Shizune was not considered a high-level ninja of Konoha for nothing. Suppressing her chakra, she managed to slip into each camp one after another. Luckily, like all military groups, the militia and the ninja had grunts who felt chatty when bored. Listening into their conversations was a breeze. Apparently, the various normal soldier groups were firmly behind the tactician Kame. Many of the officers within the military branches had been trained by him at one point or another. While the royal family had their loyalty, Kame had their respect. So with the power of the daimyo waning, some were considering possible replacements. Despite some claims of modest disinterest, the tactician was still considered one of the top contenders for the spot. Therefore several of the militia members were discussing the situation while making plans to support his theoretical bid for power. On the other hand, while more secretive, the ninja forces were nearly as easy to read. On the surface, they were led by several higher-level ninjas of approximate Chunin rank. However, their main loyalty was apparently to Maosu. No major details of their relationship to the kindly advisor that Tsushima described were released, but reading between the lines was simple enough. The bottom line was all the ninja within Bird Country would listen to Maosu first and the throne second. So even if Kame gained the position, it was not going to be an easy transition of power. Both groups realized they were on opposite sides of the power struggle, hence the tension that she sensed earlier. However, that was not even the most troubling fact of the situation. The ninja forces were not from an established village, but members of the wandering ninja faction. Every ninja village was aware of this group and several had sizable bounties on their heads. Being unaffiliated wanderers, these ninja learned every technique through theft and deception. While their abilities were considered significantly lower quality than average, the wandering ninja made up for this with lies, deceptions and creativity. It spoke poorly of Maosu to have contracted such a self-serving clan. Noting a meeting between the advisor and a blue-haired squad leader of some sort, Shizune frowned. Although Maosu appeared to be a simple old man, there was something wrong with his shape. Every movement was slightly out of alignment with her perception of his body. But that disassociation only happened when someone was transformed into a different body type. If that was the case, then Maosu could be a ninja himself. Tsunade-sama needed to know this at once. Shaking his head in resignation, Kakashi eyed the Toad Sage warily. Alright then Jiraiya, since you brought it up, what is the final punishment of Sasuke anyways? I had to leave before Tsunade came to a decision. Narrowing his eyes, Jiraiya shook his head. Well, the short version is the kid will never be a ninja again. His chakra has been sealed and he will be held in an Anbu prison without human contact for the rest of his life. In addition, genetic samples will be taken to re-establish the Uchiha clan through artificial insemination. With those words, the copycat felt his world collapse underneath him. But that's insane. Sasuke had to be at least partially influenced by the cursed seal. Well, I do believe that he should be punished, stripping him of his legacy and using him like a breeding stud is going too far. Meeting his anger calmly, Jiraiya returned, his primary duty to Konoha was the re-establishment of the Uchiha clan. When Sasuke tried to flee to a known enemy of the village with a Sharingan, he lost the right to dictate terms. For years that kid has been getting what he wants because of his potential, not only as a ninja, but as a clan head. Even after spitting on that obligation, he is still expected to do his duty. I don't care if he's the Shodaime reborn. Sasuke is a traitor, and now he has to pay the penalty. Glowering at the bald hatred being shown to his student, Kakashi muttered, how is this different from something Orochimaru would do? Here we are, stealing the Uchiha bloodline and legacy for our own selfish desires. Would the Sandaime really have accepted such a decision? Snorting, Jiraiya shook his head. The difference is that we are only accepting volunteers for the mothers of the new Uchiha clan. The legacy and power of the Uchiha is simply a portion of the village, not something above the rest of us. Sasuke was the guardian of the Uchiha legacy and failed in his duty. Now, it is our responsibility to take over where he left off. Holding his head in pain, Kakashi knew that on some level Jiraiya was correct. Sasuke was supposed to work towards the betterment of the village while rebuilding his clan. One of the major reasons he seemed to concentrate on Sasuke during training was to build up his ties to the village and ensure his loyalty. However, while the kid's actions were horrible, he couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Never again would he abandon a comrade to fate. It might take time, but somehow, Kakashi knew that he could save his student. This would be his promise of a lifetime. Blinking, Jiraiya snapped his fingers. Oh, I almost forgot. Since we are discussing your team, I have the information on Sakura's placement as well. Just let me get them for you. Frowning, Kakashi almost slapped his head in annoyance. So that's what he had been forgetting lately. It had been driving him nuts since the border. As her sensei, he should check in on the cute little Kunoichi, shouldn't he? Oh, I'm sure there's no problem there. Sakura probably landed on her feet somewhere, so I'm not too worried about her. That would prove to be one of the copycat's largest mistakes in years. Because none of the information was particularly classified, Jiraiya hadn't bothered to initiate the privacy seals hidden throughout the room. Not to mention, since the subject was such a sensitive one, both ninja were a little slack on their situational awareness. Hearing the door slam open, both Kakashi and Jiraiya turned in surprise. Standing in the entrance was one Haruno Sakura, in full righteous feminine anger mode. Kakashi idly noted a startled teammate behind his student, but that really didn't register. The sight of a crying, angry Kunoichi was a little too distracting, all things considered. Gulping, suddenly Kakashi had a much greater respect for his hyperactive student. Facing that on a regular basis and coming back for more must have taken balls of freaking diamond. Enjoying a cup of sake after dinner, Tsunade was surprised by the sudden appearance of Naruto. Hey, Bachan. Can we talk for a bit? Smiling, the medic patted the seat next to her in invitation. Go ahead, Naruto. What can I do for you? Looking uncommonly nervous, the young Chunin scratched the back of his head. Well, Bachan, Tokiheim and I talked after my taijutsu practice this afternoon. She was dealing with all of this court intrigue stuff and let me help her a bit. But it was really hard and after 2 hours I thought my head was going to explode. Being a Hokage isn't going to be that bad, is it? I mean, I'll just have to kick the crap out of our enemies and protect everybody, right? Snorting, Tsunade downed the shot of sake in one gulp. Sorry to break it to you Naruto, but Hokage involves a lot of politics and not so much straight fighting. By the time you get the hat, a Hokage spends most of their time dealing with paperwork and maintaining the balance of power within the village. It's one of the reasons that Sarutobi-sensei was able to keep the job for so long. Eyes wide in surprise, Naruto looked like someone had stolen his ramen. But they never tell us about that stuff in the academy. All they say is that the Hokage is the strongest and best of the village, and we have to respect them. When does paperwork come into it? Patting him on the head, Tsunade's smile turned wistful. Oh, they love to spread stories of valor and bravery in that academy. It keeps the students interested and gives them something to shoot for. No one wants to hear about the Hokage who sacrifices a valuable ninja to maintain peace. Or the hours of paperwork they have to fill out to maintain the village's security and infrastructure. Oh, and let's not forget the clans who all fight for additional power and prestige. The only reason the Hokage has to be so strong is to keep his or her own forces in line. Not to fight the battles, but be honored enough to ensure others will fight them. A ninja leader has the hardest job after all. They have to stay behind while others die to ensure the success of the mission. Outing, Naruto refused to be mollified. Then how did you learn about this stuff? If it's not in the academy, and Kakashi-sensei never taught it to us. When do you study to be a leader? Frowning at the reminder of the lazy Jonin, Tsunade sighed. It's not something that you learn overnight, Naruto. The first step is becoming the squad leader of your genin team. While no one stands out as the definitive leader within Team 7, most of the other genin teams have a member who demonstrates some level of control over their teammates. For example, in Team 10 Shikamaru took control, while Niji took control in Team Guy. That provides a command structure for the group that allows for greater flexibility in taking and managing missions. Leaning back, Tsunade paused while taking another drink. Then there are Chunin-level ninja. They are often required to demonstrate a level of leadership over larger groups of genin or other Chunin. This is determined not only through tests and trials, but experience and natural ability. As time goes on, if you are good enough, a ninja works together with other ninjas as both subordinate and superior to the point that political maneuvering becomes a necessary skill just to survive. You have to be aware of so many elements within a team dynamic that raw experience prepares you more than any formal lesson ever could. Since I was an elite jonin under Sarutobi-sensei, I'm used to ordering anyone from a group of genin to squads of Anbu. It might be a little simplistic, but that's all it really takes in the end. Closing his eyes, Naruto sighed. Well, that's all fine and dandy for you Bachan, but what are Hinata and I supposed to do? We're both Chunin, but neither of us really have any chance at that kind of experience, do we? I mean, we'll be working directly under you and Shizune Nichan for a while, so when can we start to lead groups like that? You don't have any ideas, do you? Smiling at his earnest concern, Tsunade had an evil thought. If you want some extra experience in politics, why don't you see about helping Tokidono some more? It might be boring, but this would be an excellent chance to understand how paperwork works in the real world. If you're still bored after that, I'll make a point of quizzing both you and Hinata on some simulated situations to get you ready to deal with that sort of thing. What do you think? Seeing his resolution, it was all Tsunade could do to hold back an evil cackle. Not only was Naruto going to get some valuable training in running a country, but he could keep an eye on Toki for her. While it was clear that the young princess was willing to work with him, she wasn't exactly gracious about it. Having someone keep a close eye on her would do wonders for the Hokage's state of mind and keep Naruto distracted from the lack of ninjutsu practice. Reaching into her pack, the slug princess found the scroll she needed. Now that we've decided what to do, I want you to hit the books again. Start examining the most common forms of poison S within the fire country and expect a quiz within the next 2 days. Do you understand? Sighing, Naruto took the reading material before retreating. Sakura didn't have a single thought in her head upon entering the office. All she had heard within the last 30 seconds had been her old sensei's voice and a casual dismissal. Most ninja would not be moved to tears by such limited stimuli, but those ninja were not kunoichi. The kunoichi used emotions, played games with perceptions, and used others more so than any chess master. But that sort of manipulation was not what drove her anger or focused it upon the constantly tardy jonin. No, his casual dismissal, constant hypocrisy and the belittlement of her peers for over a month were more than enough to accomplish that. So that's it, Kakashi-sensei. You've decided that I will get by and don't need your help either. What part of a ninja who abandons their comrades is trash do you actually believe? Shaking his head, Kakashi spoke softly in response, Sakura, please calm down. I wasn't worried because I knew that if Tsunade was good enough to make arrangements for Naruto, she would make a point of taking care of you as well. Heck, she'd do it for no other reason than to placate the little knucklehead. I wasn't trying to abandon you at all, and in my defense checking up on the teammates who had major injuries before I left is not meant as a slight against you. Taking a deep breath, Sakura surprisingly refused to back down. Right, so someone else has to do your job for you, huh? I don't mind that you're worried about the others. What I'm worried about is your need to get us all killed. Every sense that I have described your training methods looks at me like I'm insane. You gave us one control exercise, some recognition, and 2 lost hours a day. Then you send us into the Chunin exam with that sort of experience. We only survived because of dumb luck. Scratching his head, Kakashi appeared to smile under his mask. Well Sakura, I was trying to develop your teamwork. Each of you had such different requirements in terms of ability that it was simpler to make you work together than try to develop your specialties. Besides, I had several responsibilities outside the team that prevented me from always being on time, so I thought that I would give you a chance to further your bonds through socialization. Blinking at his audacity, Sakura growled, you left us on our own for hours, without any sort of training schedule, just to give us a chance to socialize. That's the most ridiculous thing that I have ever heard. You might as well have aimed a kunai to our backs. We were taking missions and needed all the training that we could get. Shaking his head, Kakashi gave her a mournful look. I am not sure where all this hostility is coming from, Sakura, but I never wanted you to die. I cared about all of my students and wanted to ensure you all grew into great and powerful ninjas. Cracking her knuckles, Sakura only intensified her glare. Then why the hell did you teach Sasuke the Chidori when Naruto and I only got the tree walking exercise? Every single ninja in my generation is treating me like a lazy failure because I don't know more than the Academy Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. You're Sharingan Kakashi with over 1,000 moves. Don't you think that maybe there was a technique or two in that grab bag for your other students? Narrowing his eyes, Kakashi straightened his back. If you must know Sakura, I withheld training because I wasn't sure you would use it properly. You didn't demonstrate to me the level of competence or drive needed to be a ninja, and until that changed, I saw no reason to teach you something that you could end up using improperly. Now stand down already, you're making a scene. Feeling the stares of the other ninja, Sakura felt cold. She was being written off again by the one teacher who should have supported her. The pink-haired Kunoichi hadn't wanted to believe it, but now things were clear. Hada Kakashi did not care about her, and never did. Finding her composure, Sakura turned before approaching a surprised Kurenai-sensei. I'm sorry ma'am, but I do not believe that I will be able to put forth the best of my ability today. I will report for duty tomorrow at our normal training ground, okay? Not waiting for acknowledgement, she turned one last glare at the silver-haired Cyclops. Since I no longer need to stroke Sasuke's ego, I am fairly sure we won't be dealing with each other again, Jonin Kakashi. Have a pleasant day. Ignoring the others, Sakura fled as quickly as she could. Humming to herself, Shizune prepared the examination room with practiced ease. Secondary chakra shielding was set up to preserve the sanitation of the area, while the temporary surgery table was cleared of any debris. Then, using a combination of disinfectant and a special medical herbal paste, the medic ensured that no contaminants should get into their work. Although this wasn't the best she or Tsunade-sama had dealt with, the room would have to do. Given the response to their intel, the group would have a lot of free time on their hands. When given the information on Mausu and the military friction, both Toki and Tsushima seemed shocked. The image that the old man presented to the world gave no indication of formal military training, and the idea that he might be a ninja was horribly counterintuitive. However, Toki was hesitant to act only on their word. Thanking them for their efforts, the princess explained that she wanted to independently verify the information and talk with her brother before initiating any sort of attack. Although the lack of trust clearly irritated Tsunade-sama, Shizune could understand where the young ruler was coming from. They had no credentials in the land of birds, and Mausu was very highly placed. Anyone in such a situation would be careful before acting. However, now the group had some more spare time, while Toki verified their information. Although Naruto's chakra was too intense for any ninjutsu training, there was little to keep Hinata from improving. They had already decided on an updated version of the medical ninja dodging training that would be perfect for the Byakugan. In addition, she was finally ready to learn the basics of Tsunade's strength technique. Since they had the time and such limited space, Naruto would actually gain some background training in Jinjutsu. Between that and the impromptu political debates he seemed to be getting into with the princess, the blonde should be properly distracted for the short term. While their training methods would have to be significantly adjusted to the new pattern, Shizune thought things would work out alright. Naruto's training had reached a point where some precision and mental development could only help his skills. Not only could he throw a kick, by the time they left he should know the hows and whens of using the kick. Hinata had grown by leaps and bounds, but her control and endurance could only be improved with practice. Neither would be a powerhouse yet, but both should be solid Chunin ranked ninja by the time this ordeal was over. It just left Tsunade and herself to occupy. While they would be training the younger apprentices and looking after Sagi's health on the side, each medic had a surprisingly large amount of free time to themselves. Normally, Tsunade would have used this opportunity to gamble or drink, but the available cohorts to enjoy this with were limited. So instead, Shizune had suggested a project to keep busy. With the limited resources of vegetable country, they had been unable to make any headway so far. Entering the sanitized room, Tsunade shot her first apprentice a serious look. I believe that the room is as good as it's going to get. Hinata's monitoring Sagi for us while Naruto keeps Shishima and Toki busy. Now is the best time to begin work, so please remove the scroll. Nodding her acceptance, Shizune removed a storage scroll and placed it on the table. Making the requisite hand signs, Shizune remained focused during the familiar poof of smoke. Spread before the two medics was the corpse of the leader of the Sound 5, Kimimaro. Thanks to the properties of the scroll, the enemy ninja had not aged a day since his recovery weeks ago. Taking out a metal scalpel, Tsunade smirked. Alright, I think that now is as good a time as any to discover the nature of the cursed seal. Jiraiya hasn't had any luck decoding the seal matrix, so let's find out what this stupid little mark is doing to the body's physiology. Nodding in agreement, Shizune began to scan the ninja's bloodstream, seeking to understand the enzyme that led to one of the Snake Sanin's most effective biological weapons. Sniffing the air, Kiba growled, okay, she's over this Kurenai-sensei. It shouldn't take us more than 5 minutes to get there. Nodding, the Genjutsu mistress pinned her students with a look. Now I know that you have had issues with Sakura since her acceptance into the team, but I will not allow such petty actions to affect us today. What you saw should have been private but was blasted to the heavens. Right now the poor girl is probably mortified and miserable, so as a team it is our duty to help her, understood? Feeling a bit self-conscious, the dog ninja nodded his acceptance. He might not like the girl right now, but that didn't mean he wanted her crying alone somewhere. They found the little cherry blossom sitting by the memorial of the dead in training ground 7. His mother had taken him by there once, pointing out relatives and friends who had fallen to defend his homeland. Next to dying at home surrounded by grandchildren, the Inuzuka saw the memorial as the greatest end to honor the village. However, all Kiba's techniques brought him now were signs of pain. His ears heard the tears of his teammate, while he could smell her frustration, anger and depression. Sakura always seemed so strong and brash at times, but now it was like she was falling apart. Lowering herself next to the Kunoichi silently, Kurenai-sensei touched her shoulder. Sakura, are you alright? The reaction was immediate. Straightening, Sakura instinctively rubbed her eyes before plastering a nervous smile on her face. Ah, Kurenai-sensei. I'm sorry, but I didn't think that I would be able to continue my duties today. I apologize for the inconvenience and will do better tomorrow. Shaking her head, the Genjutsu mistress smiled softly. Would you like to talk about it? That looked rather heated back there. Blushing, Sakura eyed her teammates. Well, I don't know sensei. I don't want to be a bother. Eyebrow twitching in irritation, Kiba stomped forward. Oh, stop trying to act so tough, Sakura. You basically called your old sensei out in the Hokage's office, so there's no reason to get so embarrassed now. Coloring slightly, Sakura glared at him. Hey, I know that I'm just a stand-in, Kiba. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to simply spill stuff to amuse you. So back off. Blinking at her anger, Kiba narrowed his eyes. What makes you think that you are a stand-in? You're a member of the squad, and your problems are now our problems. Sakura looked at him, before laughing with surprising bitterness. Oh, so now I'm a member of this squad. Now that I show you how pathetic I can be, you think it would be fun to pretend to be interested in my affairs. It's not like you haven't made your position clear on my presence here. So why do you care now? Reeling back from the assault, even Kiba began to feel a bit guilty. Sure, they hadn't exactly been friendly, but were he and Shino really that bad? Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he turned to his other teammate. Shino might be a little creepy, but he always knew what to say in the end. Sakura, is it true that you only knew the basic academy, tree climbing and dispelling upon entering the Chunin exams? Sniffing a bit, Sakura sighed, yeah pretty much. Most of our training involved doing D-ranked missions and waiting around for sensei to show up. The only reason that we even learned the tree climbing exercise was for a quick boost to our chakra control in enemy territory during a misranked mission. Shaking his head in disbelief, Kiba glared at her. Yeah right. So you're telling me that Sasuke's little combo technique during the preliminaries and Naruto's shadow clone were picked up during academy lessons? I must have been out the day they covered high-level finishing moves. Narrowing her eyes, Sakura sighed. Yeah, like Kakashi-sensei would teach us stuff like that. Sasuke learned the lion's combo from copying Lee's Taijutsu before the written exam with his Sharingan. As for Naruto, he somehow figured out the shadow clone right before the secondary Genin test. Kakashi-sensei had nothing to do with either of those moves. Heck, the only one to even get personal special training during the break was Sasuke, and that was the first time that Kakashi showed any real interest at all. Raising an eyebrow, Kurenai-sensei asked in clear shock, "Wait, you're telling me the student who couldn't manage a simple clone technique somehow learned shadow clone within a couple of days? That's insane." Nodding, Shino threw his 2 cents in, however, that story does make sense on the face of it. In Naruto's duel with Kiba, the only techniques he used were shadow clone, transformation and some improvised jutsu. None of those moves seemed to involve anything advanced besides natural flexibility and strategy. Therefore, I can only conclude that Sakura is correct. Their sensei was rather negligent in his duties. Looking into the girl's eyes, Kiba was forced to agree. She might have taken Hinata's place, but Sakura wasn't some interloper or evil bitch. Apparently she was actually just as much a victim of Team 7 as Naruto. Rubbing his eyes, Kiba offered a hand. "Alright then, since you're so far behind we should get some training in. By now all the D rank missions are gone for the day, so let's not burn any more daylight. If you're going to pull your weight around here, you had better get ready to hurt. No one takes it easy on a girl in Team 8, understood?" Sakura eyed the hand for a moment before smiling. "Thanks Kiba, I won't let you down." With a mighty clap, 2 hands joined as comrades, if not friends. Thus, Team 8 was reborn. Chapter 16. The Accidental Apprentice. Nervously looking over his shoulder, Genin Akam and Manabu walked down the quiet street. Rumors were flying about an infiltration team that was attacking Konoha Ninja. Already, nearly 20 Chunin and 10 Jonin had fallen to this mysterious force. No one had died, but each humiliation was seen as a subtle sort of warning. Sure, the assailants could have simply killed their victims, but that didn't inspire the same sort of terror as tying them up and leaving them in the hot springs to be found by an angry kunoichi. Except for those left naked and passed out in front of the homes of the female Anbu. Truly, anyone capable of such acts with that much information about the village was a horrible enemy. The only odd thing was the lack of factors that linked the victims. All were Konoha Ninja, true, but they worked for different departments. Each had unrelated postings to one another and none were known to be friends. In fact, the only thing that they had in common was their general consensus against Uzumaki Naruto of all things. Why would an enemy infiltrator care about that? The only reason it was a factor was the fact that Jiraiya-sama seemed less than interested in dealing with the problem. At least, as long as the victims were members of the group that disliked the Kyuubi brat. Manabu had never even seen the Kyuubi container before their joint Chunin exams. However, he had heard about the little jerk for years from several civilian friends. Pranks, vandalism and torment seemed to be the only thing the bastard was good for. He took the term juvenile delinquent to new lows. As a career genin, the nerdy ninja couldn't stand the audacity of the little punk. Anyone who brought such shame to their profession was truly a demon. Unfortunately, the poor sucker mumbled that last part out loud. Feeling someone approach him from behind, Manabu retrieved a kunai from his vest. These hooligans might have succeeded with the others, but he refused to allow anyone to take him down that easily. Turning around, he was faced with the ultimate opponent. "Yoo-hoo. I was wondering if you could help me. I seem to have lost something and would be most appreciative if it's found." Observing the naked deed, Manabu fell over in a dead faint. Truly, this was a fearsome enemy indeed. Returning to normal, Konohamaru smirked at the latest victim. None of the previous opponents had wanted to admit to this level of perversion, so they couldn't properly describe their attackers. That meant that the Konohamaru Corps had no trouble finding more and more bullies talking down about the boss and taking them out. The only flaw in the plan so far was the gossiping hens all over the marketplace. There had to be a way to take those jerks down a peg, but none of them could figure it out. After all, what was the equivalent attack against a girl anyways? That would require research and development that they had no time for at the moment. Coming out of hiding, Yuden was quick to douse the unlucky genin with a sleeping draught. "So what should we do with this one? People are beginning to avoid the public baths again, and that scary snake lady left some guards outside her door after the last dump there." Binding Manabu's hands, Mogi smirked. "Why don't we drop this guy over at Kurenai-sama's? Boss said that a nice but weird girl had her for a sensei, so she probably hates perverts too. Oh, and she's a genjutsu mistress. She could send this guy into hell a dozen times before turning him over to the Anbu." Thinking about it, Konohamaru shook his head in regret. "Nah, Kurenai-sama hates perverts, but she's kind of dating Uncle Asuma right now. If this guy was found in her apartment, he might get involved and stop us. Why don't we try Suzume-sensei's? She doesn't have any jealous boyfriends to deal with and knows a bunch of ways to beat people up with flowers. I have heard that the last person to bring her a breakup bouquet ended up pissing blood for weeks. Actually, the last person to break up with Suzume-san only urinated blood for 2 days. Now if she found you three doing this, a little blood would be the least of your problems." Stiffening, the Konohamaru Corps turned to find their greatest enemy glaring at them. Gulping, Konohamaru tried to keep his cool. Hey Iruka-sensei. Just how long have you been there?" Glaring at the wayward academy students, Iruka tapped his foot impatiently. Oh, long enough. I think I want you to come with me right now. So don't even think of running. Bowing his head in defeat, Konohamaru and company followed the Chunin shamefully. Haruka-sensei had even managed to capture the boss, so what chance did the three of them have? Left forgotten in the street, Minabu snored peacefully. Kneeling in front of Shizune Samapi, Hinata tried to control her blush. This was going to be the first time since coming to the land of birds that she and Naruto were going to share lessons, and she wanted to enjoy it. Now that they had the time, Tsunade-sensei had said she was going to oversee her personal training. However, even with the barrier in place, Naruto was still too wild to train in ninjutsu without revealing their presence. So Shizune-senpai had decided to give them an overview of ninjutsu theory to make up for it. Although, before they could begin, she had to reveal something slightly embarrassing to everybody. Blinking, Shizune looked at Hinata with an expression of pure shock. Wait, you studied under Kurenai, the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, and you have no special skills in poking her fingers in self-consciousness? Hinata looked at the floor. Well, Kurenai-sensei helped Shino and Kiba perfect their special clone techniques, but didn't think any of us would be particularly good at it. So while she trained us to detect them, she focused on physical development and teamwork drills that would take advantage of our family techniques. Frowning, Shizune shook her head. While I cannot agree with her decision, that does allow me to give you a more comprehensive definition that Kurenai would. Get comfortable because this is going to take a while. Clearing her throat, Shizune addressed the two Chunin. Despite what some purists like Kurenai might believe, there are actually two standard kinds of. The most commonly known are the techniques that affect the senses. You can be as obvious as removing them or as subtle as replacing them with your own creation. In fact, a favorite method of using these in real battle is to layer multiple on top of one another to cloud the senses further. However, these techniques require extensive chakra control and very creative minds. It is said that those masters at the pinnacle of the craft can create entirely new worlds so real that a death there means true death to an opponent. Of course, Kurenai is the first ninja of Konoha to approach this level without a bloodline or special family ninjutsu. Smirking, Shizune shook her head in exasperation. On the other hand, most masters of this technique view the second method as an embarrassing little cousin. These are actually a set of techniques that force emotional responses and sensations on targets. They range from advanced killing intent to stimulation of the pleasure centers. In fact, most kunoichi are required to learn them for infiltration missions. However, as a general rule, these techniques are not very useful in direct battle. While they do not require incredible chakra control or anything, they are not very effective unless you have significantly more chakra than your target. Even if you manage that, most ninja have such a detachment from their emotional state that putting enough power into the techniques or exercises in futility. Therefore, while mostly useless for dealing with ninja, they are excellent tools for dealing with civilians. Of course, such actions are frowned upon as distasteful bullying of the weak. Despite our profession, no one really likes a bully. Blinking in surprise at the description, Hinata asked Shizune-senpai, if these techniques are so weak and distasteful, why do you know them? What purpose could emotional have when acting as a medical ninja? Coughing, the young brunette suddenly blushed. Officially, they can be very useful when dealing with patient relatives who just discovered the passing of their loved one. Unofficially, it is a great way to get rid of a bunch of creditors when you're in a hurry. At the very least, they are a good place to start your education on the subject. Now, while we won't actually practice the techniques on one another, we will work on hand signs and emotional control. Are you ready to get started? After the incident with the merchants, Ino had fewer problems than before. The questioning netted Anbu 15 different civilian clerks who had admitted to threatening and poisoning Naruto and more recently, herself. After such a solid display of intimidation, not many shopkeepers were stupid enough to attack her again. However, despite what some people said about blondes, Ino was not about to return to their places of business. Instead, she made do with takeout, ninja ration bars, and Naruto's cabinets full of ramen. Surprisingly enough, ninja supply stores didn't give her anywhere near the level of trouble that the civilian ones had. While she didn't use the Yamanaka family discounter account at any of them, her orders were treated with the same respect as anyone else. In addition, she had continued to enjoy the various restaurants around town without even a whisper of objection. Sakura would meet her at Ichiraku's every now and again, but Ino found herself liking Dango more. After all, despite the increased quality, the blonde was eating a large amount of the instant stuff on the side. Between that and Asuma's occasional treat at the barbecue place, any sort of diet was out the window. Surprisingly enough, with all the effort she put into training and her mission, Ino hadn't even seen an ounce of fat buildup. Of course, with the workout involved in maintaining the apartment, it was very hard to store any calories. While having the civilian clerks captured caused the abuse in the market to disappear, it brought the anger of their families. Once the perpetrators had been found guilty of undermining the ninja program's stability, their business licenses had been revoked. That left a number of family members gunning for her, and their harassment was only getting worse. First it was graffiti, then broken windows, and finally, someone had tried to break into the apartment while she was out training with her sensei. Luckily, she knew enough traps to catch the culprits and had dutifully turned them over to Anbu. Unfortunately, with the lack of an uchiha police force, the Anbu often had to let the civilians go to conserve space. Not having learned their lessons, the vandals would try again, only to be captured by her latest trap. After nearly 2 weeks of this aggravation, Ino had enough. Reading through the mission scroll in more detail, she came to a surprising conclusion. If she wanted to maintain the security of the dwelling, special steps had to be taken. Tightening the ropes of her prisoners, Ino checked the tarp for the third time. Since the arrest was not working, she needed to try her intimidation. Therefore, 2 of her latest guests would not be turned over to Anbu in a timely fashion. Now then, gentlemen, I thank you for your patience. I do believe that you have attempted to break in and cause damage to this dwelling a grand total of 8 times in the last week. I also believe that makes you a viable threat to my mission and requires some proper impulse control, don't you? Despite her sweet tone, the twirling kunai was definitely having an effect. Swallowing, the elder trespasser visibly tried to brush off the pressure. Now look here. You are a ninja of Konoha and thus cannot attack any civilians. I demand that you untie us immediately. Eyebrow twitching, Ino decided to turn it up a notch. Clearly, the intelligence of the average civilian was beginning to slip. You have attempted to break into the properly registered house of a ninja in good standing, being watched by another ninja of good standing. That doesn't make you Konoha civilians. Instead, you've moved on to enemy combatant. As such, I am within my rights to do anything necessary to complete my mission. Hence the tarp to catch the mess I'm about to make. The second civilian, smelling like 3 bars and 2 ashtrays, looked at her clearly. Ha, you think that Uzumaki is a ninja of good standing? That's a laugh. Everybody knows what that little brat really is. We don't need permission to take care of that trash. Eyes narrowing, Ino gripped her kunai tighter. Suddenly, this wasn't just to let off some steam. Oh, and just what is Naruto then, if not a ninja of good standing? The drunk was about to answer before his friend headbutted him. Shut up, you idiot. Do you want to die? Suitably intrigued by the behavior, Ino held the kunai to the nervous male. So you know as well, huh? Why don't you tell me what you're hiding and I won't spill your blood. After all, you all think that I'm a bitch for leaving my family. What's a little blood to a ninja? However, the civilians remained silent. Fuming, Ino examined her other prisoner. Apparently the amount of alcohol and headbutt had taken care of him in short order. It was so frustrating she could scream. Finally, she found a viable source of information on Naruto and why everybody seemed to hate him, and it was a stupid civilian. All she wanted to do was scare the bastards a bit, but now she was desperate to continue. It wasn't like Ino could simply take over his mind, she had no backup and actually reading surface thoughts was more advanced than anything that she had learned so far. These facts left her with one course of action. I think that it's time for you to talk. We'll start with the left leg and move on from there. Hiding her fear, Ino held the kunai knife at the subject's knee. One strike and the bastard would be walking with a limp for the rest of his life. This is your last chance. Now would be an excellent time to start talking. Seeing his eyes widen in fear, she prepared to carry out the threat. Of course, that was the point that fate intervened. Blinking, Ino looked first at her empty hand before turning to face the unexpected guest. Hey there kiddo, long time no see. I heard that you had a pest problem, but don't you think that it would be easier to hire an exterminator than do the job yourself? Twirling the purloined kunai, Mitarashi Anko smirked at her shocked expression before turning to the prisoners. Oh, these really are some big rats. Let me help with that, dealing with vermin is one of my specialties. Thankfully, Ino's decision to use the tarp was very useful at that point. Otherwise, the smell of bodily waste would have lingered in the apartment for weeks. Grumbling, Naruto headed towards Toki's quarters after only 2 hours of training. The theory behind had actually been interesting, especially the part about a style that didn't require a lot of chakra control. But without test subjects or the ability to focus his chakra, Shizune had sent him to beg for political training from the princess, while Tsunade Bachan worked on Hinata's dodging skills. He wasn't about to get angry that Hinata was finally getting personal attention from Bachan, but it rankled that they didn't have the room to work on his own technique. Besides, increased mental abilities or not, this stuff gave him a headache. His sulking ended rapidly with the sound of a crash down the hall. Recognizing the noise as coming from Toki's section of the hideout, he sped up, worried that enemy forces had discovered their location. Toki might be a little standoffish at times, but she was still the princess, and every good ninja knew that protecting the princess was central to their duties. Besides, if someone killed her, who would teach him about politics? Chishima was too busy sulking right now to be of any help. Cracking the door open, Naruto was shocked by what he saw. Toki was twirling some sort of weapon around, shouting with every strike. Despite her slight build, the princess had no problems moving through form after form, graceful as the wind. Naruto wasn't much of a weapons user, but even he could see that the skill required to attack and defend so easily was immense. The sheer beauty of the scene stunned him into immobility. Of course, the sweat-drenched uniform that was clinging to her curves slightly had nothing to do with his silence at all. Finally, the display ended with Toki holding the weapon in a ready position while taking a deep breath. Of course, now that all of her concentration was no longer on the training, Toki had the same perverted sense as any other woman. "Okay, who's out there? Show yourself." Gulping, Naruto opened the door all the way. While his survival instincts had never been especially strong when it came to girls, that didn't mean he couldn't learn a trick or two. Hopefully, he could get away with it by not looking like a complete sicko. "Wow, Toki Haim. That was incredible. I heard a loud noise and thought you might have been under attack, but then I saw you moving and couldn't even breathe. Where did you learn to fight like that?" Blinking at the praise, Toki was unable to hide a small blush. "Well, Naruto, all women of the noble class and bird are required to gain mastery of the Naginata. Originally, it was to protect our homes when the men went off to war, but nowadays it's simply tradition. I was just so tired of all the paperwork, I thought that I should let off some steam. It really helps me focus my mind after a couple of kata." Grinning, Naruto couldn't help but agree with the reasoning. Nothing cleared the air like trying to kick the crap out of someone. Remembering that he was going to have to work a lot with Toki anyways, Naruto had a sudden idea. Why waste all that time with boring old discussions about politics when he could learn something more enjoyable? "Hey Toki Haim, could you teach me some of that? I've never seen weapon technique like that before and it could be a lot of fun. Please." Reaching into his old bag of tricks, Naruto attempted his patented giant puppy eyes of doom. This technique didn't work too well in Konoha where most of the population hated him. In fact, the only recipient who had ever been publicly affected by it before was Ayame of Ichiraku ramen when he was 7. Ever since then, she was not allowed to determine how many bowls of ramen he could consume. However, Toki had no prejudices against Naruto for the Kyuubi, so her reaction was a little extreme. "Why, of course I could teach you. It would be nice to have a sparring partner to work with every now and then. I'll just get you some additional training tools from upstairs and we can get to work right away." Blinking at the rapid acceptance and weird stars in her eyes, Naruto scratched his head. No matter what he did or learned, the blonde determined he was never going to understand women. Heading to the door, Toki paused for a minute. "Oh, but Naruto, this is going to be a lot of hard work. I hope that you are ready to sweat and bleed because I am not going easy on you." Grinning at the challenge, Naruto attempted his own form of the nice guy pose. He really needed to hang out with Bushy Brow more when he got home. "I don't fear any hard work. Give me your worst." While not quite famous last words, he would reflect in later years to be much more careful what he said in the future. Gasping for breath, Hinata continued to dodge the small, rapidly moving projectiles. Since they lacked sufficient space to work on the traditional dodging exercise of avoiding small explosives, Tsunade-sensei had decided to focus on subtler motions using Hinata's Byakugan. Therefore, the young Hyuga was forced to maintain her for nearly an hour while avoiding glass marbles being flicked at her at insane speeds by the slug Sannin. Of course, to work on her flexibility, Tsunade made a point of forcing her to keep her feet in place during the entire attempt. Honestly, it felt like every muscle group in her torso was pulled out of position. However, despite the difficulty of the exercise, Hinata couldn't help but notice the difference. When the shy Hyuga had started her training under Shizune, endurance and precision had been her major issues. The chakra and physical control were there, only waiting to be uncovered. But ever since the battle in the land of vegetables, it was almost like her issues had been revised. Now her physical endurance and chakra volume were much larger, causing her acquired control to suffer. Although this seemed to cut down on the strain of the Byakugan, the loss of control made her efforts that much harder. Luckily, she was beginning to adapt to the sudden surge. Each time that she tracked the projectiles came easier and more cleanly than before. Overcompensation over anticipated strikes was fewer and fewer as time went on. Despite the fact that they had been working for so long, Hinata was only feeling revitalized by the extra effort. Soon, she would be one step closer to proving herself to everyone, including herself. Unfortunately, this moment of introspection was enough to distract her from Tsunade's latest strike. Given the dimensions and velocity of the marble, she managed to get a hairline fracture to her left arm bone. Biting her lip at the crack, Hinata forced herself not to react. After all, pain was simply another teaching tool and nothing more. Besides, based upon the slowly receding throb she must have imagined its severity. Shaking her head, Tsunade headed over to the young Chunin. "I think that's enough for right now, Hinata. Now let me have a look at that injury." Forming the basic hand signs for her healing, Tsunade ran her glowing hand over the arm, generating goosebumps. Well, the break was fairly small and pretty clean all things considered. After the treatment you should be good to continue until tomorrow. Patting her on the head, the slug Sanin smiled at her latest apprentice. That was a very good Hinata-chan. Your control and endurance was much higher than I was expecting. Before you know it, you might be dodging circles around me. Blushing, Hinata smiled lightly back at her new teacher. Thank you Tsunade-sensei. But I'm sure that the traditional training will be much more difficult than what we have attempted so far. Thank you for modifying it for me during our stay here. Sighing, Tsunade rolled her eyes. Hinata, well this isn't normal training, don't underestimate the difficulty of the exercise. Once we get some more room to attempt the traditional training, I'm sure that you'll understand just how much you have actually accomplished here. So don't worry too much, okay? Smiling at the blushing girl, Tsunade stretched out her sore arms. Now let's go see what sort of trouble Naruto's managed to get himself into, alright. Oh, and remember that once your abilities have grown a bit, we will start working on cellular regeneration and repair work. But your control still needs some work before attempting that. Sighing at the distance still left to go, Hinata joined her teacher in the search for the hyperactive blonde. By now, she was completely unmindful of the fact that her arm was not even aching a bit. Biting into her dumpling savagely, Ino took a moment to glare at her irritating dining partner. After scaring the civilians to the point of soiling themselves, Anko had grabbed her tarp and secured the two for transport. Then, she had ordered the young Yamanaka to meet her at the dango stand for a debriefing. Wilting a bit under the snake Kinwaichi's professional gaze, the blonde had followed her orders, believing that she might finally get some official information. Instead, Anko had started pumping her for free dango upon arriving and didn't seem interested in stopping anytime soon. With her current funds, Ino knew she might just find herself mimicking Naruto's eating habits if this kept up. You know kid, you were very lucky that I showed up when I did. Cleaning the skewer, the special Jonin fixed her with a look. Assaulting or interrogating Konoha civilians is a very touchy subject. At the most, they should only be handled by professionals within the torture and interrogation department. Ninja who take it upon themselves to police the population can get into a lot of trouble over stuff like this. Huffing, Ino shoved her feelings of unease back into the depths of her stomach where they belonged. I was on a mission where the standard protocol was ineffective. Since the subjects had repeatedly attacked the residents under my protection, it was my job to ensure that I could stop any further attempts. The only way I could see that happening was with more information on the motivations of the opposition. Smirking, Anko shook her head. That's a very pretty speech, I'll give you that. But if the civilian population got wind that you were attacking them, you would not believe the amount of shit that you would have to deal with. A few bigoted shopkeepers would have been the least of your worries. If intelligence was such a major issue with your mission, you should have put in the forms like everyone else. Weeks of frustration moved Ino to make a slightly hasty action. Slamming her hand on the table, the young genin glared Anko in the eye and growled. I have put in the forms to get access to their interrogation reports, but every attempt has been denied. How am I supposed to do my job if I cannot trust my comrades to help me when I need it? These punks have almost broken into nearly 20 times, and they have been drunk enough to give away some of their plans. I will not be sexually assaulted because some tight-ass cousin of mine is sitting on intelligence out of spite. Breathing deeply, Ino worked hard to bring her emotions under control. Despite the tough girl act she had in place since watching Naruto's apartment, the constant stream of attacks was beginning to wear down her defenses. Not knowing the reasons was simply icing on a cake of disappointment. Blinking, Anko reached for more dango. Well if you're that worried about it, I could see what I could dig up. But remember that you're a Kinwaichi, and that puts you leagues ahead of the trash who might try to attack you. Keep that in mind and you should be alright. Chuckling, the snake ninja gulped down a dumpling happily. Of course if that attempt at intimidation was your best shot, stick to trap building. Such a setup would barely faze an academy student, let alone a civilian from a ninja village. Blushing, Ino glowered at the disrespect. Hey, it was my first time. It's not like you were a genius at torture right off the bat, right? Narrowing her eyes at the implied challenge, Anko grinned. Nah, but my first interrogation was at about 9 years old. By the time I was your age, I had already learned how to seduce, interrogate and eviscerate a target within 2 hours. Of course that was only if I was feeling bored. Blinking at the simple statement, Ino bit her lip. Asuma-sensei was nice and all, but she didn't really have a lot of female role models to work with. Kurenai-sensei was too busy dealing with Sakura, Tsunade had left the village, and Tenten-senpai was currently tearing the training grounds apart to relieve her stress. Therefore, none were available to mentor a lonely little Kinwaichi like her. However, this conversation could be the beginning of a beautiful working relationship. Swallowing her pride, Ino tried to meet the snake ninja's eyes. Anko-sama. Is there any chance you could show me some moves? I need to work on my interrogation and it occurs to me that you would be a great role model. Please. Blinking, Anko began to roar with laughter. Wahahaha. Am I a good role model? Man kid, did Uzumaki leave some paint cans lying around his apartment? Because right now you sound like you're high on fumes. Wiping a tear away, Anko managed to get a hold of herself. I will give you props for the flattery though. However, Ibiki called dibs on any interrogation training when we heard about your graduation from the academy. Your dad taught him, so he feels kind of obligated you know. Rolling her eyes, Ino managed to change her pleading gaze into a flat stare with little trouble. Right, Ibiki will train me while I'm on the outs with dad. If you believe that, I've got a bridge and wave to sell you. Scratching her head, Anko had the minimal amount of decency to look somewhat abashed. Okay, I guess I can see your point. But it's not like I have the best reputation around town. If you start working under me, you might not be able to repair your image. Wavering slightly, Ino took a deep breath. This was a chance to get strong enough to defend herself and find out the truth. No matter what the consequences, the need to know was simply too strong to ignore. Teach me, Anko-sama, and I am yours to command. Biting another dango slowly, Anko learned from her new pupil. Well, thanks for the offer, but you're a little young for my taste. However, I might take you up on that later. Standing, the snake mistress stretched out, apparently in anticipation. Well kid, we'll get started tomorrow at dawn. No pet of mine is going to be a lazy bones. Oh, and go let Asuma know about the training alright. I'll meet you at training ground 44. Don't be late or I'll sick some pythons on you. Watching the crazy Jonin saunter off, Ino began to wonder if she could plead temporary insanity or something. Humming cheerfully, Shizune held the test tube up to the light. Between her training, Tsunade-sama's debts, and the various issues that they had to deal with on the road, pure medical research wasn't really a possibility. But since they couldn't move until Sagi woke up and the training opportunities within the hidden passageways were limited, she finally had the time to work on a project at her leisure. Even if they had stayed in Konoha for a longer period of time, it was doubtful that she could have found the time for such pursuits while keeping Tsunade focused on the job. Now she got to dissect an interesting medical issue without imminent threat and it was surprisingly fulfilling. With all the extra time, dissecting and distilling the elements of the kaguya was child's play. Apparently, the cursed seal produced a specialized mutagenic enzyme that could rapidly alter a person's cellular structure. Based upon the makeup of the chemical, Orochimaru apparently developed it from an original organic source. Not only did this underline the genius of the Twisted Sannin, but demonstrated a major problem. Somewhere, probably because of an instability, there was a person or persons with the ability to naturally develop the effects of the cursed seal. The thought of an entire army of such creatures was enough to scare the spit out of her. Luckily, the enzyme had a couple of major flaws. First of all, it broke down very rapidly, making maintaining the changes stressful and extremely draining. If held for too long, a subject's body could begin to break down from the strain. Secondly, the initial adaptation to the chemical was difficult, lowering the chances of survival even further. No wonder Orochimaru seemed to rely upon the cursed seal ninja so much, anyone who could survive the experience had potential that would be wasted. However, the seals themselves were far beyond their ability to decode. Within the compression of the seal matrix, the commands were numerous and complex. They could only derive their overall purpose from simple observation and hypothesis. Firstly, the seal would synthesize the enzyme and infuse it throughout the biology of the recipient. Secondly, the seal would attempt to tweak the biology of the recipient into constructive and functional improvements. Finally, the seal would self-destruct upon the user's death, breaking down the remaining enzyme nearly 4 times as rapidly as before. If it wasn't for the Kaguya's calcium deposits reacting to the enzyme's structure, they wouldn't have had a chance to analyze the chemical to this degree. Keeping him in a transformed state was simply a side effect. The one thing that could be stated with absolute certainty was a lack of evidence concerning how the enzyme would affect the mental state of the recipient. While it might increase adrenaline levels and alter brain chemistry to a degree, the seal was no more severe than the effects of a food pill overdose. While there might be other contributing factors, one thing was clear. Uchiha Sasuke did not abandon Konoha solely due to the effects of the cursed seal chemical releases. With this thought, any tiny bit of guilt she might have held onto due to the Uchiha's fate at her own hands completely dissipated. While there were more aspects of the seal to unravel, that was more a project of Jiraiya. The good news was, with the discovery of the second enzyme developed to remove the chemical from a dead soldier, more effective countermeasures could be developed. With patience, they might even be able to develop a biological weapon that could attack only those with the seal. Even better, by dissolving the enzyme, full removal was a possibility. Anko would be absolutely thrilled. Nodding to her newest pupil, Tsunade checked Hinata's injury from the day before. Satisfied that the healing was complete, the slug Sannin motioned her to take a seat. I think that we'll take a day or two before continuing the dodging practice. In the meantime, I have a technique that will be the cornerstone of your offensive training. Naruto's control isn't going to be good enough for a while, but you're at the point where it should be safe. Taking a scroll, Tsunade unsealed a rather large boulder. Now, I want you to activate your Byakugan and watch what I do, okay? Facing the stone, Tsunade held up a fist. With a casual flick of her finger, the stone split in two. This is my enhanced strength technique. While many have tried to replicate it, only Shizune has ever had the potential to use it effectively. Of course, she prefers to fight from a distance and refrains from close-range jutsu whenever possible. Now, what did you see when I hit the boulder? Frowning, Hinata cocked her head to the side. Well, you focused a large amount of chakra into your finger at the point of impact. But immediately afterwards there was a little surge of power running backwards over the surface of the finger. What was that? Smiling, Tsunade shook her head in amazement. I amplified the effect slightly, but you are the first Hyuga to figure out the backlash was over the finger rather than through it. That was a very well done, Hinata. What I am about to tell you is a mystery that hundreds of medical ninjas across the elemental countries have yet to figure out. Straightening, Tsunade lowered the pitch of her voice to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. This was one of her greatest secrets after all. When any other medical ninja tries to replicate my strength technique, they believe that I use chakra to not only enhance the strike, but reinforce my limb to deal with the reflected force of the impact. Not only is that impractical, but ineffective. I've seen ninjas use everything from earth-style ninjutsu to increase their limb density to brackets to enhance their chakra control. All of these attempts fail, often damaging their muscular structure to the point they can no longer be ninja. Forcing the Hyuga to maintain eye contact, Tsunade winked. Well, it's true that I focus my chakra across my attaching limbs to enhance their strength. I also use that same released power to guide ribbon pressure across my skin. Not only does it allow me to enhance my strikes, the amount of control over chakra required to even attempt it is mind-blowing. Over the years, I have made this reaction part of my muscle memory, so every strike prevents more than a certain amount of damage from rebounding onto my limbs. Oh, I still take some damage to maintain my muscle integrity, but nothing too significant. How else do you think that I maintain a manicure after beating up the bad guys? Eyes widening, Hinata looked at her in awe, an expression that the slug Sanin was well acquainted with. That's amazing, Tsunade-sensei. Controlling and condensing enough chakra to make the hit would be hard enough, but using that same power to protect yourself. It's beyond belief. You honestly think that I could learn to do that? Adding the girl's shoulder, Tsunade reached for one of her scrolls. Actually, I think that you might have an advantage over me. With your Byakugan, you can more accurately view the motion of your chakra and adjust appropriately. Unsealing a large stone pillar, the Sanin set it up with a single hand. Now, the first training exercise is to get used to the feeling of your own reflected power. I want you to strike this pillar with your right arm, lightly to start off. Try to feel the impact on your fist from the stone and then guide it. Don't get discouraged if nothing happens right at first. It took me months to even get the basics of the move, and you are going to be building on it during the entire course of our training. With enough work, you might even be able to integrate it into your own taijutsu style. Now get started. Nodding her agreement, Hinata began to strike the pillar. Each blow left no mark to the structure, but the fire in her eye was unmistakable. Looking on, Tsunade couldn't help but feel her smile become gentle. She might act more like the second coming of Shizune, but Hinata had strength in her that only a fool would miss. She would keep going, bleeding and broken, if only to protect the one most precious to her. That was the power that an excellent ninja needed to make a name for themselves. Now she could claim to have guided 3 ninja on that path to greatness. Standing in front of his students, Iruka decided on a rant number 4. It was simple, overwhelming, and had even driven Naruto to repent his crimes in the past. What is the matter with you 3? Do you have any understanding of the trouble you are in? You have attacked the ninja of Konoha for weeks, endangering their lives. Half of the ninja force is on high alert, fearing that we've been infiltrated by sound. What could have possibly been so important that you would put the entire village at risk for some pranks? You know that Naruto would be so disappointed with you. Refusing to be cowed, the Sarutobi heir met his rant head-on. But Iruka-sensei, we're just academy students. How were we able to defeat ninja if they weren't already super weak? Besides, all those jerks deserved what they got. Pinching his nose, the teacher sighed. Okay, what did the ninja do to you? Get the last sweet from the bakery first. Or maybe they caught you on another prank and decided to let you go with a warning. What could be so bad that you would strip someone and leave them tied up at the communal baths? Glaring cutely, Mogi sniffed in indignation. Those meanies were talking badly about the boss. They deserved everything that they got. Blinking, Iruka narrowed his eyes. That couldn't be right, could it? What are you talking about? What exactly did they say that upset you like this? Sniffing, Yuden narrowed his eyes. Iruka remembered that while Konohamaru was the will and Mogi was the heart, Yuden was definitely the brains of their little group. They said that he was a demon who seduced Tsunade-sama. Some said that she was an idiot for falling for it, and others said that Naruto boss should have died on his last mission. A lot of them thought that the guys that hurt him deserved medals or something. Iruka felt himself grow cold. When the rumors of Naruto's abuse had come out, he didn't know what to do. As the poor boy sensei, he felt it was his oversight that led to such a tragedy. However, like a lot of people, Iruka had looked down on Naruto for his burden when they first met. He might not have held him up or anything, but Iruka could have done much more to ensure the kid's success. Finally acknowledging that mistake was one of the hardest, most painful experiences of his ninja career. At the same time, he had never felt more fulfilled as a human being. But to discover so many of his fellow ninjas still looked down upon the blonde was an unwelcome reminder of his own hatred, and it brought him up short. Looking down at the Konohamaru Corps, Iruka couldn't find it in his heart to punish them. Not only was it amazing that they had done as much as they had with such a silly technique, it was an unwelcome wake-up call as to the laxity within the forces when academy students mimicking naked women could bring them down. Honestly, a part of him could admire the poetic justice of the situation. But if he did nothing, the next ninja to catch them might not take such a pragmatic view of their actions. As their sensei and a responsible adult, he couldn't simply look the other way this time. Thinking it over, the Chunin blinked. Back in his own genin days, a program had been suggested to improve village security. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan had shot it down, viewing the idea as a direct attack upon their authority. But with them gone and Jiraiya-sama in power, it might just be the perfect time to resurrect the practice. Narrowing his eyes, Iruka lowered his voice. "Alright, listen to you three. I'm going to talk with the Hokage and try to make some arrangements. Meet me here at 8 tomorrow morning, no dawdling." "Understood." Nodding rapidly, the young children dispersed to the four winds. Iruka had always been mild-mannered and fair to a fault. It was one of the reasons that he had been teaching a class of prodigies and clan heirs in the first place. But to those who remembered him as a child, the image of the serious and careful ninja sensei was not what came to mind. A short, lonely boy who was the king of pranks and attention-grabbing stunts had made such an impression that he was passed over for consideration for Jonin nearly twice before taking his current assignment. Now however, he had a new group to teach and new lessons to learn. Getting some sort of petty revenge for Naruto might not improve the blonde's life, but it would sure as hell make him feel better. Taking Sagi Dono's temperature, Tsunade sighed. After nearly 10 days, things had badly stalled out in the land of birds. Toki and Tsushima refused to act without Sagi's orders while they were stuck in the palace. Neither would budge, leaving the entire Konoha group at loose ends. They could attempt to make use of the time with training all they wanted, but the sad fact of the matter was they were stuck in a hostile environment without an exit strategy. If the daimyo didn't wake up soon, who knew what would happen? At least the friendship between Toki and Naruto probably meant that they wouldn't be thrown out anytime soon. Finding out that the boy was getting political training from the princess was one thing, but discovering that she was teaching him weapon techniques was something else. Although she thought the Naginata was an odd choice for the blonde, she had always pegged him as a sword user like his mother. She hadn't gotten the name Red Death for nothing. After this was all over, she should probably authorize some additional training on the subject just to be fair. He had so few connections to his legacy as it was. Anada's progress was one of the few positives of the isolation. She had improved her dodging significantly and was getting much stronger. Although they didn't have the facilities to practice pure medical ninjutsu yet, what they did accomplish was still very impressive. At her current rate of growth, the little Hyuga might just be strong enough to surpass her someday. Of course, until she mastered the strength technique that wasn't happening. But she was getting closer every day. The only other major accomplishment seemed to be the research on the cursed seal. With focused time and effort, both she and Shizune had managed to fully break down the nature of the enzyme, allowing the possibility of its destruction. Oh, it wasn't perfect yet, what with all the safeguards Orochimaru wrote into the damn thing. But this was the closest that anyone had gotten to defeating that snake's masterpiece in years. Just think, without the extra time and lack of major responsibilities, this discovery could have never been made. Now all they needed was for Jiraiya to look over the decoded seal matrix and help determine the nature of its complete destruction. Reaching for a cool cloth, Tsunade was surprised by stirring in the pallet next to her. Turning, the slug Sannin was shocked by the open and very much alive gaze of Sagi. Where is my sister?" The word seemed to strain what little reserves the daimyo had managed to acquire, but Tsunade couldn't find it in her heart to care. Finally, with his awakening, they could move forward again. "Toki home is safe, daimyo-sama. I'll go get her for you. Just stay here and rest a bit longer." Rising to her feet, the slug princess moved with speed greater than her years should allow. Finally things could get interesting again. Chapter 17. Phantoms in the night. Leaning against the wall opposite Sagi Dono's room, Tsunade released a sigh of contentment. When the patient had taken so long to awaken, she had begun to worry about his chances for a full recovery. Luckily, he seemed to be making up for the lost time, calling for his sister and Tsushima for a proper update. If everything went well, Sagi would trust them enough to push things forward so something would happen. With all the secrecy involved with the potential traitors, everyone was starting to get bored and listless. Really, the young daimyo should be grateful that they stayed as long as they did. Not only had this cut into their training time, it had put the entire entourage from Konoha in terrible danger. Several of the other hidden villages would have left days ago, stating that without a proper contract, this wasn't their fight. Technically, her first priority was to improve Hinata's skills and ensure Naruto's complete recovery. Superficially at least, staying in the land of birds ran counter to those goals. But as a medic, it rubbed her wrong to leave things as they were, a sentiment that Naruto would probably share. Anyways, if, in the process of helping out, they built some more political support, then things would go that much better. With Sagi still recovering, it wasn't like they could just get thrown out of the country. Looking up at the sound of footsteps, Tsunade saw the depressed view of Tsushima. Taking the unspoken invitation, the blonde Hokage entered the room while sketching a quick bow to the righted daimyo. With Toki on his right hand and Tsushima joining on his left, Sagi painted the picture of a true nobleman, despite his relative youth. "Thank you for waiting, Tsunade-sama. I apologize for the delay, but I needed to be appraised by those I know I can trust. As timely as your intervention was, we have yet to be properly introduced, and such awkwardness should be minimized to the greatest degree during such meetings." Nodding her understanding, Tsunade smiled softly. "You have very devoted friends and family. Tsushima begged on his knees for our side when he thought we might help your father, and Toki tried to take my head off to keep me from hurting you. It is only reasonable that you would seek their opinions on this sort of matter." Noting their respective blushes at being singled out, she bit back a chuckle. Kids today were just too cute. Sighing, Sagi managed to start things off with a surprise. Moving carefully and as if in great pain, he positioned himself in a deep bow. "On behalf of myself and my country, I thank you for your intervention and support concerning my injury. But the intrigue that would have been generated if these wounds had been made public, my sister, my loyal retainer, and myself would have been in great danger. For our safety and continued security, I am deeply grateful." Surprised by the sincerity of the thanks, Tsunade could only bow in return. Most lords didn't accept that level of debt in their dealings with other powers. Sighing, Sagi looked sadly at Tsushima. "Based upon the evidence that both Toki Home and Tsushima-kun have presented, both from your students and their own observations, I have to conclude that Maosu is the one behind this attack. Not only is his control of the ninja forces within the land of birds suspicious, but I have always had doubts about his performance to my father. It was one of the reasons that I encouraged Tsushima to learn from him, on the off chance that he let something slip. Unfortunately, that man is far more dangerous than he appears if he can constantly hide his nature from my old friend." Tsushima had the decency to look embarrassed. Frowning, Sagi focused his attention back onto Tsunade. "Regrettably, this puts me in a slightly precarious position. With Maosu controlling those ninja, all that is left are the regular militia. Kame probably didn't try to kill me, but I am not convinced that he will work against Maosu directly. While he is loyal to Bird, Kame did not agree to my appointment to daimyo and might use this opportunity to take control of the country to ensure peace on his terms. Not only would that be a direct threat to my power, but it would also cut off our options of dealing with Maosu." Cocking her head to the side, Tsunade sighed. This was the high-end political bull that she always hated dealing with in the village. "So what would you like me to do about it, Sagi Dono?" Based upon the descriptions and general ability shown by Maosu's forces, they are most likely the wandering ninja clans. While numerous, the overall ability of these people are mid-chunin at best. They go from country to country stealing in secrets to develop their own styles. Compared to my group, it would be like harvesting grain to take them out. But if we handle all the legwork that might leave you vulnerable to take over from Kame once we depart. Do you have any ideas?" Smirking, Sagi nodded to a blushing Toki. "My sister has suggested a plan to test Kame's loyalty. While slightly dramatic, I believe that she can independently pull it off. Honestly, it's our best bet at the moment. The more pressing concern is rejoining the court in public. Tensions are already high, and without some assurance of my stability, both sides of this conflict will have more material to use against me. That is the only place where your group might come in. I would prefer to have a healer on hand to ensure my stability and assure the various officials that the medical issue has been taken care of. In return, I am willing to work with the demands that you initially made of Tsushima. While I can move around a bit and talk, I get the feeling that the next few weeks will be difficult enough without turning down help." Returning his smirk, Tsunade suppressed the urge to jump for joy. Thank all that was holy this went so smoothly. Soon, everything would be settled and they could move on. I believe that my senior assistant would be the best choice. She attracts less attention and is used to fading into the background. If there are no other issues, then I pledge my group to your service for the duration of our time here, only to end that once our services are no longer required. Bowing, Tsunade began to wonder if Naruto's luck was rubbing off on her. Maybe it was time to hit one of the local casinos again. The Inyazuka clan was not large, but they did have some pretty strong traditions. The pack was everything to them, and cementing their bonds of family was central to their ideologies. Therefore, any Inyazuka family members would spend as much time with one another as ninja responsibilities and preference would allow. The dog ninjas played hard, ate hard, and fought hard as one entity. So skipping a meal because your close relations wanted to kill one another was simply not allowed, no matter how attractive it seemed. Kiba was currently cursing his luck as both his mother and sister were in the village today. Hana had returned from an escort mission the night before and Tsume was tied up with political maneuvering at the moment. Both had been avoiding the other for as long as possible, but Inyazuka tradition was a very hard thing to overcome. So when the opportunity to eat as a family arose, none of the trio even thought of skipping out or leaving early. Family came first, even if you wanted to rip their throats out. Shoveling some rice into his mouth, Kiba began to think of excuses to use for the near future. Akamaru might need to develop a bladder infection that requires extra walks. Or, he could volunteer for extra night training and sleep the day away. Of course the best option was to join Sakura in her morning runs for moral support. Lately, Kurenai-sensei had been dumping extra exercise on the girl, hoping to get her ready for a real C-rank mission before they all went nuts from boredom. Even if she was still a little irritating, it would have to be loads better than two want-to-be alphas glaring at each other over coffee. It wasn't like they were yelling yet. His mom was at the head of the table, wolfing down a large breakfast and enjoying her privileged position. As acknowledged alpha, she had to establish her dominance a lot, lest they all forget their places. Hana was at the other end of the table, as far from the elder Inyazuka as possible, sipping her tea. Neither seemed ready to start attacking, but they refused to break eye contact. Stuck in the middle of the silent showdown, Kiba prepared for the fight that was brewing like any good clan male. Finishing his breakfast, he stood ready to break for it. Unfortunately, both sides decided that was the perfect moment to alleviate the situation. Standing up, Tsume looked down at her two children. Kiba had seen this 100 times whenever someone challenged a woman's authority. It was a moment in which the matriarch could be her most dangerous. Alright pup, have you come to your senses yet? The longer we put off taking a slot in the breeding program, the more likely the clan loses its chance at the Sharingan. So take your leave of absence already so we can get started. Gulping, Kiba relied upon his stealth training, make no sudden movements and limit your breathing, or your enemy might cut your throat. Calmly feeding her three partners the remainder of the bacon, Hana met Tsume's gaze without fear. I don't see what the problem is, mom. What exactly am I doing wrong by refusing to bear the offspring of such a treasonous clan? The Uchiha are dead in Konoha, so let them rest in peace already. Despite her calm words, the younger Inyazuka couldn't help but notice the deep grooves forming under her hands on the chair's armrests. She hadn't caused that much damage by accident since the last time someone had peeped on the young heiress in the hot springs. Narrowing her eyes, Kachan didn't acknowledge the words at all. The Sharingan has been a part of this village for generations. While the latest batch turned out rotten, a lot of our defenses depend upon that skill to continue. As the most loyal Konoha clan, the Inyazuka have a responsibility to ensure the safety of our home. You can get as pissed as you want, but the pack will fulfill its duty, and this is a vital part of that. So get off your ass and apply already before I spank you. Lowering himself slowly, Kiba began to pray. Commanding Hana was one thing, but questioning her loyalty was an entirely different prospect. Getting up, Hana glared at her mother. A ninja village is built upon more than a single skill or affinity. Konoha has survived without the Uchiha for years, and we can continue to do so. I don't think that the ability is good or evil, to be honest. But if you think that I will allow my firstborn to come from the loins of a little prick that tried to suck off a snake salmon, you've got another thing coming. I serve Konoha and I serve the clan as a ninja, not a breeding bitch. Akamaru, frozen by the raw killing intent in the air, bolted into his master's lap. Terrified, Kiba couldn't even notice. Squaring her shoulders, Tsume asked formally, are you challenging me as alpha? If so, I won't go easy on you. She would not either. Inyazuka Tsume was a loving mother and loyal ninja, but she would never cut you any slack. That way, you were more likely to come back from a mission alive. Tilting her head, Hana gave an evil grin. Nah, I won't challenge you for the title. But since you seem to be going senile, I would definitely suggest retirement. You can spread your legs for the little bastard all you want because I sure as hell am not doing it. Blinking in shock at the insult, worse than anything used at the dining table in his lifetime, Kiba decided enough was enough. So like any proud Inyazuka male, he bolted while the women started to attack one another. Yawning, the soldier attempted to remain awake. Ever since the court had resumed its proper functions 4 days previous, security had been on a heightened state of alert. While he appeared to be in fine health, rumors abound about the weakened condition of the daimyo. Each faction had already begun to maneuver for power, knowing that if anything else happened, a new leader could be appointed. Wary of turmoil, Kame had already alerted his men to be prepared to move against the ninja forces of Maosu. The constant tension had everyone working double shifts and it was beginning to show. Thinking about the rumors of trouble, he couldn't help but recall the princess's memorial service the day before. Due to the concerns of infection, the medical specialists had already destroyed Toki Dono's corpse, but nearly 100 nobles had attended a special ceremony honoring the young woman. The princess had numerous admirers within the court and several had been moved to tears. He himself had even seen the beautiful young woman from afar before and was saddened that such a wonderful person was taken from the world. However, if her brother followed Toki Dono to the afterlife, then he trusted Kame-sama would protect them. Such a leader would ensure the sanctity of the land for generations. Hearing a clicking sound, the guards stiffened. While they were in a heightened state of alarm, the forces of Bird rotated on a very specific schedule. However, the ninja forces under Maosu did not wear armor heavy enough to make that much noise. So he had an armed opponent of unknown origin wandering around in the dead of night doing who knows what. Just the sort of thing he didn't need right now. Signaling to his fellow soldiers, he began to track the noise through the underbrush. It was soft, but with a lack of other noise made following it fairly simple. Before they knew it, the group was in front of the royal tomb where the previous daimyo had been laid to rest. At first they couldn't find anything, but then a torch seemed to light on its own. That was when they got a proper look at their intruder. Later, over copious amounts of alcohol, he would dearly wish they hadn't. The stranger was standing in front of the entrance, highlighted by the moonlight. Nearly 6 feet tall, the warrior's armor was a blinding white with a red face mask. Carrying a naginata, it made almost no noise descending the stairs towards the assembled soldiers. Looking into the empty eyes of the armor, the soldier felt true fear. Bird Country had a number of legends, and this thing was a perfect match for Noramusha, the revenge spirit. Known as a fallen warrior from beyond the gates of hell, Noramusha only appeared when a strong and honorable being was killed dishonorably, with the killers not being brought to justice. Truly not the sort of opponent a bunch of average guards wanted to face in the dead of night. Gathering his courage, the soldier stood his ground. Halt. What business do you have in the sacred tomb of the daimyo at this hour? Remove your helmet and reveal your identity. Feeling the gaze of the armor upon him, the guard suppressed a whimper. It might just be a silly legend, but this creature was freaking him out. Apparently coming to a decision, the figure jumped towards them. However, instead of falling to the ground with weapons deployed, the Noramusha flew into the sky. Dumbfounded, the soldiers watched as the gleaming white armor disappeared into the night. Gulping, he turned to his fellows with a simple question. Okay, how much sake is it going to take for one of you two to report this to Kame-sama? Meeting the gaze of the Konohamaru Corps, Iruka suppressed a grin. This project had been his dream job as a genin, and now he got to lead it in defense of one precious to him. Life is going to be so sweet from now on. Alright, I explained your actions to the Hokage. While he wasn't thrilled by the fact that nearly 20 assorted ninjas had been taken out by academy students, he was willing to stop your names from being revealed. However, because of your actions, you three will be expected to participate in some community service under my authority. Actually, Jiraiya-sama had been thrilled with the idea and the resulting chaos. Not having to pay for any of it was simply a nice bonus. Outing, Konohamaru was man enough to meet his stern gaze. At least he had learned the most important part of pranking: if you get caught, be prepared to face the consequences. So what do we have to do, Iruka-sensei? Walk some dogs, clean some graffiti, pick up trash. What sort of community service does the old pervert want us to take care of? Smirking, Iruka gestured for everyone to sit down. It was time for one of his famous lectures. Jiraiya-sama decided to activate a special project about 15 years ago. You see, right after Orochimaru's defection, there were concerns about security within the village. As the Snake Sannin was fully aware of all of our security details and methods, it was thought that we should adopt new tactics while reinforcing the old ones. One of the ideas at the time was an informal security review where we had agents test our defenses to determine their reliability against someone who knew they were there. Sniffing, Yuden asked, that sounds like a great idea, Iruka-sensei. Why didn't they use it? It could have made the village a lot safer and kept everybody sharp. Noting the disbelief from the other two, Iruka felt some hope for the future. Most of Naruto's class could barely look underneath this well. Grimacing, Iruka rolled his eyes. Unfortunately, the Uchiha objected to the idea. They saw the review as a threat and insult to their job of policing the population. Since this was one of their hereditary obligations, the clan thought any sort of testing as a direct insult to their abilities. To further complicate the situation, not long after this was the Kyuubi attack and the available ninja were tied up with other obligations. Even after the Uchiha massacre, the measure didn't have the needed support or available manpower to implement. But since this is part of your community service and you are all academy students, we don't have to waste a single resource other than my help. In the end that can even be shrugged off as some extra tutoring which academy teachers offer all the time. Smiling, Mogi chirped, "Wow, this is almost like a real mission. It could actually be a lot of fun. What do you want us to do, sensei?" The evil shine in her eye countered the young Kunoichi's happy tone. She clearly saw the opportunities and liked them. Clearing his throat, Iruka tried to maintain his professional attitude. These kids could never learn that he had begged and pleaded with Jiraiya to take this approach. Some part of him still grumbled at the lost opportunities when the project was originally scrapped. "We are going to plan tactical movements against established targets within the village, then record the responses and effectiveness of the existing countermeasures." Frowning, Konohamaru's eyes widened. "Wait, so we'll be planning out big pranks and seeing how people defend against them? Alright. This is going to be awesome." Mentally shaking his head, Iruka wondered why the kid only showed his brilliance when causing trouble. He had never been that bad, had he? Releasing a small chuckle, Iruka cracked a grin. "Pretty much, as long as we don't get caught, the Hokage's office will not move against us." "Well, you don't get any sort of special credit. Jiraiya-sama will look the other way in terms of complaints and requests to stop the trouble. This isn't going to be easy and you will have to work hard, but if we do it right nearly 70% of the village will be affected. Unless they've really improved security lately, which I kind of doubt. Too many ninjas let their hair down while at home." Seeing the shining eyes of the students, Iruka knew he had created a pack of monsters. But after remembering the treatment of one of his own favorite ninja, he couldn't quite care that much. Swinging the practice weapon through his first kata, Naruto attempted to remain focused. With the somewhat limited space beneath the palace, everybody had to coordinate their activities carefully. So when it was time for him to practice his Naginata techniques, Hinata was forced to use the same room to work on her Juken forms. Normally that would be no problem, but with the limited area of the training hall, it made him all the more aware of her presence. The effect was only enhanced by the decision to keep her coat off to work out. Finishing his kata, the hyperactive ninja bowed and moved to return the weapon to the wall. With her efforts to test Kamei's loyalty, Tokihime had been too busy to spar with him regularly. However, true to her promise, she had shown him the first 3 forms to practice, as well as numerous exercises to use to adapt to the weapon. After nearly 2 weeks of no sparring though, he was starting to get bored. She had checked in on him to ensure his form was correct, but normally the poor woman would spend her days asleep. Whatever plan she was using had to be extremely draining. That didn't keep him from pouting a bit. Getting a drink of water, Naruto took a moment to admire Hinata's form. Ever since the land of vegetables, the normally shy girl had really begun to focus. Before, they had worked primarily on medical techniques, applications, and control. But now she was making an effort to push herself as an offensive fighter as well. Not only was her technique better, but the way that those clothes clung to her form was very distracting. Slapping himself on the forehead, Naruto decided to ask Tsunade Bachan for a checkup. Clearly, Iro Sennin was a carrier of an infectious disease or something. Ever since his extra seals were removed, Naruto couldn't deny that he had been noticing more about girls than before. Between training, constant close contact, and odd gestures here and there, the blonde kept tracking things he had previously ignored. Hugs always left him blushing, and clothing became his new obsession. After all, if Hinata was hiding that under a simple coat, Kami knew what other tricks the rest of the female race was using. It was getting so bad that he was beginning to contemplate moving to a monastery or something. How could a royal pervert be a good Hokage? He'd never be able to live it down. Seeing Hinata begin to cool down, Naruto made a snap decision. "Hey, Hinata-chan. You want to spar a bit?" Blinking, the quiet girl began to blush, which for some ungodly reason, made his heart beat faster in response. What was with him? "Hey. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? I mean, Tsunade-sensei hasn't cleared you for that sort of training unsupervised yet. We could get into trouble." Despite Hinata's protests, Naruto noticed her tensing muscles and hidden smile. Clearly the girl also wanted a challenge, but was afraid of hurting him. Smiling brightly, Naruto waved off her concerns. "Don't worry about it, Hinata-chan. All I've been doing lately is muscle exercises to build up my coordination. If I don't spar soon, I'll never get any better. No weapons, ninjutsu or chakra, okay. This can be a straight to jutsu match, which will keep things safer." Nodding her acceptance, yet still slightly hesitant, Hinata got into her ready stance. Grinning, Naruto faced off before her. He had hoped it would be one of those epic moments where he showed off his incredible ninja skills. Instead, it was almost like a spanking. Hinata was so fast that his best hits didn't even come close to touching her. Every counter was blocked and technique dodged with the greatest of ease. Although it was clear that she didn't want to hurt him, the normally shy Hyuga didn't hold back much. It was almost like she had something to prove to him. Whatever it was, the hyperactive ninja found himself on his back within 20 minutes. The craziest thing was, during the entire fight she hadn't used the freaking Byakugan once. Staring at the ceiling for a moment, Naruto began to laugh before pushing himself to his feet. How the hell could you think you were weak with kick-ass moves like that? Hinata-chan, you're really strong. I know that if you spar with me some more, I'll be an even more awesome ninja in no time. That sort of training was always awesome. Smiling weakly, the shy girl nodded. I would be happy to spar with you, Naruto-kun. I'm sure you'll be winning in no time, once you're feeling better. Seeing the honest belief in his skills reflected in her eyes, Naruto also found himself blushing. She really was too nice. That was the moment when things changed. The blonde ninja had always spoken his mind without fear of consequence. Hanging around girls who could cause huge amounts of pain had helped somewhat, but it was still slow going. However, in that moment of weakness, he blurted out the first thought in his head. Thanks a lot, Hinata-chan. The only thing better would be if I could go on a date with a cute girl like you. Eyes widening in shock, Naruto couldn't believe he had said that. He might like Hinata-chan, but even a knucklehead like him knew better than to blurt out a request so boldly. What if she laughed or refused or got angry with him? He never wanted one of his precious people to hate him. That would be horrible. Naruto-kun. I don't think we'll be able to for a while. But I would be honored to go out with you. Blinking, Naruto looked at the bound form of Hyuga Hinata, heir of the Hyuga clan and extremely pretty girl. She looked slightly unsteady and her face was like a tomato, but he couldn't help but grin. She was just so awesome. No problem, Hinata-chan. Once we get a chance, the two of us will go out on a date. It's a promise. Seeing her smile, Naruto felt great. If the ceilings were a little higher, he would be jumping for joy. Restraining himself, the suddenly shy boy offered the smiling girl some water instead. Sipping the last of the broth, Sakura sighed in enjoyment. Ever since Kurenai-sensei's 30-minute lecture about eating habits versus ninja training, she had learned to enjoy the taste of food again. Besides, between all the exercise, chakra drills, and sparring she was doing lately, not an ounce of extra fat seemed to be generated. Of course, the fact that she found Raymond comforting lately also helped in other matters. I can't believe that bastard. Shrugging you off as excess weight while claiming that teamwork was so important. Who does that jerk Kakashi think he is? As comforting as it was to hear Ino-chan was on her side, thinking about the confrontation still brought up so many confusing feelings. Hey, it's alright Ino. Ever since that fight, Shino and Kiba have been working with me non-stop. I think that they don't mind having me around anymore and I'm learning a lot. Polishing off the large bowl of miso ramen, she shot her friend a small smile. Things are kind of awkward right now, but I think it's going to be alright. I haven't even seen Kakashi-sensei for weeks now and Kurenai-sensei isn't giving me much time to mope. I think that they want to get back to hard C-rank missions since D ranks have been so competitive lately. Discovering that some of the village elders had been forced into taking the missions in the guise of physical recertification had been a surprise. However, remembering that these people were primarily responsible for Naruto's removal from the village kept things in perspective. Uffing, Ino took a bite of her own smaller pork ramen. Yeah, I still cannot believe that Kiba was taking his frustrations out on you. Anyone with a brain could see he had a crush on Hinata and viewed you as a roadblock. I mean, everyone knows that she liked Naruto since the academy and that you didn't do anything to force the two of them together. Who knows? By the time they return, Naruto and Hinata could even be dating. Slumping, Sakura ordered another small ramen, chicken flavored this time. I wonder if I was that bad. I mean, I saw Naruto liking me as a reason that Sasuke wouldn't give me the time of day. Thinking back on it, I wonder what the point of all those beatings really was supposed to be. Was I trying to impress Sasuke or take care of my own frustrations? Now I feel even worse. Biting her lip, Ino patted her friend on the back. Hey, all of us looked down on him back in the day. I think the only ones not that surprised with his victory against Kiba were you and Hinata. At least you're learning from your mistakes and growing up a bit. Half the village seems to smear him just because of a few childhood pranks. Remembering the dark looks and angry mutters that her teammate always seemed to generate in public, Sakura couldn't help but agree. Really, the poor guy was a kid when he did most of that stuff. Some people needed to learn how to let things go. Taking a bite of noodles, the pink-haired Kunoichi smiled at her friend before noticing something. What the hell? Ino, how did you get a cut that bad from house sitting? Did someone try to attack you? Gulping, the blonde suddenly looked very nervous. Actually, I decided to increase my skills a bit. So I found a senior Kunoichi willing to give me some extra training in her free time. Despite her words, Sakura could not help but gaze at the angry red line on her friend's arm. What sort of training was that nasty? Shaking her head, Sakura was about to ask who had volunteered when a shiver went up her spine. So this is where you've been hiding, Blondie. Come on, we have work to do. If you manage to impress me today, maybe I'll teach you how to kill a man with 3 paperclips and a screwdriver. Gaping, Sakura watched the crazy examiner lady from the Chunin exams drag and swearing Ino down the street. The poor girl had barely managed to throw her money down to pay for the ramen. Looking at the bowl, Sakura called the hostess over. Are you sure no one is trying to spike your supplies again? I could have sworn I just saw Ino getting dragged down the street by Mitarashi Anko for training. After all, it was not like Ino was dumb enough to get the snake lady to train her, right? She had to have more sense than that. Blinking in response, scratched her head in confusion. I'll check for that, Sakura-chan. It must be some powerful stuff though. I thought I saw the same thing. Nodding, Sakura paid for her meal and headed to the hospital. If someone was spiking Ichiraku supplies, it was probably a good idea to get tested. Who knew what the long-term effects of those sorts of drugs could be? Moving a stone, Naruto tried to avoid fidgeting while playing the game. Go could be really fun, but he couldn't seem to concentrate today. Toki had been out for hours the night before and he couldn't help but be worried. She had been pushing herself for weeks ever since developing this crazy plan and it was beginning to show. He was even tempted to release her from her agreed-to training, but she wouldn't hear of it. Apparently, her latest habit of beating him into a pulp was extremely relaxing. Besides, the princess had agreed to arrange an alternate political and strategy tutor and had come through in spades. Are you sure that you want to make that move, Naruto-san? Looking across the board, he smiled sheepishly at Sagidono, the daimyo of Bird. While he had resumed his duties to the court, Shizune was using her disguise as a healer to control the amount of stress he was exposed to. Hopefully, with another week or two of light duty the poor guy would be fully recovered. Already slightly frail, that poison had done a number on him. Remembering his manners, Naruto focused on their host. Sure thing, Sagidono. I know you're going to win, but I'm giving it everything I've got. After all, Toki Home isn't as good as you, and I haven't managed one win against her yet. Chuckling, Sagi calmly countered the move, regaining control of his territory. I know that you are worried about Toki Hime, Naruto-san. It's written all over your face. You should relax though. My sister is much stronger than she looks, as your own bruises can attest to. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Naruto tried to examine the board. Even with a 3-stone handicap, Sagi was kicking his ass. Sighing, he decided to consolidate his power in the west corner. That would have to do for now. After protecting his own territory, Naruto decided enough was enough. Sagi was a nice guy and had been working with him on politics at Toki's request. Although he was a little hesitant at first, the two had eventually hit it off. Apparently, the young ninja's blunt speech was a nice change of pace from the flowery language of the normal advisors. However, Naruto recognized that this was a unique opportunity to learn something that had been bugging him for a while. Sagidono, can I ask you something? Busy looking over the board, Sagi absently nodded his assent. It wasn't uncommon for them to discuss some point of politics during these games when both were in a particularly focused state of mind. What's it like to be daimyo? Seeing the young man's shock, Naruto hurried on before he lost his nerve. I want to be Hokage when I get older, but I've been thinking lately. All I remember the old Hokage doing is helping people and doing paperwork, but was there more than that? He never talked about his job to me, not in detail anyways. It was always something like, Hokage is the strongest in the village, or to be Hokage is to have the village be your family. But then I thought, since you're the daimyo, you might be able to tell me more about what being that sort of leader requires. Please Sagidono, tell me what it's like. Blinking at his urgency, Sagidono leaned back, the game forgotten. Well, I don't know if it's the exact same thing, Naruto-kun. It was assumed that I would eventually take over the position from my father, but not quite this soon. Therefore, both my sister and I were trained in politics and general information required to run the country. But I guess that if there was one thing about the position I wasn't expecting, it was the loneliness. Seeing the younger man's shock, Sagi hastened to explain. You see, Naruto-kun, as a leader, your first responsibility is to the land itself. Every day I make decisions that make some people happy, while others become sad. I can't be seen as playing favorites, or the nobility will start to form groups to counter their influence. In addition, I have to be especially firm with the leadership due to my relative inexperience, because sometimes they will try to maneuver around me. Leading a country leaves you few allies and friends, and you spend most of your time sacrificing for people you never even see. Smiling, Sagi made a new move. However, whenever I think of what would happen if I did nothing, I am terrified. There are many people in the county that I love and want to protect. But if I was no longer daimyo, they would be susceptible to attack or danger. So I put up with the downsides to ensure the safety of those important to me and the land my father loved so much. Thinking it over, Naruto grinned before making his next move. The guy might be a civilian, but Sagidono was pretty much following his own. That made him someone to respect and aspire to. Smiling even as he won the game, Sagi fixed him with a look. Remember this, Naruto, if you want to be a good leader. Never take power for power, but to deny it to evil. That way you can ensure that your corruption is minimized and your reasons for fighting don't get warped. Removing the stones, Naruto smiled simply. Then I'll be a good ruler, you'll see. I used to want to be Hokage for acknowledgement, but I've already gotten that. So, I'll just have to become the Hokage to keep those precious to me like Hinata-chan, Tsunade-ba-chan, Shizune-chan and everybody else safe and sound. Nodding, he once again reaffirmed his vow. It didn't matter if he was sealed, spit on or degraded, Konoha held those important to him, and he would fight for them. Smiling almost wistfully, Sagi looked at him with sad eyes. That is a noble goal, but remember a leader cannot fight for only the few. It may be that you'll send one of those important to you to their death to ensure the safety of Konoha. Luckily, that's not the sort of decision you will be responsible for dealing with for some time. Feeling his smile become forced at the thought of an innocent baby thrown away for the sanctity of his ungrateful village, Naruto reset the board. Returning home as a group after training, Shino was in a contemplative mood. Observing his teammates, the bug-using ninja felt himself relax for the first time in weeks. Finally Kiba was beginning to warm to Sakura, preserving their team dynamic. The girl might not have Hinata's skills, but her own potential made up for that. While not particularly physically strong, Sakura's mind was leagues ahead of anyone of their generation besides Shikamaru. Once her training was at an acceptable level, teammate could again protect the village to the best of their ability. Even he was starting to miss the challenge of a good C-rank mission. While somewhat flighty on the surface, Sakura was really starting to change. Between their training together and apart, he would estimate that the team was working at nearly 70% their previous efficiency. While she would never truly take Hinata's place, the slight girl was making impressive progress in her own right. As long as Kiba could keep himself under control, they might even find themselves as friends. By the mother's hive it was clear that he needed as many as he could get. While he had never formed a proper opinion of the girl before working with her, Shino had to admit that she was exceeding all of his expectations. Approaching the Inyazuka compound, the bug user noticed the presence of Inyazuka Tsume. This was unusual enough to catch his attention because, other than a small party after their team was originally confirmed, the older woman hadn't shown much personal interest in their activities before. Nudging his absent-minded teammate, Shino was rewarded by his startled curse. "Mom, what are you doing out here? There isn't a clan meeting or something I didn't know about, is there?" Snorting, the elder ninja rolled her eyes. "Nah, it's nothing like that, pup. I'm just waiting to talk with Hana about some clan business. She does have her responsibilities after all." Well casually stated, there was an edge in her voice that made Shino scowl. Something was up. This could get awkward. Sakura had been waiting in the background, clearly still uncomfortable with certain elements of their team dynamic. However, Shino was nothing if not observant. He could almost catch the moment when the young girl went completely white. "Oh. Kiba, Shino, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? But, I've got to go." Watching her retreating form, Shino noted the tears in the air. Clearly, Sakura had been paying attention to the local gossip if she could determine the truth behind Tsume-san's statement so quickly. Kiba was not quite so gifted. Man, what was her problem? "I even took a bath this morning and everything." Twitching, Shino turned to his teammate in irritation. How dense could one ninja be? Adjusting his glasses, Shino fixed his teammate with a look. "Kiba, there is only one major clan responsibility being talked about concerning young, unattached females at the moment. Sakura probably realized that your sister was a candidate for the Uchiha breeding program and didn't know how to respond. It was still a very sensitive topic after all. The poor girl would barely talk about her old team and never about Sasuke." Eyes widening, Kiba growled. "I know how she feels. The thought of that traitor's offspring getting forced on sis is pissing me off too." Of course, this was the point that Tsume decided to interrupt the budding political dialogue with a fist to the head. Kiba sank to his knees in pain. Fixing her son with a look, Tsume cracked her knuckles without pity. "Watch your tone, pup. Your sister is giving me enough grief about this, so I don't need any shit from you. No matter how distasteful you might find it, we protect Konoha and this is necessary for that." Kiba was too busy nursing a sizable lump to retort. Taking on his friend's condition, Shino felt something deep within him stir. While he had been out of the village for the Sasuke retrieval mission, the bug user had heard about all of the details from Kiba. He had visited his fellow genin in the hospital and had even seen the extent of Naruto's injuries while he was resting. Thinking about all that effort and those wounds over a single struck him as erroneous. Although mostly a passive figure, he really couldn't keep his peace this time. Focusing on the Inyazuka clan head, Shino forced his tone to remain even. "I believe that I agree with Hana-san and Kiba. It is only logical to disassociate with the remnants of a clan who have turned into traitors. Natural selection teaches us that some traits simply die out in their own time. Perhaps the gift of Sharingan has reached its evolutionary limit." Noting his teammate's smirk, Shino could not even bring himself to care of the casual insult. Uchihas had done nothing but hurt his comrades. They wouldn't get any quarter from him. Tsume was not amused. "Watch yourself, kid. You might be Kiba's friend, but there are limits. I'll admit the clan turned sour, but that's not the result of the Sharingan. Those idiots got so caught up in their own superiority that they thought themselves better than everybody else. If anyone tried that in my family, I'd beat them within an inch of their lives. But our village is weakened as it is, and the Inyazuka will do any duty to preserve their home. So if Hana has to pop out a couple of Sharingan using pups, then so be it. They're not going to become weapons or tools of Konoha. They're going to be the beginning of a new and proper clan of defenders who happen to have an extra ace in the hole. Sniffing in disdain, Tsume grabbed Kiba by the scruff of the neck and dragged him inside. Shino stared at the clan compound for a long time after that. Some of Tsume's arguments were surprisingly logical. She was not seeking glory or honor by generating more uchiha children. The woman was simply trying to produce a new generation of ninjas who would have the needed skills to better protect their families. On the face of things, it was a perfectly simple and effective tactic for the continued survival of the village. Yet if this is logical, why does it feel so wrong? Meditating, head strategist Kame of the Land of Birds reflected upon the issues plaguing his country. With the death of both the previous daimyo and the princess, it was clear that the royal family was on the decline. Worried about the stability of his beloved country, the advisor had made plans to counter the efforts of the head advisor Maosu and preserve a just rule. He had seen the tricks and parlor tricks that the old man had used and couldn't help but believe that it was simply a plot. He might bear no grudge against the young prince, but his home had to come first. However, in the weeks since the reopening of the court, evil rumors seemed to plague the land. A mysterious figure had been sighted several times, stirring up stories and superstition among the populace. All attempts to capture the thing were met with failure, and it was beginning to make him feel incompetent. The only reassuring thing was the lack of evidence linking Maosu to the being and his own confusion and concern about the figure. Unfortunately, Sagi Dono had rejected the suggestion that they send for Ninja, stating that he wanted to keep this an internal matter. In the end though, that simply applied more pressure to his own shoulders. Given the movements of this Norimusha, he was almost starting to believe that this might really be an evil spirit. No one could track it, find it or capture it. Between both his own forces and Maosu's, everyone was majorly spooked. So in theory, their previous daimyo might truly be the ghost. That, however, opened several doors that he could not help but wonder about. Could daimyo's death have been foul play? If so, who was the traitor and for what reason? There were so many questions and so little time. Hearing a small disturbance, Kame opened his eyes only to stare in shock. His window was thrown wide open, allowing the moon's faint light to wash out his vision. Before him was the demonic soldier everyone was talking about, standing as real as life. The fact that it stood between him and his sword was acknowledged in some corner of the poor man's brain. But the thing that caught his attention was not the evil masker's shining blades, but the Naginata's stance it held. That same stance was one he was very familiar with and identified the assailant as easily as a fingerprint. But why would the spirit of the princess appear to kill him? The poor girl was a dutiful child and loved by a good portion of the populace. For her spirit to be here, seeking his head could only be due to some sort of betrayal on his part. Wincing, he began to think about the effects that his actions might have had on the poor girl. Contesting her brother's position, claiming he was unfit for the job, and calling into question the ability of the royal family could have put some extra pressure on the child. What if his attempts at working on the big pictures had weakened the princess to the point her sickness and death was a foregone conclusion? Instead of fighting for his own position, maybe he should have focused on working with the crown to ensure the country's peace. Feeling ashamed, Kame bowed his head. If taking my life will grant you peace, Toki Dono, then I welcome death. My first loyalty has always been to the country and your death in no way supports that. Deliver your punishment and rest in peace. All I ask for is that you guide your brother to lead as we both know he can. Seeing the weapon rise beyond his vision, Kame closed his eyes in acceptance. To his surprise, that final moment never came. Lifting its helmet, the figure of Norimusha was indeed revealed as the late Princess Toki. However, as evidenced by her light sheen of sweat and notable breathing, Kame was forced to conclude that the princess before him was the living article. Well, I'm convinced of your allegiance now, Kame-sama. As the representative of my esteemed brother, Sagi Dono the daimyo of Bird, I come before you today seeking aid. A traitor has attempted to kill the royal family and we seek an ally that can be counted on. Join your mind with ours and the land of birds will be clear of this disgusting infection. Shocked beyond recognition, the advisor could do nothing but nod in agreement. Such a test was worthy of praise and put his concerns about the crown to rest. Swallowing her pride, Hana approached the Hokage's office, every step focused and resolute. The fight that morning had been painful, showing her a side to Inyazuka Tsume that hadn't been apparent before. While she might love her mother, it was very hard to respect the woman after being ordered to carry a child for the good of the village. In Hana's eyes there was a difference between being loyal and being obsessed, and the Sharingan issue had crossed that line irrevocably. She didn't want to hurt her pack, but the young Kunoichi could never make such a choice. So now it was time to see if she had the goods to convince the old pervert. Entering the office, she raised a delicate eyebrow. While Jiraiya had a significant reputation, there were no traces of the man's perversions. With a nose 100 times stronger than average, she could tell in an instant that the old pervert hadn't indulged in real hanky-panky within the office yet. Snorting, she imagined Tsunade-sama's reaction to such an action and felt a little less awe in the Toad Sage's restraint. Jiraiya-sama, I have come to ask for a small favor. Raising an eyebrow, the Toad Sage gestured for her to continue while checking her out. Hana really wasn't in a position to object at this point. I have reached an impasse with my family over the issue of the Uchiha breeding program. I was hoping that you would grant me a mission that would be suitably long-term. In other words, hook me up like that little Yamanaka ditz already. Sighing, the Hokage regent turned away. Sorry Hana-chan, but your request is denied. The dog user nearly felt her jaw unhinge. Jiraiya, the biggest pervert in the elemental countries, had just turned down a pretty girl. The world must be coming to an end. Her expression must have been too obvious for the Hokage regent to flash a smirk. What, did you think that I wouldn't know the potential consequences of such an action? Kid, I might like a cutie as much as the next guy, but I sure as hell am not going to piss off Inuzuka. The only reason that I let Ino-chan get away with it was the horrible actions of the Yamanaka clan. Tell me, why should I support your violation and rejection of a law I was a part of crafting? Narrowing her eyes dangerously, Hana snapped her fingers. Suddenly, 3 growling dogs were aimed at the sweating pervert. You'll come up with something because the triplets have really good aim and I don't think the world needs any more of you running around. He might be a Sannin, but she was desperate enough to try it. At least generations of women would sing her praises. Gulping, Jiraiya tried to remain intimidating while stinking of raw fear. Maybe we can work on a compromise. Narrowing her eyes, Hana tapped her foot impatiently. There had better be a way to fix this because she sure as hell wasn't going to breed for a clan of traitors. Rubbing his eyes, Jiraiya shot her a stupid grin. I've got it. Tsunade can handle a lot of danger, but you can never have too much support in the field. I'm going to establish a small group of ninja with secondary standing orders to attach to her team to provide backup as needed. Of course, we cannot exactly send you out to look for them, but if opportunity strikes while you're out of the village, then who am I to stand in the way of fate? However, you're the one who has to explain that to Tsunade-hime. Thinking over her options, Hana took a thinking pose. She could try to stay out of the village as much as possible to avoid her mother and the situation. Or, she tries to track down an irritated Sannin and convince her to allow an alliance of convenience guarding the kid who beat her brother in the Chunin exams. As you say, Jiraiya-sama. Just give me a mission to get me out of the village tonight and we'll have a deal. Nodding, Jiraiya handed her a scroll, visibly thrilled to still be in one piece. She would simply have to work for the betterment of the gene pool at a later date. Oh god, somebody killed me. Chapter 18. Youthful spirit. Putting her Naginata on the floor, Toki knelt to face Kame. I apologize for the subterfuge, Kame-sama. However, when someone tried to kill my brother, the first duty that I saw was to ensure his safety. Despite your loyalty to the country, there was some concern that you might use this as an opportunity to make your own play for leadership. Since you've passed my test, I have no problems asking for your advice on this matter. Looking at the shocked expression on the counselor's face, it was all the young princess could do not to giggle. Weeks of effort had finally paid off, and this whole charade could be put to an end. Shaking his head, the counselor was clearly trying to regain his bearings. I don't understand. I can guess that you faked your own death after the murder attempt, but why do you trust me now? Why did you construct this persona and spread terror among the populace? None of it makes any sense. Smiling at his confusion, the princess chuckled lightly. My brother also thought that the plan was a little convoluted, but I knew that the only way to tell the true nature of a man was when they were faced with death. Convincing the others of this was not exactly a walk in the park. Indeed, thinking back on it, the fight had been something of a battle of wills. It was a good thing that she did not like to play fair. Toki Dono. You can't put yourself in such danger. We have one of the strongest ninja in the world right here. She could handle this sort of interrogation without issue. Tsushima had looked distraught at that moment. Toki knew that he cared for her and she saw him as another brother. But she couldn't allow anyone's personal feelings interfere with what was best for her country. Gathering her courage, the princess calmly met their disbelieving gazes. Without support, Toki did not see how her plan could succeed. Tsushima-kun, Sagi-ni-sama, please let me do this. While I have no doubts of Tsunade-sama's competence, we should not rely on her to solve all of our problems. If I cannot guard my country or my family without the help of foreign ninja, then maybe Kame deserves to rule. Frowning at her, Sagi shook his head. I know that you want to protect me, but I don't think that we need to worry about the Konoha group's intentions. They have their own agenda and taking over our country does not fit in it. From what Tsushima is saying, they are simply looking for places that are out of the way to heal this Uzumaki Naruto. It sounds like there is some serious political trouble involving the boy, and the Hokage is using this as a chance to undermine her opponents within the village. Asking for their help wouldn't really disadvantage us that much in the long run. Shaking her head, she tried to make them understand. I'm not saying that the group lacks honor, but the very fact that we don't fit into their agenda is the problem. Using Tsunade-sama's apprentices to fight is fine, but if we rely solely on them, it undermines your authority once they leave. I know the local legends well enough to pull off the character of Noramusha and have the skills needed not to get caught. Between my weapons training and knowledge of the secret passages, there is very little danger of discovery. The important thing is to regain the control of our people. Standing, the princess began to pace in anger. We need to construct a situation where Kamei's loyalty can be tested. By appearing as an evil spirit, he will be faced with the consequences of his own actions or inactions. If he tries to defend himself with hollow words, I can strike him down to remove an obstacle. However, if he recognizes me and still accepts his fate, then any regret will be genuine and we can count on his true loyalty. The man is smart enough to understand the reasoning behind such a test and shouldn't hold it against us. Our worst case scenario will simply be to rely on the Konoha ninja to take care of Mausu. Sighing, Sagi looked away. I don't like this, sister. Not only will you be placed in danger, but you might have to take a life. I never wanted something like that for you. This should be my responsibility, not yours. Shaking her head, she drew the weakened figure into a hug. Brother, I will do anything I need to in order to protect you and this country. Please let me do this for both of us, okay? Nodding his reluctant agreement, the daimyo signaled Tsushima to let the Hokage in to finalize their negotiations. The next month will be busy indeed. Bringing herself to the present, Toki explained the situation. Now that I know that we can trust you, I am going to explain our plan. We need to neutralize Mausu and his ninja before too much time passes. You are to come to the palace with a platoon of guards tomorrow, and after they're in place we'll summon him before my brother. That man will probably bring some of his own forces, but by setting up this trap, we should be able to take care of him. The important thing is to ensure that the country works as one. The concern and strife over the last few weeks has divided our comrades, and a show of unified force is the best way to heal the breach. Frowning, Kamei shook his head. While I applaud your creativity, I have doubts concerning our chances against Mausu in a pitched battle. Although the country's militia outnumbers his forces at least 3-1, a ninja rarely fights fair. It is likely that he suspects something by now with the failure of his poisoning scheme. So if you simply call him like that, it is likely that he will bring his entire force. Smiling wickedly, Toki nodded with a chuckle. That is exactly my plan. Such a tempting target will force Mausu to bring his entire guard in hopes of a conclusive victory. But we have a secret weapon of our own that he would never suspect. Once he initiates an attack, it will be deployed and wipe the bastard out in minutes. Raising an eyebrow, the tactician was clearly impressed. At least she hoped so. This strategy had taken a lot of time and effort in those rooms under the palace. What sort of weapon could be that effective? Surely I would have heard about any specialized purchases, and no dispatches have been made to the ninja villages. How can you be so sure of victory? Shaking her head, Toki gave him a quick wink. Oh, don't worry about that. The important thing is to preserve the solidarity of the country. Once he starts to play dirty, have your men stand back and allow the enemy to be mowed down. Now I need to return and explain things to my brother. See you tomorrow, and remember your instructions. Nodding his agreement, the man watched as his princess reapplied her mask. As she left, the man bowed with a humble gaze. Be safe, my lady. If we survive the week, I swear to follow you to the end of days. However, she was already gone. Passing through the hospital building's front door, Jiraiya frowned in exhaustion. Once he had really started picking apart the Hyuga and root seals, his head had begun to hurt. The security seal on the root trainees was much more complex and compact than he thought, not to mention painful. While the recipients could still write down key information concerning the organization, even thinking too hard on the subject would induce spasms of pain. Cutting the tongue out wouldn't work either, since there was a security feature that released a small vial of poison if a constant flow of blood was not present in the organ. Honestly, countering the thing was possible, but the very mechanisms involved were going to be monstrously difficult. A really fun thing, though, was that several elements of the root security seal seemed to be modeled after the defenses within the caged bird seal. While the Hyuga seal appeared to be simple, its location was not just a fashion statement. A constant stream of electrical pulses from close contact to the brain maintained the seal's stability. If it was tampered with in any overt way, an electrical overload would be triggered, inducing a brain aneurysm and concluding in death. Disconnecting that circuit was a delicate procedure and could only be successful if he knew exactly where the connections were located. Luckily, he had just the person to chat with about that. Hopefully, after he managed to deal with the caged bird seal, the root one would be that much easier. Nodding to the Anbu guard, Jiraiya entered the room of Hyuga Shinji. The once proud elder was strapped to the bed, his hands chained with chakra suppressor gauntlets. Despite the sheet covering the man, Jiraiya could see the outline of a diaper around the midsection. Apparently, the proper medication had taken care of at least one uptight Hyuga. Looking at the toad sage with his faded wide eyes, Shinji snarled in rage. You oaf. Release me at once. I demand to be returned to my clan domicile and our own healers. Staring at the batty old man, Jiraiya suppressed the urge to giggle. This fool had no idea who he was dealing with. Taking a seat, Jiraiya smirked at the captive. Now, Shinji-kun, you might want to be a bit more polite. After all, Tsunade Haim did name me her regent. So why don't you settle down and we can talk like adults? Of course, things went downhill from there. Aping at the casual tone of voice, Shinji barely gathered the fortitude to spit in his face. Don't speak to me like an equal, you worthless vagabond. You can take your questions back to that blonde whore and stuff them down her throat. What right did she have to force such indignity upon me? I am the Hyuga Seal Master, not some pathetic shunin for her to dictate terms to. Narrowing his eyes, Jiraiya lowered his face to meet the old man's gaze evenly. Listen here you old fool. Tsunade is the world's premier medical ninja and an authority beyond anything that your own healers could ever hope to manage. But even if she didn't label you as a senile old security risk to the village, that little tirade would have convinced me. You sealed a civilian and almost destabilized the prison of the Kyuubi. You're lucky to be labeled insane because otherwise I would have had your head for treason. Snorting, the Hyuga refused to be cowed. Destabilizing the prison of Kyuubi. Please, don't make me laugh. Minato-sama's construct was a piece of art. One little addition from my hand couldn't have released the beast. In fact, my efforts ensured a way to take care of that monster once and for all. The village should be down on its knees in thanks for my foresight. Cracking his knuckles, Jiraiya felt his good mood slip away. This arrogant piece of trash should be thankful his knowledge was useful. Otherwise, Tsunade or no, he would have taken some steps to rectify Shinji's breathing problems. Not a bad argument, if not for the fact that a lot of other ninjas tried the same thing. But that's neither here nor there because you and I have some work to do. Pulling out some sketches, a pen and a feather, the toad sage loomed over the captive Hyuga. You are going to tell me everything that you know about the caged bird seal, its application, and its weaknesses. Otherwise, I'm going to get rather unpleasant. Gulping, the Hyuga elder stared back defiantly. Smirking, Jiraiya got to work. He might not be as good as Orochimaru, but he could get the information eventually. It was just going to take some time. The ninja Hauki, known to the populace as the simple monk Mausu, meditated upon current events. His careful plan to remove the daimyo appeared to have failed, killing his sister instead. While not a complete loss, Toki's death was unplanned and thus not prepared for. The masses could whine and worry about signs until they were blue in the face. They needed the daimyo debt and Kame disgraced, with no more irritating interruptions. The major issue was the nature of the healer. Where did she come from? How strong was she really? But most importantly was the question of the misdiagnosis. Was this hick from vegetables simply that stupid or was the fact poison was used being deliberately covered up? With so many players still on the board, it was nearly impossible to plan for contingencies properly. How irritating could you get? While Hauki might give off the image of a wise and benevolent leader, there was a level of desperation there. His clan had been wandering for years and finally had a chance at a proper home. All these questions were making him nervous and a nervous ninja made mistakes. If they were going to get anywhere, some actions had to be taken. As much as he wanted to discover the person behind this Norimusha character, things simply had to proceed. Further procrastination at this time would accomplish nothing except weakening his position. Watching the setting sun, the wandering ninja decided that it was time for a simple master stroke. All he had to do was hire some of the more disgruntled soldiers of the militia and give them the information needed to kill the daimyo. No matter what Kame might wish to believe, every army had members willing to do anything to get ahead. But certain key codes and some careful coordination, he could have his own forces eliminate the traitors quickly enough so that they would not reveal his place in the plot. With all the additional concerns looking for an outlet, all he needed were a few carefully worded statements to his proxies in the court and Kame would fall. It might be painfully crude, but anything more advanced had a nasty chance of falling apart. If the tension was simply allowed to build for another week or two, he could have the court begging him to take over. Turning his head, he blinked at the sudden noise of footsteps. Who goes there? Mumbling a small greeting, a royal messenger presented himself. Accepting the scroll, Hauki struggled to maintain Mausu's smile as the young man left. Breaking the seal, he was surprised by the royal summons. There hadn't been anything serious enough in the court to require a private audience. What was Sagidono up to? Frowning, the wandering ninja felt that unease in his gut. These feelings were not foolproof, but listening to his instincts had kept both himself and his clan alive where others would have fallen. If this was simply a small piece of intrigue, he shouldn't be worried. But if that little brat had caught on and planned a trap, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared, now would it? Snapping his fingers, the ninja turned to his freshly arrived troops. I have been summoned to the palace with no warning. I might just be overreacting, but I believe it's better to be safe than sorry. Hakushin and Nagar will accompany me in the open, while the rest of you will remain hidden. Best case scenario, I will simply be seen as taking proper precautions during a time of unrest. Worst case has us fighting an unknown force, so be on guard. Until then, wait for orders before acting. It wouldn't tip our hand too quickly, would it? Bowing in subservience, all the ninja besides his two lieutenants vanished. If the little boy thought he could try anything, wouldn't he be in for a rude surprise? Breathing deeply, Tenten focused her gaze on the stationary target. Forcing herself to stand, the young kunoichi started to dodge imaginary opponents, avoiding both shadow strikes and the scattered weaponry across the forest floor. Finally, at the moment where her shot was perfect, she unleashed the kunai at full strength. Since she was the most accurate ninja in the genin ranks, it should come to no surprise that the projectile pierced the target perfectly. The unusual thing was the weapon sticking up to its hilt. If the opponent had been blood and flesh, the entire clearing would have been awash in gore with that kind of shot. The fact that she had been releasing such hits for over 2 hours wouldn't have helped either. Tenten was an orphan with a dream. Every night since she was a little girl, stories of ninja had inspired her. The idea of fighting and demonstrating her strength with personal flair and focus seduced her young mind. Anyone without a family learned early that you had to make your own mark in the world, and being a ninja was one such path available to her. With her limited options and focused drive, the young girl had no trouble making the choice to become the greatest kunoichi of her generation. But in all these searches of self-discovery, the one figure that focused her attention more than any other was Tsunade of the Sannin. The blonde was an idol to all the little kunoichi of Konoha and had actually returned to the village. She could have gotten her missions from the hands of the slug princess herself. Leaning against a tree, the young woman scowled. Looking around, she began to vent to the trees. They wouldn't laugh at her frustration. Of course it wasn't going to be that easy. The best moment of my life came, and before I could even meet my idol she's gone again. If it wasn't for that stupid uchiha and those idiots hurting that poor shorty from the exams, I could be getting an autograph from the woman right now. God damn it. Feeling suitably satisfied with her outburst, she began to work on moping. It wasn't something that the weapons mistress was particularly good at, but she had been getting a lot of practice lately. There was so much to be angry over and simply no one for her to turn to. Her team was too involved in the situation, and most of her friends from the academy had moved on after failing their last exam. Shuraruka-sensei or those brats Ino and Sakura might have helped, but none were quite objective enough. She was an orphan and a girl, and that brought with it a number of concerns that were difficult to deal with. What she wouldn't give for a nice and simple fight with some bandits right about now. Hearing about Naruto's situation inspired a bit of fear in the young woman. Despite his last name, Naruto was still an independent orphan. Normally the village encouraged its orphans as an easy source of ninja recruits, not only for their motivation, but their expendability. However, over some obscure slight, several prominent figures within Konoha had intentionally limited his potential to their ideals. Since it was so successful, what was to keep those same figures from experimenting on other children? What if she woke up one day as a plaything, all chakra and skills stolen by someone's whim? It was a terrifying prospect. Being alone might give you independence, but it leaves you without protection. Unless you found a personal sponsor or some hidden inheritance, most of the fresh ninja recruits had to use their wits to survive. She had picked weapons not only out of ability, but their availability. So many were simply wasted on training fields it was criminal. But hearing about the different ways that Naruto had his potential stolen made Tenten wonder how easy her own disappearance would be. Besides her teammates, who would be left to mourn her loss? It's not like she could check to see if she was already sealed. The resident seal master also happened to be the resident town pervert. She would probably have to wear a bikini to get anything done. On a more childish level, the fact that Niji's opponent still won with such limitations stung a bit. She had put countless hours into helping him master Kaiten, and his defeat had felt somewhat personal. But finding out that the opponent who won had been effectively fighting with 2 arms and a leg tied behind his back the whole time was even worse. Could the Hyuga genius really be that weak? Or was Naruto truly that strong? No wonder Tsunade-sama decided to train him. Feeling her energy return somewhat, Tenten started the difficult task of retrieving her arsenal. Niji and Lee would be leaving the hospital soon, and she had to make sure everything was in order before returning to missions. Once a few bands of bandits were wiped out, most of her confusion would probably be cleared up in no time. Nothing like the threat of death to get the blood pumping. Maybe she would get so high on adrenaline that she could work up the courage to bring her concerns to Gai-sensei. Despite his weirdness, she did trust the man. Well, as long as he kept his spandex as far away from her as possible. Aoki's first warning that something was wrong had been the unexpected summons to the palace. The second such warning happened to be their directions towards the main courtyard as opposed to the normal reception area. Signaling his lieutenants, he began to gather his strength. Sometimes the young were truly so easy to read. Wouldn't the little boy be surprised when his own blood flowed on the ground? Entering the courtyard, the hidden ninja raised an eyebrow at the welcoming committee. Out front on a raised ace was Sagi Dono, but flanking him were Kamei and Tsushima. Given the feelings of hostility between the represented groups lately, nothing good could come from such a united front, at least for him. Keeping his face impassive, Haki again signaled his lieutenants. This was going to get messy. Sagi Dono, Kamei-sama and Tsushima-kun, what can I do for you this fine evening? Maintaining eye contact, Sagi didn't waver in the slightest. Maosu, you and your compatriots have been found guilty of treason. After reviewing the presented evidence, I have no choice but to order you to disarm and present yourselves for questioning. Watching the company of militia soldiers appear, Haki felt like grinning. Such a pathetic force was nowhere near strong enough to deal with his clan. No matter how enthusiastic the child was, such tactics were so easy to read it was pathetic. Keeping his easygoing smile in place, the monk met the accusation without fear. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but what charges would those be? As far as I am aware, I have done nothing wrong. At least, nothing he was willing to admit to. Better to see what the enemy knew before making any movements. Clearing his throat, Kamei answered with a glare. Building an independent military force for personal use, subverting elements of the royal court and suspected poisoning of the royal family. Each charge is enough to ask for at least 10 years of imprisonment, but together it's enough to ensure your death. Blinking, Haki indulged in a smirk. These insects had done their homework at least. He had avoided other actions such as embezzlement to stay under the radar and build up his reputation. But those accomplishments that were successful did have significant jail time attached. Oh well, it was about time to shed this facade anyways. Observing the enemy group in front of him, the ninja had to resist a snort. For such an able tactician, Kamei was still so far behind the times. This sort of tactic only worked if you were facing a weaker foe. Moving swiftly, Haki threw an exploding tag at the militia. That should disorganize them enough to ensure victory. Of course, he wasn't expecting a cloaked figure from deflecting the projectile. Narrowing his eyes, the ninja frowned. What was that blasted healer doing here? He wasn't given a lot of time to consider the issue. Just as the soldiers formed ranks around the royal personage and the healer joined the group on the platform, another figure made itself known. Blinking at the speed of the assault, the hidden ninja stared down the length of the naginata pointed at his nose. The figure was clearly that Norimusha the peasantry was babbling about. Was this another level to the trap? Clearly he had been underestimating them. It was a mistake that both he and his forces could no longer afford. Staring out the window, Niji tried to make sense of the world. For years he had lived in the darkness of his own hatred, feeling nothing but contempt for those around him. His team was capable, but they were not family or friends. He had needed that superiority in order to survive and have something to fight for. No matter whom he hurt with his words or his skills, Niji could rely upon those skills to ensure his purpose and existence was not forgotten. His strength could only reinforce the fate he was given. It was the greatest of ironies that he was released from that horrible solitude by a ninja, considered to be weakest among his generation. He was a savant who found the strength to change fate through sheer stubbornness. Uzumaki Naruto was truly an amazing person, and if things progressed properly, one he would be proud to call Hokage. Just as he now believed in a future without fate, Niji also believed that the caged bird seal would stay with him for life. Naruto might not go back on his word, but politics and circumstance had felled greater men than him. The young genius truly believed that the seal would end within his lifetime, but thought that it was too late for his own freedom. Even if he became the strongest Hyuga of the village, that brand would remain as a testament to the clan's divided and difficult past. After all, what sort of seal master would be dumb enough to involve themselves with the politics of the Hyuga clan? Apparently, he really had to stop underestimating that knucklehead. The discovery of Naruto's mistreatment was a shocking and unwelcome surprise. Finding out that the Hokage was angry enough to censure the clan and unravel its techniques was enough to make his jaw hit the floor. For one little child, the Hokage had stripped the Hyuga of their traditional right to protect their bloodline and insisted that counter-techniques be developed without compromise. Jiraiya-sama himself had promised the young genius freedom once the techniques were perfected. Just as he promised, Naruto had changed the Hyuga clan without even needing to become Hokage. If that was what the blonde was capable of in his teens, who knew how far the child would grow? His preoccupation with the loud-mouthed blonde had led Niji to reflect on what he knew of the kid. Supposedly stupid and weak, Naruto was the dead last of his graduating academy class. While his taijutsu was pedestrian and his ninjutsu repetitive, the brat was a natural tactician, capable of making numerous decisions within an instant. Based upon Naruto's natural skills, if the stories about the limitation seals were accurate, then Naruto was clearly the strongest chunin in Konoha. The treatment he had received was a waste of the worst sort and angered Neji on a primal level. The same could have happened to him if the main branch wanted to set an example. It made it so much easier to sympathize with the little brat. However, one thing stood out. During their match, Naruto stated that he knew what it was like to be controlled by a seal. He scoffed at such a limitation, and the Byakugan showed no lie. While it was clear that the blonde was correct in the end, he could not have known of the seals placed upon him. The perpetrators were too good, and his own skills were severely limited or underdeveloped. So what atrocity did the young ninja know of that could be equal to his mistreatment, and did it have something to do with that horrible chakra? Narrowing his eyes, Neji pondered this association. Naruto might have been a troublemaker, but nothing bad enough for this level of negative attention. Why would the members of so many prominent clans come together to ensure his failure? The only things that made him unusual were his hair color and that second chakra. Could that be the source of his pain? But more importantly, now that he was free of those limitations, just how much stronger could become. Looking at his hand, the young Hyuga was shocked by the shaking limb. He was quivering in excitement just to prove his own power. Soon, he would be free from this hospital and return to training. When he and Naruto met again, he would show his true power, removing once and for all the question of who could become stronger. Smirking, Neji shook his head. Lee was becoming a bad influence on him. Ah well, in a few more days his team would reform and they could get to work. While not as bloodthirsty as his teammates, Neji enjoyed a good scrap as much as the next ninja. Maybe the team could play who took out the most bandits again. Ever since Tenten was banned from using explosives, the gameplay had become much more even. Hearing the explosion above, Naruto suppressed a smirk. That was as good a signal as he was probably going to get. Looking around the underground training area, he felt a moment of sorrow. Even if this place had been kind of a pain, his time in Bird Country was probably one of the most fulfilling points in his life. Not only had he started to learn a weapon style, but he had asked out a cute girl on a date successfully. Sure, Sakura had eaten ramen with him before, but it did not count because she wanted to talk about Sasuke. Once he got some tips from Shizune-chan, he would make sure to give Hinata-chan the best time out ever. Now they just had to take out the trash. Forming a hand seal, the hyperactive ninja shouted out his signature ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The suppressor seals that Tsunade-chan had placed over a month ago, already strained by their collective efforts, shattered like glass. The huge cloud of untyped chakra expanded through the soil, providing a massive amount of sensory white noise. Anyone who happened to be good at sensing chakra would be effectively blinded by the intensity of the released power. Those jerks wouldn't know what hit them. The whole plan hinged on surprise. While the wandering ninja clans didn't have a lot of talent, they did have numbers. The group wasn't really worried about their counteroffensive, but it was only a good strategy to weaken them as much as possible. By Hinata's count, the group had nearly 5 times as many ninja available, so the more they could take out the better. Plus, the wandering ninja didn't have a bunch of people to protect while fighting. Nodding to his clones, the instant legion dispersed, leaving him free to head towards one of the exits underneath the palace. He couldn't simply appear behind the daimyo without getting in the way. Therefore, the wily blonde simply had to escape through the secondary exit near the daimyo's tomb and double back. Feeling his blood pumping, Naruto couldn't suppress his excitement. He would show everyone that the future Hokage was not dead weight. Looking over his favorite student of hard work, Mido Guy felt a nice guy pose coming on. Lee had finally regained full mobility a few days ago and was ready to stoke his flames of youth. Once Neji was released from the hospital, his team could reform and grow once again. As proud as he was of their accomplishments, this recent mission had made several weaknesses clear to the Jonin. He would work them into the ground and double their strength, or find himself running to Wind Country on his hands, with his leg weights tripled. Noting the almost mechanical motions of his cute little Lee, Guy frowned. Lee-kun. What is troubling you, my student? You seem to be lacking your normal fires of youth. Finishing his 500th repetition, the younger beast moved into a sitting position. Looking into his sensei's eyes, Guy was shocked by the dull expression there. He had not seen Lee this sorrowful since his last failed C-rank mission. Looking at the floor, the young man sighed. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I'm so confused right now. Naruto-kun, one of the few people in Konoha whose flames of youth match our own, was so mistreated by the village. Ever since leaving the hospital, I have been hearing the worst sorts of rumors concerning him. Naruto-kun is a fine ninja and a good friend, yet the very people he works to protect are thankful for his injuries. Guy-sensei, what does this mean? How could the citizens of the village be so unyouthful? Seeing the unshed tears in his precious student's eyes, Guy also felt like crying. Truly, what had been done to Naruto-kun was a horrible crime. No wonder Lee-kun was feeling so down. Joining his student on the ground, Guy sighed. I agree, Lee-kun. What was done to Naruto-kun was an awful and disgusting thing. It is hard to fight for such people and maintain your fires of youth. But listen to me, my young apprentice, all is not lost. While many seem to be celebrating this mistreatment, just as many are angered by it. Noting that Lee was still somewhat unresponsive, Guy had a sudden empathy. But if you are truly worried about my precious student, then I won't tell you to fight for Konoha. Instead, why don't you fight for Naruto-kun? Blinking, Lee looked at him in obvious confusion. What do you mean, Guy-sensei? How can I fight for Naruto-kun? He is traveling the world with Tsunade of the Sannin and her other apprentices. What can I do here in the village? Making his nice guy pose, Guy stood with true youthful vigor. Listen to me, Lee. Naruto-kun has fought his whole life for recognition, despite the hate and fear the people forced on him. His true dream was to be Hokage, not for fame or power, but to protect his precious village. Now that the true level of his abuse is known, you should make it your duty to make Konoha a village worthy of his leadership. Don't fight for the bigots or the traitors of today. Fight for the righteousness of the Konoha of tomorrow. Sniffing, Lee-kun struck his own nice guy pose. I will, Guy-sensei. Naruto-kun is a good person and deserves more than the Konoha of today. Even if he never becomes Hokage, he shouldn't have to deal with a village of people filled with such unyouthfulness. If I cannot make Konoha the village that it should be, I will run around the fire country 500 times. Smiling at his student's honest words, Guy embraced him. The road would be difficult and many things could go wrong, but the Jonin could not find the will to care. Konoha had been most unyouthful to not only one of their greatest heroes, but to the son of such a hero. As a great beast of Konoha, he could not allow such injustice to stand. With his cute little student, they would show the village their stupidity with the true power of youth. Hidden behind the mask of Noramusha, Toki forced herself to remain calm. She might be a highly ranked mistress of the Naginata, but this would be her first true battle. Despite her bravado, begging and outward confidence, in the depths of her own mind the princess was shaking. Focusing past the fear, Toki ground out her orders. You will order your allies to disarm, or I will take off your head, Mausu. Centering herself, Toki cracked a grin. She would show the others that the land of birds could clean up its own mess. Seeing the lieutenant smirk, her eyes widened as Mausu seemed to disappear. Jumping to the side, the princess barely managed to avoid a dagger to her back. Now who could you be, I wonder? Too bad, I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. Turning, Toki saw the two ninja from earlier had been joined by a third unfamiliar figure. With his odd tattoos and slicked back hair, the ninja gave off an aura of menace. I don't know if we've been properly introduced, sir, so let me rectify that right now. My name is Haki, although I've also been known to go by the title of Mausu. But you can call me Daimyo. Cursing, Toki brought her weapon to bear. Shizune was correct, Mausu had been moving under a. Glancing over their loyal troops, the vile little ninja licked his lips. Well, now that I have been properly presented, I'm afraid you are all going to die. It is really so tragic that the country's militia betrayed the daimyo on Kamei's orders. Luckily, my ninja got there in time to avenge the royal family, but with the resulting chaos, I will of course be forced to take the reins of the land myself. Snapping his fingers, Haki shouted, kill them. At his command nearly 24 ninja appeared, ready to fight. Hearing the frantic voice of Kamei directing the troops, Toki prepared for battle. However, at that moment the attacking ninja paused, looking around frantically. Turning to look at the traitorous leader, Toki felt lightened by his look of shock. Where is all this chakra coming from? Who's out there? Show yourself. That was the cue for a cloud of smoke to cover the battlefield, blinding the principals. It only took a few seconds to clear, but in that time the courtyard had become a battleground. Spread across the yard was the bleeding and broken bodies of most of the enemy ninja. None appeared to be dead, but none would be rejoining to fight anytime soon. All that was left were about 10 standard ninja, Haki and his 2 personal lieutenants. As much as their intervention irked her, Toki could admit that the look on the traitor's face was worth the irritation. Blocking the path of the remaining wandering ninja were 3 figures. On the left was a young woman in a blue and black outfit with heels. On the right was a young girl with the oddest lavender eyes. Of course the center could only be a horse-sized slug. Turning quickly, Toki sighed in relief. It appeared that Tsunade had switched roles with Shizune for the evening and was now standing guard over her brother. That was one less thing to worry about at least. Turning her attention to the remaining enemies, the bleak form of Noramusha raised its weapon. You really shouldn't have chosen the worms the hard way. Now prepare yourselves for destruction. Striding down the corridor, the Anbu agent seemed in his element. There was no hesitation or misstep to raise an alarm. In fact, it would surprise the other ninja in the area to know that this person had not been cleared to access this part of the village. Actually, by all technical definitions, he was a traitor of the worst sort. But with his skill, no one would realize this until it was too late. With his careful plotting, the masked figure had been checking over different prisons within the village over a month. Today was the day he would have success. Standing in front of the cell door, the figure stared through the window at one of Konoha's most notorious prisoners. Months of inactivity and no sunlight had left his muscles withered and his skin washed out. The once strong visage and noble form of Uchiha Sasuke had become a mockery. Between the filth and the seals, the boy had become an emaciated and blood-splattered canvas. Even without his training, the Anbu knew for a fact that unless Tsunade herself interceded on the child's behalf, Sasuke would never regain his power. It was such a waste of potential. Decoding the seals on the door, the figure moved quickly once inside the cell. Observing his shallow breathing, the ninja carefully performed a medical scan before clicking his tongue. Konoha should be more careful. In his current condition, the child probably wouldn't last more than another 2 or 3 months before becoming useless to everybody. It was simply petty vindictiveness on their part to allow this much damage to fester. A Sannin should know better than to let such personal feelings cloud their judgment like that. As tempting as taking a direct sample for breeding purposes would be, he couldn't risk his infiltration being discovered. Once their breeding program began in earnest, Konoha was going to pay very special attention to that part of his anatomy. It wouldn't leave traces to alert the old pervert. Removing 3 vials from his side pocket, the Anbu took blood samples from an unmarked area of the prisoner's back. Performing a quick healing, he took care to remove the traces before hiding the blood and leaving the cell. In his state of exhaustion, the Uchiha did not even twitch. Careful to remain visibly casual and unconcerned, the Anbu wandered the corridors within the prison for nearly an hour before making his escape. Taking a side tunnel, he thanked his lucky stars for the lack of Konoha ninja currently in the village. With such a low security presence, he was able to move much easier than would otherwise be possible. Jiraiya might be a very capable spy master, but even he was simply human. With the losses incurred from the invasion, Konoha was lucky to be an active hidden village at all. Even with a lack of A and S rank missions, the ninja force was strained to its limit. Approaching the border with Rice country, he decided it was safe to remove his disguise. Taking off the Anbu mask, Kabuto blinked in the sudden sunlight. Smirking at how easy the infiltration had gone, he removed a vial of the Uchiha blood for review. Discovering that the genetic material had gone pitch black was a most unwelcome surprise. That old bastard must have applied a protection seal. Orochimaru-sama was going to be pissed. Checking his other samples, the medical ninja cursed at the sight. Somewhere on that little brat's body was a seal that would contaminate genetic samples taken without the proper unlocking hand sign. A hand sign that probably would only be used to remove a sample for the bloody breeding project. The blood he had taken would be over 70% corrupted and only get worse as time passed. Sighing, the medical ninja preserved what he could before fleeing. Another infiltration would have to wait until either he or Orochimaru-sama could come up with a new plan. Chapter 19. Spear of the Soul. Looking at the opposing force in shock, Haki felt like pissing his pants. The blonde with the daimyo was clearly Tsunade of the Sannin, strongest medical ninja in the world. The brunette matched the descriptions of her apprentice Shizune, while the kid had the Byakugan. The summon animal was simply icing on the cake. He had heard the rumors the slug princess was on the move again, but had discounted them as flights of fancy. She was now the god aim of Konoha, and what sane ninja would give up such power to wander aimlessly? Now both he and his clan were facing some of the strongest ninja the Land of Fire had ever produced, as well as its strongest existing. Everything was ruined now. Not wasting time with introductions, the summoned slug attacked. Haki could only watch in horror as his remaining minions were taken out quickly and efficiently. If the creature didn't mow its opponents over with a body slam, its acidic fumes rendered the ninja unconscious. His people, trained on the run and constantly fighting for their right to survive, were being slaughtered. All that he seemed capable of now was grinding his teeth in anger, frustrated that they couldn't last longer against one little summon. Trying to salvage the situation, the leader turned to his lieutenants. Hakushin, Nagar, we have to get out of here. We're no match for them. Nodding their agreement, the 3 ninja prepared to flee. However, life would never be that easy. Seeing the leadership of the rebellious force trying to get away, the Hyuga and Shizune moved to intercept them. Hakushin dodged out of a chakra-infused palm strike, while Nagar fled from a storm of needles. Haki was left by himself without allies, options or patsies. Aoki had not become leader of the wandering ninja clans due to his ninja abilities. While his abilities were strong, not many of the group respected those sorts of skills. They much preferred flashy taijutsu or ninjutsu that would immortalize their legends within the ninja world. Aoki was the leader because he was a good tactician, thought on his feet, and was great at playing opponents off of one another. No one challenged his leadership because he managed them well and ensured any rivals were dealt with before becoming a threat. Now he had to examine his options closely. His forces were decimated, his plot revealed, and the 2 strongest ninja in the group were fighting battles in which they were very outclassed. On one hand, he could stick around and offer support to Hakushin and Nagar. With his skills, either the Hyuga or Shizune could be taken out. The resulting battle with a pissed-off Sannin would then wipe them out. On the other hand, if he left them distracted by their battles, he could sneak away in the confusion and start over. Sound Village was always looking for talent, and honestly that would be the safest place for him after this. Firming his resolve, the cowardly leader of the wandering ninja prepared to abandon his comrades to their fates. They had served him well, but it was time to move on. There would be other opportunities and battles in the future. After all, a ninja couldn't fight when they were dead. Preparing to bolt, Haki was brought up short by the feeling of steel against his throat. I believe that you forgot about me, little worm. Looking into the soulless eyes of Noramusha, he winced. This was going to be a little more complicated than he thought. Dodging a kick, Niji uncharacteristically smirked. After finally getting discharged from the hospital, he had planned on returning home to evaluate his physical condition. However, not even 2 minutes after leaving the building, Guy-sensei had found him. Not listening to a word he said, the beast of Konoha had begun working the Hyuga into the ground. Push-ups, sit-ups, sparring, log striking and dodging were simply a few of the exercises covered. By the end of the session, Niji felt like he was about to fall over from exhaustion. Yet at the same time he could not be happier. Thanks to the wonders of medical ninja muscle stimulation therapy, most of Niji's strength had been preserved during his convalescence. While he was a little stiff from his inactivity, it didn't stop the young Hyuga from enjoying the song of battle. When a person got into a real fight, instinct and motion could truly become one. But that sort of clarity, Niji enjoyed the break from his own self-doubts and self-recriminations. This was not a time to debate or to question his life. This was a moment of reflection where he could find himself a little more. Based upon his reactions, with some effort he could be back in shape within another week or two. Finishing the exercise, Niji made a point of turning to check his teammates. Uchiha Sasuke had shown the Konoha Genin what discounting your comrades got you in the end. So he decided that caring for his team might be a good way of improving himself as a person. After all, it was only a little while ago that he had been the village's up-and-coming genius driven by revenge. Never let it be said that a Hyuga was unable to learn from the mistakes of an Uchiha. Thinking back, Niji could not help but wonder what had happened in his absence. Tenten was a monster today, throwing 3 times as many weapons as she normally did while dancing from side to side. Before, the girl had only focused on perfect accuracy and avoided anything that could harm her record of 100 hits for 100 throws. However, now she made motion a key part of her practice, changing location for every thrown projectile. It was a very demanding routine, but he had to admit it looked effective. Although the black-haired training dummies getting hit repeatedly in the crotch were beginning to freak him out. On the other hand, Lee looked absolutely ridiculous. Instead of doing his normal workout of hundreds of exercises, the odd kid was reading. Hair tied back with a white headband, a red symbol for youth clearly printed in its center. In front of the ninja were countless scrolls and booklets outlining detailed regulations in tiny print. Having gotten curious during his sparring with Guy-sensei, Niji had read the contents with his Byakugan, only to be stumped. Why the hell was Lee reading over the laws and procedures of Konoha ninja and civilian conduct? That sort of crap was for lawyers, not muscle-bound misfits. Feeling an eye twitch coming on, Niji decided they needed a nice little mission out of Konoha. The symptoms and disconnect with reality appeared to be signs of excessive stress and mental trauma. At least, that was the only reason he could come up with for the apparent insanity of his team. Clearly, they needed a vacation from the problems in the village. Otherwise, someone would crack and it would probably be him. Looking at his Jonin instructor, Niji debated talking with him about his questions concerning Naruto. Upon reflection, he rejected the idea for 2 main reasons. Firstly, he did not think that his concerns would be understood by the eccentric ninja. Guy came off as completely crazy at times, so it was difficult to take serious issues to the man. Secondly, he did not want to show weakness. Niji knew that overconfidence could be his undoing, but he felt that it was important to keep his issues to himself. Besides, with his higher security clearance, Guy probably knew the truth as to why Naruto was treated in such a fashion. Watching the spandex-clad Jonin hem and haw trying to figure out a way to distract him from the truth would grow extremely tiresome. Noting that Guy and Lee were performing their traditional end of the practice hug, Niji turned to his other teammate. Tenten, would you mind an escort to your home? I could use a small cool down and the company would be appreciated. Besides, Guy Tenten would be a good person to talk with about Naruto. As a fellow orphan, she probably understood the subtleties of his treatment better than a beloved child of the Hyuga clan. Blinking, the weapons user smiled. Sure Niji, that would be great. Bye Guy-sensei Lee. We'll see you tomorrow. Nodding in the duo's direction, Niji began to walk with Tenten towards the village. He might not be as close to the Kunoichi as he should be, but perhaps this was a good time to change that. Tenten was the best rookie kunoichi in Konoha at the moment and her insight would be extremely valuable. Perhaps she had noticed something about the situation in the village that he had missed. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Just as they reached the perimeter of the village proper, another Hyuga intercepted them. Niji recognized the boy as one of his distant younger cousins in the branch house. Niji-san, Hiyashi-sama requests your immediate presence in the main house. Please come with me. Stiffening, Niji nodded before turning to his teammate. Sorry Tenten, we'll have to do this again sometime. Turning, the Hyuga prodigy followed his cousin as quickly as possible. Given his recent activities, this meeting could go very bad very quickly. Hokage's orders or not, the Hyuga were quite touchy when the Byakugan was involved. Staring at the blue-haired ninja in front of her, Hinata couldn't help but feel slightly excited. Weeks of effort were about to be rewarded with a simple and easy confrontation. After constant training under Tsunade and numerous spars with Naruto-kun, the little Hyuga was actually giddy to fight the enemy. This was an opponent she could test herself against and a battle she could use to show the others that their help was not wasted. This Hyuga failure was ready to show her stuff. Of course, the dramatic effect was ruined by her opponent's inattentive yawn. Looking down on her, the foreign ninja smirked evilly. Really, this is my adversary? When I hear about the legendary fighters of Konoha, pictures of children don't usually come to mind. Run away little girl, because Byakugan or no I will enjoy caving in your skull. Hinata shivered in disgust as he licked his lips in anticipation. Firming her stance, the Hyuga activated her eyes without hand seals. The Hinata of yesterday might have shied and stuttered against such taunts, but the Hinata of today had no such issues. Well, no such issues in dealing with enemy ninja anyways. I don't know what you've heard, but I assure you the realities can be much worse. There was no more time to talk, only the fight mattered now. Charging in, Hinata began to throw Juken strike after Juken strike at the opponent. Regrettably, she could not seem to get a hit in. Either the bastard would block her strikes at the wrist or avoid them altogether. It was so bloody frustrating. What's wrong little Hyuga? Surprised that I don't simply stand there and take it? Your skills aren't bad, but I've fought stronger opponents for years. Our clan specializes in technique analysis and adaptation, you foolish girl. Understanding the principles of such a limited ability is child's play. Lashing out with a kick, Hinata found herself flying through the air. Luckily she managed to land on her feet. Cracking his knuckles, the older opponent gave off vibes of self-satisfaction. Anyone with a brain knows that a Juken fighter always strikes with an open palm. While they can direct their chakra out of any point of their bodies, the average practitioner only has the ability to affect their opponent's chakra pathways through their palm or fingers. No matter how good your eyes are, with my longer reach and experience, you don't stand a chance fighting me with Juken. Prepare to die. Gritting her teeth, Hinata was shocked that the enemy realized all of those flaws within the style. The elders had never bothered to have her trained in the forms that counter such problems, so his analysis was perfectly accurate. She could not use Juken to finish this enemy. Too bad for the blue-haired pretty boy, she knew more than that now. It wasn't fully tested yet, but she had the perfect training dummy right here. Forming a fist, Hinata met the other ninjas in charge head-on. Focusing her chakra into the clenched hand, Hinata dodged his strike while releasing her own. Judging from the look in his eyes, it felt like getting hit with a freight train. Not pausing for a second, Hinata quickly circled around the enemy, striking with decreasing energy with each full rotation. By the last strike, the ninja known as Hakushin would have to be scooped up with a shovel. Looking down at the barely breathing enemy, Hinata grabbed her arm in pain. While she had no major issues with gathering chakra into her hand, the younger Hyuga hadn't managed to redirect the backlash properly yet. The best that she could do so far was to bleed off the energy with additional strikes and constant movement. It wasn't perfect, but until her control improved a lot, that was the best she could do. At least her arm wasn't shredded into little pieces. While Hinata did not enjoy violence, she had to admit the fight was exhilarating. Training with Naruto had inspired her farther than any lecture or scolding, and the boy's love of combat was almost contagious. She had to admit, fighting to protect people could get addictive if she was not careful. Of course, her moment of introspection was cut off by a cry of surprise. Looking up, the formerly shy little Hyuga realized things had gotten a lot more complicated. Taking a polite sip of his tea, Niji attempted to keep calm. Upon arriving at the Hyuga compound, he was rapidly escorted to the reception hall of the main branch. Sitting at the head of the table was Hiyashi, wearing his traditional white robes of leadership. A pot of tea was being prepared by another branch house member while he was guided to the opposite seat of his uncle. After serving the two their drinks, the branch member left with almost unseemly haste. That above all other things informed the young prodigy this was going to be an uncomfortable conversation. Taking a particularly long sip, Hiyashi began the conversation. I hear that your Jonin-sensei did not waste any time. What was his evaluation of your condition and recovery progress? As expected of a Hyuga leader, he provided no hint through posture or prose. Even the young genius's advanced eyes could not read his true intent. Keeping his own tone formal, Niji remained calm. Guy-sensei is hopeful that I will be back in top form within another 2 weeks at the latest. The medical program did an excellent job minimizing muscle atrophy, and I just need a little time to get back in shape. Nodding, Hiashi returned to his tea in silence. Again, no extra meaning was provided. Neither Hyuga spoke for the remainder of their drinks. Niji knew that his uncle wanted information concerning the caged bird counter seal. However, he did not have much to offer at his own request. The only thing that might get him into trouble was his desire to apply for the new process as soon as possible. Hopefully, he could survive this interview in the needed condition to acquire it. Finally finishing his tea, Hiashi let out a sigh. Alright Niji, let us drop the pretenses. I will be blunt in my questions and you will be honest in your response. Do you intend to apply for the counter seal that Jiraiya is working on? Making no extra twitch, the young man boiled with an internal rage. He could not allow this opportunity to be stolen from him. Closing his eyes, Niji kept his response even and cool as befitted a Hyuga. While I trust Jiraiya-sama to take every precaution with his seal research and testing, I am hesitant to rely upon only his reputation for the success of such a delicate project. The caged bird seal has been unbreakable for generations, and I find it doubtful that the manipulations of one man could solve it rapidly or cleanly. Left unsaid was what his final decision would be if the old pervert was successful. Standing, Hiashi gestured for his nephew to follow him. Sweating slightly, Niji fell in step behind the clan head as was his habit. Approaching the central courtyard, Hiashi seemed lost in thought. Niji could only hope that meant his eventual execution was going to be postponed. Nodding, Hiashi turned to address him. This is a very difficult time for the Hyuga, Niji. Even over a decade later we are still recovering from the Kyuubi attack. The recent difficulties with sound and sand have only increased the strain upon our clan. With this latest development, new policies and practices will have to be adopted. With the way things are, the Hyuga need to flex or perish. Steeling himself, Niji prepared for the hand sign that would end his life. A wait that was to be in vain as it turned out. After careful deliberation, the Hyuga elders and I have come to a decision. Once Jiraiya develops a technique that counteracts the caged bird seal, we will offer any branch member the right to use it. If you wish to participate, I would be honored to name you the new heir of the Hyuga clan. With your help, a clean transition for our family can be realized. Staring at his uncle in shock, Niji idly noted that no lie or falsehood seemed to come from his lips. What the heck was going on here? Dodging from side to side, Shizune felt an eyebrow twitch developing. She had trained under Tsunade-sama for years and knew nearly everything her sensei did about medical ninjutsu. With her poison knowledge, taijutsu and techniques, the young brunette thought herself a fairly competent fighter. Yet, in the last few fights she participated in, her opponents always knew how to counter these vaunted techniques. At this rate, she might just raid the Forbidden Scroll herself for some more variety. It was so horribly frustrating to deal with elemental ninjutsu users who could counter her years of hard work so easily. Throwing out another brace of at this nagger character, Shizune sighed as his arm became a wave of sand that deflected the attack. Grinning at her discomfort, the taller ninja directed more of his body to change. Sorry little medic, but I have the advantage here. In our travels, I discovered the most powerful earth-style manipulation in use today. This move is straight from Suna's own Gaara. Your weapons are no match for my abilities. Dodging the wave of sand, Shizune let out an uncharacteristic growl. This bastard was getting on her nerves. Thinking quickly, she winced at the only strategy that she could use to deal with his sand. Reaching into her side pouch, the medic grabbed her weapon of choice while running towards her opponent. As expected, her telegraphed move was easily read and defended against. Now if only the pathetic show-off acted as she expected, then this could work. You think you can get past my sand? You really are naive. Allow me to show you the secret technique only used by one other ninja. Literally flowing around her attack, Nagger enveloped her closed hand with his artificial sand. Clenching her fist, Shizune prayed for a quick reaction. Regrettably, the reaction was not quite fast enough. Dessert funeral. Biting back a scream of pain, Shizune forced her fist to open just a bit. The wandering ninja was so busy gloating that her actions did not register at first. Luckily, once the pain set in, he could not release her arm fast enough. Looking over the limb, the medic sighed in relief. Compared to the damage sustained by Rock Lee in the Chunin exam, this was nothing. Tsunade-sama would have her fully functional again within the week. Turning to her enemy, she had to fight a vicious smirk. The taller ninja was gasping, his fully reformed body discoloring rapidly. Activating a basic pain numbing, Shizune shook her head in resignation. I admit that you were perfectly capable of dealing with my weapons. While I've heard about Gaara's defense, your pay limitation is still rather impressive. However, no matter what sort of elemental manipulation you are using, you are still human. As such, your response to poisons is easy to catalog. No one can maintain their bodies indefinitely as an element, so parts of you had to reform while my arm was trapped. Thus, the capsules I crushed could release their payloads fairly quickly without issue. Gasping, Nagar was denied the dignity of a simple comeback as he expired. Shizune couldn't find it in her heart to care. Wincing through her, Shizune forced herself to consume the antitoxin. While it could be extracted as part of the healing, there was no reason to complicate things unnecessarily. Looking over the remaining enemies, she sighed in relief. The grunts had been taken care of by the summoned slug, and Hinata had that blue-haired ninja well in hand. All that was left was the ringleader, who, after hearing Toki's cry of pain, appeared to have a hostage. That made things much more difficult. Gathering his thoughts, Niji tried to maintain the strict discipline he was known for. Forgive me Hiashi-sama, but I don't understand. Why would I be named the heir? As far as I am aware, that title is to be held by either Hinata-sama or Hanabi-sama. Even if, for whatever reason, the seal is removed, I am still outside the line of succession. Despite his facade, it was all the Hyuga prodigy could do not to explode in anger. Here he was being offered his every dream and desire without any catch. This could be nothing except a sick joke from the elders. Apparently, his discomfort was noted despite his best efforts. Hiashi-sama made that apparent with a slight frown. To anyone else, it would be barely noticeable. But to a Hyuga, this sort of expression was almost the equivalent of a shout. I understand your reasons for being hesitant to believe this, Niji. But listen to the facts before making any final judgments. Taking a seat, Hiashi gestured for his nephew to join him. Nervously, the boy complied with the silent command. Keeping his calm, the clan head sighed. For many years now, there have been concerns about the stability of the Hyuga clan. Your father's sacrifice was simply one of the more prominent examples of our division. Things had begun to calm down recently, but the declaration of the Hokage made everything 3 times worse. The main branch members began to feel threatened by the potential loss of their traditional power. The branch family began recalling slight after slight they could use to fuel the fires of revenge. Things were ready to explode when the worst happened. Uzumaki's sealing was made public. Leaning forward, Niji held his breath. This was a chance to gain more clues to the truth that had plagued him for weeks. Frowning, Hiashi shook his head. While the reactions to Uzumaki's treatment were mixed, the end results were unavoidable. The village now views the clan with mistrust to downright hostility. The Hyuga cannot survive enemies from both within and without, so we must adapt. The 2 houses cannot simply be joined in some grand sweeping gesture. We have been separate for generations, and such a reunion will have to be gradual. However, with Hinata's new assignment and Hanabi's youth, you are the obvious choice to begin such efforts. Both houses respect you, and you have mastered techniques that ninja 4 times your age have issues with. There is honestly no one else that I could trust with such a difficult task. Leaning back, Niji felt his thoughts scattered to the 4 winds. He was being offered a chance that many in his family could only dream of. As the heir of the clan, he could change things for the Hyuga that held them back. Such a transition would accomplish everything that he could possibly ask for. Such a bounty must have a catch. I am sorry for my impertinence, Hiashi-sama, but why do you wish to offer the chance to remove the cage bird seal? Why not simply order everyone to undergo the procedure and be done with it? Surely that would ease tensions more dramatically than such a mild declaration. Closing his eyes, Hiashi sighed. Believe what you will, Niji, but there are those within the branch family who are happy with their lot. It would be unfair to arbitrarily remove them from the only lives they have ever known. If a Hyuga lacks the conviction or the courage to have the seal removed, then they should not be forced into a mismatched mold. The raw regret in his voice almost had the young prodigy convinced. But it still was not enough. Standing, Hiashi offered his hand to the young man. The Hyuga clan has convinced itself that such measures as the seal were needed to protect our strength. Now, those who wish to gain authority within the clan will have to earn it. This is no longer about who was born first or to what parents. This is about what can be accomplished through personal effort and ability. That is the only way for our family to survive. Looking at his uncle, Niji had to wonder who this person was. No one should be able to say such things with a straight face. Dropping his hand at his nephew's gobsmacked expression, Hiashi smiled. I know that this is a lot to take in. Rest and meditate for now. Nothing will happen until Jiraiya makes his counter seal anyways. With his exit, Niji was left alone and confused with his thoughts. In shock, the genius did not even consciously notice the smile turn vicious. Unfortunately for the elder Hyuga, his unconscious mind was slightly more alert. Eyebrow twitching, Naruto took in the scene before him. Hinata-chan and Shizune Ni-chan had taken out the strongest ones there, although Shizune Ni-chan was hurt. Hinata-chan's slug summons was taking care of the last of the grunt ninja. So of course, the only one to get captured was the disguised Toki. As good as the woman was with her weapon, she really should not have taken a ninja so lightly. Now since he was the only one not occupied or noticed, it was his responsibility to save her. That was what ninjas were supposed to do with princesses after all. While the ninja was unfamiliar, his stance was an open book. Naruto had seen the same reactions from cornered animals in the wild around the village. This guy had gone from predator to prey within minutes, and the disorientation was making him desperate. Right now, his only chance at survival was the hostage held at kunai point. As a ninja working for the land of birds, for the moment anyways, he had an obligation to stop this. The big question was how. Naruto frowned in concentration as he pondered his options. Shadow clones would only give away his position and put Toki at risk. A frontal assault alone would accomplish the same things while endangering his life as well. He had no way of talking with the others to coordinate a strike. Finally, none of his available weapons were precise enough to hit the bad guy without hurting the girl. Well, that is, none of his anyways. The thing was he technically had a set that might help out. Among their medical lessons for the last few weeks, Shizune had made a point of teaching them some basic techniques to liven things up. The problem was that he had never tested them. Oh, he could use the hand signs well enough and knew the correct emotional focus to use for each, but the hyperactive blonde did not really have a knack for the moves. Even a knucklehead knew that throwing an untested weapon into the middle of a fight was just as likely to kill the user as the enemy. However, Naruto understood he did not really have a choice. While he had been thinking over the situation, the ninja was realizing just how boned he really was. Facing Tsunade Bachan, Shizune Ni-chan and Hinata-chan, the bastard had to be pissing his pants. The longer he had to realize how hopeless things were, the more dangerous it became for Toki. If Naruto was going to win, he had to act now. Thinking over the available in his arsenal, Naruto took aim and began the hand seals. If this guy was the one traveling under a long-term transformation, he was probably a master. Therefore, the best Naruto could hope for was to distract him before launching an attack. That meant he would need to use the strongest in his arsenal, even if it was only an untested C rank. Focusing on his remembered feelings of neglect and rejection, Naruto whispered out his technique pain of memory. Releasing as much chakra as possible to enforce the darker emotions driving the technique, Naruto quickly grabbed a kunai and jumped out to attack the enemy. He was not really thinking about what he would do. Given how weak the technique was and his habit of unbalancing by overloading them, Naruto was hoping for a twitch at most. But if he could take advantage of that twitch, Toki would be much easier to rescue. After all, they just mimicked emotional pain and overlaid it on the subject's mind. It was easy to recognize, and any ninja had to be used to such suffering. How much could his 13 years of life compare to such an older ninja? Held by Hauki, Toki was feeling rage on a scale previously unheard of. When facing the little bug, she had felt confident of her chances. The bastard seemed unarmed and she had him at blade point with no room to maneuver. How could someone get past her with such horrible odds? It was a laughable idea. Unfortunately, she had not taken his skills into account during her evaluation. So when Hauki started to waver, she panicked. In a matter of minutes, all of her training and boasts were rendered useless. Her naginata was taken, her arms bound and a blade held to her throat. No matter how hard she trained or how far she went in spars, Toki had never fought in a pitched battle before. On the other hand, Hauki had been fighting as a ninja for years and clearly had her trumped in terms of experience. Powerless in her captor's grip, the princess was willing to admit she might have jumped the gun a bit. Letting Tsunade take care of things would probably have been the smarter move in the end. Frustrated, Toki was forced to stay still as the traitor ripped off her mask. Eyes widening, the short brunette smiled evilly. Well, look what we have here. It appears that the stories of your demise were greatly exaggerated, Toki Haim. This will make things so much easier. Now what do you say we get the others' attention? Not waiting for a response, Hauki twisted her arm, dislocating the limb with ease. Against the young woman's best efforts, a small scream escaped her throat. The courtyard became very quiet after that. Speaking with confidence, the wandering ninja addressed her brother. I have to admit, Sagi-kun, that I was not expecting such cleverness from you. Not only did you contact one of the legendary ninja to help you in secret, but you ruthlessly faked your sister's death to gain a new spy. I am very impressed. It's almost too bad that I'll have to leave the country now, but that's the way of the world. Now unless you want a fresh corpse to join your father, you will order your men and assorted allies to step back a bit. Helpless, Toki watched Sagi order the men and Konoha ninja to stand down. Now she really was in trouble. Backing away slowly, Hauki made a point of grabbing her injured arm. The princess and I will be leaving now. She will enjoy my company for a few weeks until I think things will be safe. I cannot give you much in the way of a guarantee, but I will say that anyone who tries to stop or follow us will be responsible for her death. Keep that in mind before doing anything rash, Tsunade of the Sannin. Come my dear, we have much left to do. Powerless in her injured state, Toki followed, certain her death was now only a matter of time. Then the rules of the game changed completely. A wave of cold air seemed to pass by the young princess, sending a chill up her spine. Suddenly, the princess felt more alone than any other time in her life. Whatever this feeling was, Toki was tempted to check her veins for ice water. The only good thing seemed to be the fact she was only getting the edge of it. Based on the expression Haoki was sporting, he was experiencing something 100 times worse. Dropping her arm with a suddenly limp grip, the wandering ninja's face was an expression of sheer terror. Fighting off the shock from her injury, Toki tried to grasp the naginata with one hand. Seemingly in response to her actions, the enemy grabbed a kunai. Forcing herself to stand, Toki prepared for the final confrontation between her and the enemy of her family. So his next actions shook her to the core. The princess had a clear and unobstructed view of the kunai piercing his eye before something knocked her down and covered her face. That did not block the final scream of Haoki the traitor, nor did it do much for her arm. Looking up in a haze of pain, Toki was shocked by the worried face of Uzumaki Naruto. "Oh, thank Kami, that worked. Are you okay, Toki-hime? I can't believe that bastard hurt you like that. Don't look behind me, it isn't pretty, but at least you won't have to worry about that jackass again. Ba-chan. Please hurry, she's hurt and going into shock. I don't want to reset her arm without help in dealing with the inflammation. Just stay with me, Toki-hime, and everything will be okay. I promise you, and I never go back on my word. Ba-chan, get down here already." Held in the young Chunin's grasp, Toki felt herself drift off, the stress of the encounter finally catching up to her. Yet, she had to admit that she had not felt this safe in quite a while. Looking at the moonlight, Niji felt his world shift and change faster than he could have ever thought possible. Today, the prodigy had been offered something that he had never dared to hope for. With a position of heir, his own prowess and years of effort would be acknowledged in the strongest manner possible. By running the clan, he could make sure that no Hyuga would be thrown away because of convenience. It should have been the simplest choice he would ever have to make. But deep down, some part of him felt uneasy. This had to have a catch he had not realized yet. Looking over his feelings, Niji admitted that a large part of his hesitation was due to Hinata. Despite his angry words and buried resentment, Niji had spent years knowing that Hinata would be the next leader of the clan. Having that viewpoint removed so easily was extremely disorienting. Her recent changes did not make things any easier. Despite her soft nature, the picture of Hinata leading the clan with a gentle spirit was a surprisingly attractive image. Taking her position would feel like the basest of betrayals on his part. On a less emotional point, Niji still did not trust the Hyuga leadership. While Hiashi had been building bridges lately, he was not stupid enough to ignore the possibility of a double cross. Despite what the clan head might have sprouted earlier, the Hyuga elders did not part with power lightly. For there to be equality between the houses would undermine their position, and Niji could not picture them allowing something like that without a backup plan in place. But what part of their plan allowed such a loophole? Trying to remain calm, Niji mentally went over the conversation piece by piece for nearly the 100th time. As one of the best users of the Byakugan in decades, it was easy for him to derive meaning and emotion from the slightest amount of body language. Conversely, any Hyuga learned to hide the slightest twinge of unnecessary movement to protect their secrets. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi was nearly impossible to read in such a fashion. But even the best have an off moment, as the analysis of his smile finally came back. Despite the brevity of the motion, it was as clear as day to the young Hyuga. As far as he could determine, Hiashi still had one last card to play, the question was what? Shaking his head, the young Hyuga suppressed a snort of irritation. What could the elders possibly pull after a stunt like that? With position within the clan being based upon ability rather than family position, would not their own power be under attack? Many of the elders had not fought for decades. How could they possibly maintain their hold over the clan when it became a war zone? Narrowing his eyes, Niji formed a fist once their plan became clear. As always, the Hyuga leadership was willing to throw away others to maintain their power. Nothing in Hiashi's sales pitch dealt with the elders at all. Since their position was based upon diplomatic and political maneuvering, the group could claim exemption from the trials the younger Hyuga would have to undergo. Sitting on the top looking down, they could rest easy, while everyone else had to fight to ensure their own survival. Such freedom from their servitude would move many of the branch family to fight friend and foe alike. Not only would the clan remain divided, but the elders could use this event to deal with the suspicion of Konoha. Feeling the blood flowing down his fingers, Niji tried to get his rage under control. As the heir of such a system, he would be forced to fight every day. Either he would be training, trying to lead the clan through the chaos, or struggling to maintain his position. Of course, one poor boy could not do everything. Without a doubt, the elders would offer to take over some of the responsibilities. The task here, a petition there and the old farts, would turn him into a figurehead. This was simply trading one cage for another. That was no way to change the Hyuga clan. Thinking about Naruto's words about family and suffering, Niji had to snort. It seemed so ironic that the one member of his clan who had never tried to use him was also the one he had hated the most. Now Hinata was gone on some crazy mission, and he was left the best candidate to take her place of suffering and hardship. Truly fate had an odd sense of humor. But had he not also seen that same fate could be overcome through one's own will? Taking a deep breath, Niji made his choice. Upon the completion of the counter seal, he would ask Jiraiya for emancipation from the Hyuga clan. He might simply become Niji, but if there was one thing learned from all this, it was that names did not change who you were. He was Niji and would remain so. Even if he never saw the inner halls of the clan again, it would be worth it to ensure his freedom. After all, what sort of genius stays trapped in a cage? There was a very large world out there, and the closest thing he would have to a true family was struggling in it. Hopefully, he could be a part of that grand adventure one day. Looking over his notes, Jiraiya let out a sigh of satisfaction. Weeks of research capped off by a 3-hour session of torture had culminated in one of his greatest achievements. For the first time in history, someone outside the Hyuga clan knew the details of the caged bird's seal. With this information, any such seal or related derivative could be removed without issue. Maybe some of those Hyuga ladies from the branch house would decide to show their appreciation. Everyone knew what the real Hyuga bloodline was after all, and he could use the help for his next book. Apparently, the trick was to apply an 8-pronged counter seal with a double barrier. Not only did this stabilize the seal's integrity during removal, it also grounded the built-up energy. Once the seal was contained, it could be transferred to a piece of chakra-sensitive paper and safely destroyed. For a seal that took hours to apply, the removal was almost criminally easy. But the little medical ninjutsu, there should not even be a scar. Tempted to pat himself on the back, Jiraiya tried to calm down. The last time he had tried that, his shoulder had not felt right for weeks. All he had to do was field test it on Niji in the morning, and he could honestly declare the technique finalized. Soon, the Hyuga would be in complete turmoil trying to adjust to the change and in no position to cause trouble for a while. After all, what could those old bats do to counter the loss of their servants? Looking over the village, Jiraiya had to bite back a grin. Now that the Hyuga seal was decoded, he felt much better about his chances with the root security seal. Several of the principles were the same as the Hyuga work, and it had nothing on the mighty caged bird seal. After a good night's sleep, he would figure out the next step and deal with the root prisoners. Maybe they knew something useful. Pulling out the crystal ball, the toad sage began to giggle. After all that hard work, he deserved a little treat. Staring into the globe, he suppressed a line of drool. Who knew the kunoichi instructors at the academy were so kinky? He would never have thought to use a rose stem like that. Chapter 20. Elemental Attraction. Looking over the morning mists, Tsunade let out a sigh of contentment. It had been 2 weeks since the attempted coup, and things had finally stabilized within the land of birds. After interrogating the survivors of the wandering ninja clan with the help of Kamei's guards, every dirty deal and plot was revealed in all their tainted glory. A few counselors had been charged, the enemy ninja were executed, and Sagi Dono and Kamei-sama had both joined forces. Explaining the operation to all of the leadership of the land of birds had taken way too long. In the end, it was only her own personal endorsement that prevented a minor civil war. Now the country was ready for a new reign under their young ruler once again. Kamei had been busy, politicking and working closely with Tsushima to stabilize the country's leadership. Between the two, Tsunade did not worry about the future in the slightest. Tsushima as always was extremely loyal to the royal children. Surprisingly, Kamei had developed a massive amount of respect for Toki-hime. He could often be seen asking for her advice and input before enforcing policy. The young princess could not seem to get her head around the attention, often asking to borrow Naruto for a sparring partner. Apparently, fighting the young blonde who would not give up was surprisingly therapeutic. Thinking about the boy brought a smile to the older woman's face. Despite the issues they had to deal with while hiding in Bird, Naruto had managed to gain quite a bit. Between his training with Toki, sparring with Hinata, and studying under herself and Shizune the little brat was clearly a solid chunin. Despite all the long odds and impossible adaptations that no normal human could have overcome, Naruto was now ready to act as a ninja of both his rank and ability. By all rights she should return to the village, her mission completed. Too bad for Konoha that she had no plans to do so. Naruto was facing odds that were greater than any chunin was capable of dealing with. S-rank ninja had to work extremely hard to gain their title, and despite his leaps Naruto was not there yet. Once they returned to Konoha, no matter how much chaos Jiraiya had managed, the advisors would once again pressure her to remove the boy. If Naruto left with his current level of ability, Akatsuki would eat him for lunch. She could never forgive herself for such an act, and Hinata probably would not either. Now that things were stable, it was high time to leave again. Too many people knew her current location for any peace of mind, and Tsunade was determined to press forward. Now that they could move safely, it was high time to begin the intensive ninjutsu training that would bring the two chunin to new heights. Shizune could probably learn a thing or herself. Ever since having her arm healed up, with just a little help from Naruto's pulsing technique, the normally shy Jonin seemed determined to ramp up her arsenal. Apparently, having her last few opponents counter Shizun's limited offensive library had angered the woman. Far be it from her to deny the apprentices anything. Cracking her joints, Tsunade prepared to gather her few loose possessions. They would be leaving after breakfast, and she needed to make sure that nothing was left behind. While there was a lot of progress made here, the land of birds was only holding them back. There was a large world out there, and it was high time for the group to enjoy that a bit. Besides, between the training and recuperation, she had a younger blonde to introduce to the joys of professional gambling. With his luck, Naruto could probably triple their money in a week. Ieyashi had been meditating for nearly an hour before word had reached him of his nephew's departure from the clan holdings. The Hyuga clan head was not too worried about it, assuming that the boy simply needed some time to think about his offer from the other day. Finding out that you were going to be elevated from servant to future leader of the clan had to be a massive shock. Once the boy accepted, they could finally reunify the Hyuga under a stronger banner while showing the village they were not monsters. Of course, keeping the younger members fighting one another for position while leaving the elders free to pursue their own agenda was a nice bonus. When the young prodigy returned a few hours later, Ieyashi let out a sigh of relief. However, upon activating his Byakugan, he was shocked by the sight of Neji packing his possessions. Hurrying from his rooms, the clan head tried to cut his nephew off at his room. Despite his best efforts, he could not quite get ahead of the boy until the compound's gate. Seeing the bursting duffel, he knew that something had gone wrong. Forcing himself to appear calm, Ieyashi faced his nephew. "Neji, where are you going? Surely the Hokage has not assigned you a mission so soon after your injury." Seeing the boy's calm gaze, the elder Hyuga was suddenly reminded of his brother. Hisashi often had the same look in his eye when they were children. Unfortunately, it had never boded well for the elder child. Bowing, Neji met his scrutiny without fear. "Hiyashi-sama, I have returned to gather my personal effects. As of this morning, I am no longer Hyuga Neji. Jiraiya-sama was kind enough to grant me emancipation from the clan. From now on, I shall simply be Neji unless things change significantly in the near future." With these words, Ieyashi felt his world collapse from underneath his feet. Trying to remain calm, the Hyuga clan head took a step forward. "How can you say such things, Neji? We are taking the first steps to dissolve the separation between our houses. Within another few generations, no one will even remember the difference between the branch house and the main house. You yourself have been offered the position of clan heir. One who was destined for servitude has earned a place to one day lead the clan. What more do you need to prove that change is coming?" Sighing, Neji suddenly looked very old. "You can change the names and alter the rules involved, but things have not changed all that much. The elders and you are still using the youth of the clan to further their own ambitions. As long as your clansmen and clanswomen are nothing more than pieces on a game board, things will never really change." Feeling his soul grow cold, Ieyashi realized that his nephew had read the situation perfectly. That was the problem with geniuses, they tended to figure things out. Straightening his posture, Neji continued. "Now it appears that I have two choices before me. On one hand, I can submerge myself in your game. I will hold my position through force and give my powers a way to stay alive. Before long I will be strong and powerless and you will be crafty and safe. Or I can follow the example of the Hokage and remove myself from the equation. I can become a symbol for my fellow Hyuga to show them that they do not have to remain with the clan to flourish. They can be family and work as one for one another instead of the privileged few." Closing his eyes in a moment of pain, Ieyashi knew then that he had lost the last link to his brother on earth. Shouldering his pack, Neji bowed again. "I thank you for your kindness as it was, but this will be our parting. Perhaps things will change in the future, but now is not the time for such thoughts. Farewell, uncle." Watching Neji's back, Ieyashi felt a black rage bubble up in his mind. He could not allow this. He would not lose to the strongest of the Hyuga. Taking his hands, the elder Hyuga formed the familiar seal of pain. His cry of rage stopped the boy in an instant. But nothing else occurred. Turning, Neji faced him with a look of pity. "Are you that entrenched in tradition that the second a branch member tells you something objectionable your first instinct is to punish?" Removing his headband, Neji shocked him into silence with the clear forehead underneath. "Goodbye, Ieyashi. I don't think we shall meet again." With all the grace he was known for, Neji walked out of the compound for the last time. Looking over the group before him, Naruto could not help but feel proud. He might not have learned a lot of kick-ass, but the land of birds had taught him all sorts of other lessons. Patience, manipulating instead of trashing your opponents, and weapons were just the tip of the iceberg. This was where he had asked out a cute girl on a date and been accepted. Here was where he started to multitask and prioritize his objectives. This was the land he had started to really understand what it meant to lead. While the lack of practice kind of sucked, he was happy. Making some more friends did not hurt either. Smiling, Sagi spoke for the send-off committee. We thank you for your aid in this difficult time. Without your intervention, both I and my closest friends would be dead right now. No matter what happens in Konoha, know that you and yours will always be welcome in the land of birds. Feeling his face turn red, Naruto fought off the urge to rub the back of his head. This was one of the times he was being acknowledged, and the blonde prankster did not want to miss a minute. Since you have refused official payment from either the treasury or the bounties on the traders from the wandering ninja, we have prepared a small number of gifts. Humming forward, Toki handed Bachan a set of scrolls. These are medical manuals from our local healers. Well, I don't know if anything there is impressive by your standards, the recipes within are based upon local materials that are quite rare outside the country. I can only hope that some bit of knowledge within this text can help you one day as you have helped both of us. Smiling lightly, the Hokage bowed in response. Turning to Hinata-chan, Toki took a deep wooden case. I know this is a little bulky to travel with, but I hope that your sensei can seal it in a scroll for you. Once things were revealed to the court, I had the best seamstresses working on this night and day. I can only hope that it is to your liking. Opening the case, Hinata gasped in shock. Peeking over her shoulder, Naruto was surprised by the sight of a lovely kimono. It seemed to feature white cranes on a blue background, tinted to complement the young Hyuga's hair. Picturing the girl wearing the kimono, Naruto grinned. She was really going to look cute in that. Turning to face him, Toki suddenly gave off a radiant smile. Now as for you Naruto-kun, I've got something special. Since you seem like such a hard worker, I would hate for you to lose your edge with an Ajinata. So I made sure to give you a few to work with. Looking at the bundle, Naruto felt his eyebrows widen in surprise. The case was even larger than Hinata-chan's and held 3 different Naginata. Based upon the shine of the lacquer and the sharpness of the blade, these had to be brand new. Toki Heim was the best sensei on the planet. Leaning in closer, Toki Heim whispered into his ear. These blades are unnamed and fresh, so don't go easy on them. I hope you work yourself into the ground with palms bleeding and breath wheezing. But this is simply my present for being such a good student. Closing the distance, Toki gave him a small, deliberate kiss on the cheek. That is my present for saving my life, oh future Hokage. Gulping, Naruto almost felt like fainting. Backing off, Toki smiled at Hinata-chan once more. Please look after this blockhead for me. I think we both know he's destined for greatness. Blushing, the Hyuga bowed with a smile on her face. Naruto did not know what was going on, but he did know one thing. Saving princesses from certain death rocked beyond all expectations. Bowing for the group, Bachan quickly sealed the larger presents and led the team past the border. Waving one last time at the trio, Naruto followed the group. Flying through the air, he had to admit to himself that things were looking up. Now that there were no distractions, he could finally start learning some from the Forbidden Scroll to get stronger. This was not the time to hold back or play it safe. Now that they could hit the road again, it would be a smooth trip of training and adventure. After all, what could possibly go wrong? Glowering at the report in front of him, the Tsuchikage threw the papers down in disgust. That bloody bitch Tsunade had once again popped back on the radar only to flit through the cracks. Even if he sent forces to this land of birds, the slug princess was probably long gone. No matter how much he wanted to ignore the situation, that was no longer an option. The blonde was no longer a drunken laybout. This was Tsunade of the Sannin, fully functional and mobile. Such an opponent could not be allowed to wander freely without supervision. The woman's actions made no logical sense. She had been appointed Hokage and should be stationed in Konoha. Instead, a cage-level ninja was flitting from place to place without any sort of apparent plan. What possible reason could she have to disappear? If this had only taken a month, it would be an oddity. But any operation that required this much time and nailed Jiraiya in her place was one he needed to know about. He could no longer afford to be in the dark. Leaning back into the chair, the old man grumbled unhappily. In all honesty, he would be happy to leave the situation alone. The Sannin were a group that he avoided as much as possible, and getting tangled in their affairs was asking for trouble. There was no evidence that the group was interested in any of his resources or projects, and their adventures seemed completely isolated from Iowa. If he had learned anything as a leader, it was to let sleeping dogs lie. Let the leaf punks wander around on vacation. On the other hand, the analytical part of his mind clamored to take advantage of such a golden opportunity. Now that Tsunade was Hokage, a direct attack upon the woman could weaken Konoha and the Fire Country significantly. Removing one of the loyal Sannin from circulation, or even one of those blasted apprentices, would sow seeds of doubt among Konoha's supporters. Contracts would be renegotiated, missions reassigned, and Iowa could only prosper from Konoha's demise. Not to mention the secrets and jutsus that the Hunter Nin could decode from their fallen opponents. In that light, the strongest medical ninja and her bloodline lackeys were too attractive to ignore. Rubbing his eyes, the Tsuchikage summoned his personal assistant. I want a squad of our best veteran Hunter Nins here in 10 minutes. A new prey has presented itself and we must act quickly before the opportunity is lost. Nodding, the man left to inform the hunter nin captain. Veterans were hard to find in Iowa, but they tended to be the best. Recent prodigies tended to be too flighty for this sort of work, as Dadara demonstrated. If this was going to happen, only the best could attempt it with any chance of success. Feeling his old bones creak, the leader of the hidden rock formed his resolve. This plan was dangerous and could start a war, but what was life without a little risk? Between the Sound invasion and the loss of the Sandame, Konoha was hardly in a position to declare hostilities in retaliation. Those two old jackasses Hamura and Kaharu would probably sue for peace at the drop of a hat, and the daimyo would have no choice but to agree. Any player in this game was as dependable as his aching hip in the winter. After all, it was not like that blasted village had another yellow flash lying around. Frowning at the paperwork before him, Shibuki of Waterfall felt a headache coming on. I believe that we need to arrange further talks with Konoha if this is the fastest they can provide us with information. Imagine the goal of hiding something like this for months. Tsunade is enough of a surprise, but Naruto too. That just takes the cake. Naruto might be a little annoying, but any hero of his home deserved more than the reports indicated. What sort of village would abuse a good kid like that blonde brat? Stepping forward, one of the many advisors cleared his throat. I apologize for the delay of Shibuki-sama, but Tsunade-sama left Jiraiya-sama in charge of the village in her absence. The man is many things, but his foremost skill will always be spying. He has apparently been running anti-information sweeps ever since entering office, and it has made getting the facts all the more difficult. Sighing, the young leader rubbed his eyes in irritation. As close as Waterfall was with Konoha, these sorts of rumors were enough to make him reconsider that alliance. Pausing at the thought, he slowly began to smirk. You know, from the stories we're picking up it's almost like Tsunade is declaring free agency. I wonder what it would take to attract the group to relocate here. Heaven knows we could use the help. Watching the sputtering elders and mild heart attacks his offhand comments had generated, Shibuki decided the paperwork would be worth it if more scenes like this became common. Slamming his hand on the desk, another advisor glared at him. What are you talking about, Shibuki-sama? Do you have any idea how much such an action would anger Konoha? Even after their invasion and the temporary loss of Tsunade, the Leaf Village is still much stronger than us. We cannot afford to antagonize them so openly. Narrowing his eyes, the young leader rose to meet the challenge. The only Konoha ninja I trust unconditionally is currently wandering the world to recover from attacks by his village. As you all know, Uzumaki Naruto is considered a hero of Waterfall for his aid in dealing with Suian's attack. What does it say about this village when we are unwilling to defend those who have helped us in the past? At the very least we should offer him an invitation to visit during his convalescence as a sign of goodwill. After all, thanks to you idiots we now need all the help we can get. Noting the silence, Shibuki smiled grimly. This had been a sore point with him since taking office. Sweating slightly, the more aggressive advisor backed away. I know that you are still somewhat upset by the tragedy of Kunoichi Fu. However, as one of our strongest ninja she was destined for the hardest and most dangerous missions we could acquire. In all honesty there was no one else we could trust with such delicate matters. Snorting, Shibuki sat back down. Yeah right, tell me another one. Fu was sent without backup on a false mission that led to her death. When she sent a request for help, you simply ignored the communication. Well now we have lost one of our best fighters, our Biju, and a very loyal Waterfall ninja. After a stunt like that, we'll be lucky to remain solvent for another 5 years. Noting that the advisors seemed properly chastised, Shibuki decided that one more push was in order. If he was going to lead this village, he was going to do his damn best to actually lead. Reading for an intercom, the young ninja spoke with more confidence than he actually felt. I want a squad of ninja prepared for a diplomatic mission. An important dignitary is currently at loose ends, and we are going to make an effort to reach out to them. You have 10 minutes. Leaning back, Shibuki savored the disgruntled looks of his advisors. Trust Naruto to make things interesting without doing a thing. Looking at the test results, Orochimaru grit his teeth in rage. All of that effort was for nothing. Are you telling me Kabuto that none of the genetic material is usable? You are an excellent medical ninja, so surely a little degradation or corruption can be accounted for. If not, there are going to be a lot of dead ninjas very soon. Shaking his head, the young ninja had the presence of mind to step back. I am deeply sorry for Orochimaru-sama, but I am not a miracle worker. While I was able to isolate a selection of the sample from the effects of the seal, there is not enough to engineer a test for the Sharingan. As much as it pains me to admit it, Jiraiya was far more thorough than we gave him credit for. It is useless to attempt another sample extraction without a different plan. Hearing his worst fears confirmed, the Snake Sannin threw the reports down in disgust. Then the Sharingan might as well be out of reach for decades. Based upon your reports, there is no reason to attempt to steal the child. He is ruined as a ninja, and nothing we attempt will change that. Even once they start that blasted program, I know that Jiraiya wouldn't make an extraction simple or easy. Between decoys and his manipulation, getting another Uchiha will be nearly impossible. Running his hand through his hair in frustration, Orochimaru growled. We need a new plan. Biting his lip, Kabuto hesitated before sighing. Forgive me Orochimaru-sama, but I had a sudden thought. While I am not known as a miracle worker, Tsunade is. Now that she's had a chance to lower her guard and you have had some time to recover, why don't we attempt to gain her strength again? Looking at his subordinate, the power-hungry ninja began to shake in anticipation. While apparently ridiculous, such an idea had many possibilities. As galling as it was to admit, Tsunade was his superior in medical techniques. Collaboration could prove to be most beneficial. Not to mention how amusing it could be to gain control over Naruto-kun, Akatsuki or no. Leaning back, Orochimaru decided that it was time to change his approach. His overall goal was the acquisition of all in the world and a greater understanding of the nature of the techniques. While the Sharingan would be an invaluable tool in such an endeavor, it was not the only path to power. As irritating as it was to admit, he was best off leaving the Uchiha to Konoha for a while. As an immortal, he had all the time in the world. However, to retain that immortality, the Snake Sannin knew he had to improve his possession of. It was not something he liked facing, but the sad fact was he could not continue to function in such a limited fashion without further developing the technique. Despite countless experiments and attempts to control the rejection, he had reached a plateau in his control of the situation. That did not mean that Tsunade would be similarly limited. Given how sentimental the woman could be, all her cooperation would really require was a hostage or two. Being the courteous woman she was, the slug princess even had a couple ready for the pickings. Turning to his nervous subordinate, Orochimaru grinned. Kabuto, alert the Fuma ninja that they have one more chance to prove themselves. After their last debacle, they should be honored to be given such an important duty. Not only must they track my old teammate, but they also have to capture one of her female apprentices. No reason to damage the Kyuubi brat prematurely after all. Bowing, the gray-haired medic fled, leaving him to his own devices. Reading the reports before her, the Goddess Mizukage frowned. When information on one of her personal idols came to light, she could barely believe her ears. This is most troubling, ow. A cage is supposed to remain within their village to ensure its safety. No matter what the reason, I cannot believe that Tsunade of the Sannin would leave for such limited acts, no matter how odious. How reliable is our source from Konoha? Sighing, the eye-patch-wearing ninja answered gruffly. As accurate as can be expected from the distance and factors involved. As much as I hate to say it, Tsunade of the Sannin has gone wandering once again. Only this time she's an official Hokage, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. This cannot be good. Leaning back, the young woman rubbed her temples in irritation. As much as it pained her to agree with the idiot, Ao had a point. A drunken retired kunoichi was one thing, and at most a slight irritation. But an acknowledged cage-level ninja with their wits about them wandering unchecked was much more dangerous. Being isolated in the village was par for the course for the average cage, and explicitly expected. Such a dangerous ninja wandering without direction could act quickly to destabilize the international balance of power. So while the blonde was not interested in her country now, that could change at any time. Reviewing the facts, the Mizukage snorted in frustration. Thanks to Yagura, half of their ninja forces were decimated by infighting and bigotry. Bloodlines could be somewhat gross and dangerous, but they were the most effective method around to establish power in the ninja world. Just look at Konoha. They practically worshipped the damn things, and even weakened by that stupid invasion, the village was pulling the same number of missions without issue. It was as admirable as it was infuriating. Pausing, the excitable woman took a deep breath. Yes, thanks to the Yonde Mizukage they had not only lost many of their most powerful ninjas, but their Biju as well. Yes, Kiri was severely weakened to the point where their position as a cage-holding nation was in jeopardy. Thinking over the details of the report one more time, the young woman began to smile wickedly. All might not be lost just yet. While Tsunade's little journey was tactically a nightmare, the fact she left in the first place could be a potential goldmine in disguise. According to the intelligence reports, the wandering Sannin had taken on a couple of apprentices. While the boy did not appear to be that valuable, the girl was an unmarked Hyuga. If she could somehow convince them to establish themselves in Kiri, not only would the manpower issue be solved, but they might be able to establish a new branch of the Hyuga clan loyal to her. As annoying as Ao managed to make himself, his stolen Byakugan was an excellent example of what such could do for a ninja. Imagine what one with full control would be able to manage. Though she knew it would not be easy. Theoretically, the Sannin should return to Konoha when her mysterious errand is over. But now that she was wandering and isolated, the whole group could be a huge asset to Kiri. They could gain a valuable bloodline, 4 medical ninjas, and a legendary kunoichi. Why, this could start sweeping changes across the land. Not to mention what a swimsuit calendar could do for their advertisements. The two hottest and most powerful women in the world would draw clients like flies. Turning to Ao, the gaudy Mizukage snapped her fingers. I want the hunter nin to send out every available squad to find Tsunade and her group. We are going to try opening negotiations to improve relations between our two countries. If that doesn't work, we will have to evaluate potential bargaining chips from among the Sanin's companions. Now go. Aoun, the swordsman left to fulfill her commands. As much trouble as this could be, the opportunities were too juicy to ignore. Controlling her breathing, Yujito attempted to remain calm. Ever since earning her Jonin rank, the young Jinchuriki had been working exclusively on solo missions. There were few in the village that could match her skills, and thus collaboration was considered a waste of resources. Therefore, she was slightly out of practice dealing with others. As a good weapon of the cage, she abhorred personal connections and extraneous socialization. Of course, the people she was currently dealing with had to be used to that of B. She could not even glare this group into submission after their acclamation to the elder Jinchuriki. With the way things were going, she was going to have to work on that. Removing his candy, Amoy sighed. Geez, what's taking so damn long? First Samui has us check every stupid town getting here. Now she's taking hours to check out a country the size of a postage stamp. I almost wish that sensei was here. At least he knew how to keep things interesting. Twitching, Yujito made a mental note to talk with Arakage after the mission. Either someone was tainting Amoy's sugar supply or the kid needed a mental evaluation. Snorting, Carrie shook her head. What are you, an idiot? We had to make sure that Tsunade chick didn't slip out in that direction. Better to move slow than have to double back later. Besides, we don't want anyone to know we were here. Samui's probably just removing any trace of her presence before we start hunting properly. Feeling an eyebrow twitch at the shrieking volume, Yujito forced herself to remain calm. It would not do to start a forest fire by accident, now would it? Leaning back, the young ninja ignored his female companions while looking at the clouds. I guess it's a good thing we're out here. Just imagine what would happen if we went into the country and met the royal family. If I met the princess, she might fall in love with me and cause an international incident. I just couldn't live with myself if I accidentally started a war over a crush. Eyes snapping open, Yujito set in to watch the show. She had seen this sort of thing happen dozens of times between the two teammates since starting the mission and anticipated the upcoming debate like a car crash. It would be morbid but impossible to look away from. Nostrils flaring, the dark-skinned Kunoichi whipped him over the head. Idiot. As if some foreign princess would bother starting a war over you. That is just plain crazy. Blushing, Carrie started toeing the ground. It would be much more dangerous for me to meet the daimyo. After seeing my beauty, he might force me into retirement to become one of his mistresses. Then where would I be? Watching the young ninja opening his mouth to say something stupid, Yujito suppressed a grin. Moments like these were priceless and could only be improved with liberal usage of popcorn. Luckily, before things degraded any more, Samui approached the camp. Won't you two ever quit? We should leave before your bickering gives away our position. Suitably chastised, the group began to follow the busty Jonin away from the border. The sooner they got out of this hick country the better. Pulling parallel to the team leader, Yujito cleared her throat. Now that the floor show is done, she might as well get back to work. Did you find anything, Samui-san? We were beginning to get worried about how long it was taking. It was important to remain polite to the one other professional in the team after all. Sighing, Samui rubbed her shoulder in pain. I'm afraid there was nothing conclusive. The populace has no idea where the Konoha ninja went and the royal family owes them too much right now to help us. The only odd bit of data I was able to gather was the group is much larger than we were led to believe. I found an area that showed significant signs of training and habitation. But the traces indicated numbers in the hundreds. Blinking, the Jinchuriki frowned. I doubt they would be so hard to track if we were dealing with those sorts of forces. The only thing I can think of is the use of a large number of clones for some reason. We don't know exactly how long they were here or what they were doing. For all we know the Janin incident was a happy accident. Our best bet is to start trying to track rumors and information in local towns again. Smirking slightly, Samui nodded. It might take a while, but we'll find them. A ninja of Tsunade's caliber would never be able to stay out of sight for long. One way or another, our mission will succeed. Returning to the smirk, Yujito continued on in silence. Humming happily, Jiraiya finished the latest chapter of work after his morning inspiration. It appeared that the underground infiltrators had struck again, this time targeting a number of local stall girls in the marketplace. Dozens of cute girls covered in oil and tattered clothing had stormed in all morning to complain, too angry to care about their state of undress. He had really appreciated the way they glistened and giggled while gesturing wildly. Maybe he should spring for some materials to help those brats if Iruka was going to pull off such excellent operations. Honestly, if the day went any better he would start to get nervous. Not only had he partaken in visions of, admittedly bigoted, loveliness, but the caged bird's seal was cracked as well. Poor Niji had shown up begging to have it removed and damn the consequences. The procedure had been tricky, but now that he knew what was involved, it could be replicated as many times as he wanted. Maybe once those poor slaves saw Niji leave the Hyuga compound safely, he could get the clan under control. Having most of their fighting force removed would go a long way to curtailing the Hyuga arrogance. Heck, Iruka's little prank had put him in such a good mood that the Toad Sage had decided to help the kid out a bit. Since he was a Hyuga, all his mission pay had been automatically transferred to the main clan account. So to give the kid a chance at a fresh start, he had fronted the bill for a B-rank intelligence gathering mission and transferred it into a new account for the boy. Honestly, it would have been better to pay for an A-rank mission, but he still did not have that sort of authority. Niji was smart though, so hopefully he could get back on his feet. The really fun part, though, was that he now had the key to cracking the root security seals. Enough of the traps within the caged bird seal matched the techniques used by Danzu to make the process come together. He had already had a successful test run on a sample taken from the root morgue and was ready to take care of the remaining captives. Without their seal safety net, Ibiki could have them singing like canaries within a week. With that testimony, he could finally tie up any of the loose ends that old fossil left in his wake. Maybe some of the little drones could even be reprogrammed as actual Konoha ninja. It's not like they could not use the help. Sighing, Jiraiya leaned back in his big comfy chair of doom. Now that the seal issue was out of the way, he could finally concentrate on the Uchiha breeding project. Ideally, a bunch of Hyuga would soon be looking for long-term employment, which would ensure adequate protection. Coupled with some tracking and security seal work, and no one would be getting their grubs on the Sharingan besides Konoha. The sooner he isolated and perfected the security involved the better. Of course, this was the point for something to come along to complicate matters. The Uchiha were among the most paranoid bastards ever to come out of the village. Who knew what sort of traps and complications might be involved with taking their bloodline? But the only Uchiha left was in no position or mood to reveal any last-minute issues they might run into. So what was the safest way to gather that information? Blinking, the Toad Sage smirked. It might be a little cruel and heartless, but he had the perfect person for the job. Hitting his intercom, Jiraiya cleared his throat. I want Jonin Kakashi here within the next 15 minutes. Inform him that any tardiness will result in a broken hand and burned Uchiha collection. After all, it's not like he can't buy more of them. Leaning back, he sighed in contentment. At least everything here was working out nicely. Without Danzo to stir up trouble, he could keep everything under control until Tsunade came back. Sitting around a small fire, the three ninja waited in silence. It had taken precious time and effort to track their target while covering all traces of their presence. While the group was cold, tired and hungry, no one made a sound. They were the elite of Root and thus had no time for such simple expressions of emotion. The only thing important to them now was the success of the mission and the glory of Danzo-sama. All other things were irrelevant. After hours of silence, the final member of the squad returned. While slightly shorter than the others, he was no less powerful. After all, few ninja could summon personal armies of animals with a simple brush stroke. I have tracked the cargo freighter from Wave Country and confirmed that it went on to Moon Country. However, from what data that I was able to gather, the targets were not on board. Most ninja would immediately refute such a claim after spending months tracking the ship. However, most ninja were not rude. Standing, the team leader addressed his subordinate calmly. How did you arrive at this conclusion? We have been unable to board this vessel since confirming its departure from Wave Country. Without some sort of visual confirmation, all you have is conjecture. His tone held no emotion one way or the other, but you could feel the tension in the air. Wasting months tracking the wrong vessel was a disaster that Danzu-sama would not forgive lightly. Standing as still as a statue, the younger operative replied robotically. A sailor from the ship recently ended his contract with his captain. When pressed for details, he stated the party we are looking for entered the ship but never left their rooms. When they made docks, he was sent to check on the guests only to discover a pile of money and no people. The room was untouched and there was no damage to the walls, so it is safe to say that Tsunade never remained on the ship before it left. Logically, this appears to have been a decoy operation. Despite his mask, the group felt their leader's frown at the pronouncement. The mission was now in danger of failure, that could not be allowed to happen. Retaking his seat, the squad leader gestured to his subordinate. I want you to send a missive to Danzu-sama at once. We need more information if we are to complete our mission. Heading towards one of the trees, he retrieved special supplies for the communication. Upon opening one of the scrolls, however, the young boy paused. Such a lack of action attracted the attention of the entire squad. Turning back towards the group, he maintained his calm despite the odd muscle twitch. For a Root member, that was the equivalent of crying out in fear. Sir, as you requested, I sent a report before entering the village to scout the ship. However, it has been several hours and no one from the base has sent a reply. I do not believe that a second attempt will be any more effective. Either someone is blocking me or there is no one left to send a response. The resulting silence was arctic in its intensity. Lowering his head, the root squad leader considered his options. Unsurprisingly, there were very few available. Pack up your materials and prepare to leave within the hour. Either there is a security blackout in Konoha or someone has discovered how to intercept the mobile reports. Our first duty is to the mission, so we will backtrack up the coast and gather data on our targets. We will not return without our mission accomplished. Before we see Konoha again, Uzumaki Naruto must be dead. Nodding silently in acknowledgement, the squad moved as one. They were no longer secure and had to leave at once. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.